As you can see, we are on our formation lap then. We have almost 30 cars, I believe, with us for this race. 21 then in GT3 with, I believe, 8 then in GT4. So 29 joining us for this race. It's going to be a good one, that is for sure. 6 hours from 3 a.m. through to 9 a.m. So we're going to get into that dawn around about 5 to 6 a.m. With the majority of this race, it will be dark and it's going to be pretty spooky and sketchy out there. Temperatures 20 degrees ambient, 20 degrees track. Pretty easy for the drivers then, that's for sure out here. No wind as well, so actually they're going to be pretty happy, all the drivers out here, in terms of those tracks. Boring, to be fair, compared to what we've had in the past. But it'll be a nice easy start for our drivers, that's for sure. Tom Winnie then starts on pole in the 44 car, followed by the 44 Audi, followed by Aston Martin. Then come the rest, the 101 and the 107 car. Obviously, we've seen that 107 car in the not BMW, in the Bentley, many times come first in many of our endurances. That 107 car is the one to beat. They've swapped out for the Lamborghini this time around, qualified at P4, so maybe they're a little bit disappointed in that one. We shall see. Nonetheless, Case is with me. Ethan will be with me as well for some of this race, and they'll be up in and out. Case, Ethan, how you guys doing?
We are going, we're existing, barely, but we're existing. Getting ready for this race to go green in the dark into the sunrise. It's going to be a beautiful setting for this race, which will be one big plus. As we do have the 2 split classes. It's going to be nice to be able to see a good split between GT4s here for once. We haven't had that in a while, of course. The formation lap here, cars are getting really wild trying to get these tires and brakes up to temp here in the 20 degrees Celsius temperatures at 3 a.m. in South Africa. Getting ready to come to green down towards the final corner. Gonna be a fun race start here. Slight gap between the GT3 and the GT4 grid, which is a plus. Cars are rolling out of the final corner. Getting ready to take the green lights. Trying to see what the... There we go. That's going to be the best camera right there. Waiting for the lights to go out. Still red. Still red. Still red. Still red as they cross the start finish line. And the lights are green. The race is underway. Down towards turn 1. They race 3 wide already for P2. Down towards turn 1. The Lamborghini going to make a big jump from 4th up to 2nd. Oh, and missing the braking zone down into turn 1. Through goes 44 once again back to the lead. 5 wide down there towards the entry of turn 2 and exit. Turn 2, I should say. Already a massive swarm of cars here. All the GT3s with their headlights shining. The GT4 is actually closing the gap there in Sector 1 of the GT. Up front as they try to get things organized. Everyone wants to get that single file running done. The game chirping out a little bit with the sector timing lines here on the first lap as per usual. Getting out to a nice clean run there though. The 44 car going to try to bridge a larger gap up front after qualifying on pole last Saturday. In the GT4 field we have 24 car who's gotten themselves out to a nice clean start. They're going to try to reassert themselves at the top of our GT4 field after kind of falling off in the last few races of mid.
Yeah, one hectic start there. Then obviously big lunge down the inside at turn 1 or turn 2 from the 107 car. Worked out for them, got themselves up into P2 from P4, but everywhere pretty sedate, thankfully, keeping things nice and tight and close. Obviously we saw, you know, sector 1 is incredibly tight as we come into turn 2. Once again, you can see it here, how it seems to switch back on itself every time. Through 2, 3 and 4 you're going left to right to left once again, and it's sort of an awkward sort of section of corners. You have to manage how you're flowing through, otherwise someone will send it down your inside for that next corner. It's a little bit awkward. You see there the 107 sort of trying to challenge then on the leader, but also just behind that the 45 now coming under pressure by another Aston Martin 3rd, 4th and 5th. clearly the favourite choice of cars for this race, and surprisingly no Bentleys whatsoever compared to the usual running. But yet the 45 is now dropping a little bit back over that top three, just bringing that gap down a little bit, or a little bit further apart. You see those top three really pushing away, followed by these two Aston Martins who've got their own little battle pack at the moment. The 991 though, unfortunately, has had a bit of an issue, along with the 125. It's just gone for a bit of a spin in the background there. So a little bit of strife, unfortunately, for a couple of drivers. The 125 apparently in pit road. That is the Honda NSX. So we might have to check on that one, see what's gone on their case.
I do believe that was a teleport back to the garage after an incident that you were just mentioning. Because it registered them in first there for a brief second before dropping them down the field. So I do wonder if that was a teleport back to the pits for the 125.
Yeah, and unfortunate to have that on the opening few laps. But these things do unfortunately happen. I don't think, can they go back out? I don't think they can they?
It'll all depend on if Ethan gets on the server to be able to lock
Let them
car.
back in.
But
yeah, I just popped in actually later.
I do believe that we can give them a slide here.
Yeah, it's the start of the race. It's like I'm really behind on this race. That's for sure. Just all over the place. Race control should be working. So, big nonsense there. Turn 3, I think that is 666 and then 993, I believe. Something happened there.
Audi coming together with possibly the Porsche there, the number 13. Like you say, coming through time 13. Didn't quite see that one there at the back, but yeah, something's happened to them. They've obviously dropped back behind the leader of GT4, now reasserting themselves back in front. Actually, no, correction, they still are behind the 24. It shows how much time loss that they've had straight away from that. And there are a couple of GT3s in the mix of the GT4s, and on the opening few laps, that's the last thing you want, because all those GT4s are so close together that it's very hard to work your way through the pack. Obviously, by the time the leading GT3s get to the back of the GT4 field for the first time to lap them, they'll be a little bit more spread out. It gives them a bit more opportunity to make it a bit easier to go through. But on these opening laps, they're all so close together, it's can be a little bit tough. You can have that with the 666 and 991 and the number 7 car, who have to do all that work all over again.
Up front, 3 cars just flying in formation right now. About 0.2 of a second separating each of them as they came through turn 2 and up through towards turn 4 and 5 now. Just kind of, as I just mentioned, just trying to fly in formation, I would imagine, for these guys. Just try to go and run some clean laps, get into the daytime, let there be a little bit more grip on the racetrack. Obviously, sunrise is typically the grippiest time on a racetrack. It's whenever it's transitioning just right to get that warmth shining down, and maybe wait just a little bit longer before they start trying to get really racy up front. Appearing to have some issues over here. Oh, missing the braking zone there. Now going to be side by side for P2. 101 to 107. Lamborghini going to hold on to that position just for the time being. Like we're having some battle shaping up as well. Everyone's still close to start this race. Taylor Williams in the 221 after getting really close to a race ban on penalty points is back here this week. The 66 is off in Sector 3 in the GT4 category. Drop them to the tail end of the field. Of server frame lags there. Some people had their PCs crash to start the race. That's what happened with the 125 car as it had teleported back to the pits, was the PC crash. So they were permitted to rejoin the session here. So that is green freezing that you are seeing. Let me get the chat up. I kind of forgot to have it open. I do apologize. What's going on? Ruben, time passing by, and Randy, welcome in. Apologies for not having chat open earlier. Battle for the lead here, still heating up as the 107 of Yannick Rombach just appears to be a little bit quicker, but in all the wrong sections. I mean, this is a hard track to really set up overtakes on, unless if you have the straight line speed. And it seems like the Lamborghini just doesn't have it over the Audi, surprisingly enough. Of course, we're using the auto camera at the moment. And the auto camera has a weird obsession with going to third person. I don't know why. I wish there was a way to just remove third person as an option for a camera for the auto cam. But you can't. So yeah, unfortunately we will have to deal with the third person cam occasionally on the stream. Closest fight on the racetrack here. 45 and the 738 fighting for the 4th position at the moment. Apologies for the silence here. I just don't know what to fill the airwaves with. Kind of having a hard time at the moment.
Yeah, it's really not there when it comes to the internet
There's
right now.
Dom.
Until as I have another. Yeah, if it comes in and out, something's really floating around in the internet today. It's not my day at all when it comes to all this. My broadcasting app has also died on me, so that's another issue. I'm going to be arrow keying the rest of this event. Swings and roundabouts. So we still have some good fights going on. Like you see the 2-0.
Yeah, Dom's internet is not having itself a good day, unfortunately. Andy's
days
going.
of race strategy.
You're not wrong.
Not usually how our events get run. Definitely not how any of this happens. I think just the day it's been already.
And you are suddenly so quiet, I can't hear you.
Not that better. I could have been whispering as well, so there's that. Yeah.
Okay, so the entire ACC world, and I'm just going to run off the stream. Like you said, I disappeared mid-sentence there. It wasn't ideal at all. Oh, well.
Because, as we're looking... Oh, well off the racetrack there goes the NARR Mercedes to let these 3 GT3 cars go on through as they're fighting for the 4th position on the racetrack. Big charge here from the 322 coming from 6th place, now right on the bumper of 4th. Big move there through the end of Sector 1, start of Sector 2. Now going to go and try to take the pace of the Audi and run down the 45 car there for 4th place.
Yeah, really nice to see those NAR teams here. We've got 3 of them. One in GT3, that's 99. Then 12th place, and obviously 2 in GT4. So their first ever event in ACC coming over from Race Room. It's good to see them. Also, we mentioned that last week. Hopefully, get a little interview with them at some point during this. Would be nice to get some first-hand sort of knowledge from those guys about how they're finding it.
The autopilot is
gotta look at his face. Look at him. He's so concentrated in there. Not that you can see, but
the autopilot has quite... I wish I could just like remove certain cameras from the option on the autopilot, because it has an obsession with like cameras that don't show anything, and it likes third person as well. It's obsessed with the third person camera. I just don't understand. It's really annoying. Opaque visor. I mean, if you can drive with a solid visor, talents to you. It's 27 cars off the racetrack in Sector 3 at the moment, trying to get themselves re-righted. This is the battle for the lead that we're watching. Well, no, never mind. It just changed it off. We were watching the battle for the lead, and now we're watching the battle for 4th once again. That Audi with large amounts of pace.
It's going to be interesting to see who this comes down to in the end. So the top 8 are Audis, are the single.
As the camera cuts here to the 992 working its way through the GT4 traffic. It's all just in the background, the Maserati, the brave souls who are trying to take on the no traction control, no ABS car. Got to respect the fight from them. Looking around the outside here, possibly going for a switchback now. The 322 going to try to get a good run around the outside. Not going to be able to get it though on the outbraking maneuver. The 45 maintains P4, but that Audi showing lots of pace here early on.
Yep, these three locked away then. And a little bit of a sandwich right now, this poor 322 car. In Northern, it's very difficult when you're in this situation, you're trying to attack the car ahead of you, but there's also another one right behind you, and if you make a mistake on the attack, then you come under pressure very quickly from the car behind, and sometimes you actually do have to look a little bit in your mirrors to make sure you're not being too aggressive on the car ahead, make sure that car behind, which is a little bit of a gap, Gross, Nicholas here can rest a little bit easier, knowing that the Aston Martin behind him isn't too close, but obviously can't really, you can't give him all too much room there.
As we switch the camera there, I was about to see an overtake. The camera switches over now to this 3-car fight that's happening on the track. Obviously, it's only 2 of them for position. The other one was the car that had the crash. Don, I don't know if you were here whenever that was updated, but the 125 had their driver crash, caused the teleport back to the pits. We once again changed the camera back to here. Ooh, the GT4 Aston cutting off the 738, gonna lose some time there. 3 wide there. They're going down towards the end of sector 3, the final couple corners, mounting the inside curb. The GT3s are. The 98 McLaren GT4 just has nowhere to go. The NARR crew is trying to hold on, hoping that they don't get killed by someone there, being a little bit over aggressive. Nicely done by everyone to get through on that. That's a tricky corner to catch someone in just like that. Now we see the gap closing here for P2. These 3 still flying in formation, but the lead has broke out a little bit through the GT4 field. And now we have a Bentley on the racetrack. I do question as to where that came from. Like there may have been a light, one of the drivers joining. Perhaps they got stuck in the wrong car.
Maybe. I was saying earlier about there not being a Bentley, and for some odd reason we have been gifted one. I'm sure that'll get figured out sooner or later. I've switched over to my mobile hotspot, and hopefully that now secures for the next 5.5 hours. We shall see. But yeah, one's hoping. Still got these battles going on, like you see in that track map on the top right. Everyone seems to be in either the 3rd or 2nd sector. There's only 1 car in that 1st sector, so it shows how close everyone still is. Obviously only 20 minutes into this race. It will take a little while for everyone to spread out as we go through lapping those GT4s, which we are doing and have been doing so over the last few laps. Cars will spread out, but the first hour or so you got to get that first stint done, and it's a pretty sort of tense start, to these races. Make sure you don't lose anything and keeping yourself in contention for those higher playing positions. Obviously, since the last race out at Hungaroring, we've reduced the amount of tyre sets. So we had 3 tyre sets for a 4-hour race last month out, and this time we have a 6-hour race and we've got 4 tyre sets. So 2 hours have basically been cut, obviously, in terms of tyre sets, which means you do have to double stint 2 sets of your tyres, which might be a bit of an issue to some people. This is something we've only recently introduced, and some of the teams here, maybe they haven't done that before, are looking into that and understanding how to manage and sort of keep those tyres nice and cool. A bit easier for the GT4s as they can go a bit longer on their stints, and also tyre wear not so much of an issue, but mainly for the GT3 teams is understanding how to preserve the tyre life in the cars, and that especially is for the North American Race Room Discord drivers and the ARG team as well, who are new to this. Well, the ARG certainly new to us, and also, but obviously Race Room drivers new to ACC as a whole, and it's understanding how all this goes. The top 5 probably not an issue at all. They've done this all before, maybe even the top 10, but a couple of people may get a little bit phased out by this, and understanding how keeping those tyres alive for an extra hour is a little bit more difficult than you would imagine.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, the Pirelli tire that's used in this game is designed to be double stinted and even triple stinted. In real life, we see them do it for the 24-hour Spa. They will triple stint tires there, no problem. But obviously, those drivers are real drivers with a lot of data, a lot of telemetry, a full crew around them. and they they very much know exactly what marks that they need to hit to preserve the tire in the game. It's a bit harder to predict that, a bit harder to keep track of that. There's just less data, less eyes, less knowledge applied into these race teams than a real race team would have. So a bit trickier to keep hold of, as there's a switch back there. The 208 looking to the inside of the 12 here for P10 overall. Good defensive driving there by the 12, though, going to keep a hold of the position. Now going to come by the G4 Camaro. I was just looking onto the entry list, and that Bentley is actually indeed an entried car. It was one of the last minute sign-ups there from the ARG crew. So there will be a Bentley on the grid. It had some issues to start the race.
Yeah, nice to see it. They're here, obviously quite far down on the rest of the field, but they are, ahead of the GT4s. So that means they're not tremendously far down on most of the field. And they're here. And it's a 6-hour race. It's a long one. They'll be able to claw back some positions, I'm sure, if they just keep it nice and clean down the inside. Then for the 208 car, trying to get it on the Ferrari. Ferrari will have a better exit. And we'll also have the outside line coming down this left-hander. Keeps ahead of it. Bear in mind this GT4 BMW right ahead. They're going to have to navigate that. See how they deal with that Audi to the outside. Anywhere to go? Not this time, actually. Falls out of it pretty early on. Looking for the exit then. Coming out of the hairpin. Not really going to happen. They're going to have to slow up for the GT4 through the kink. They're going to go to the outside. Looks like both of them are going to go to the outside. BMW showing the move early. Hold itself on the inside. Yep, coming down the main straight then, which isn't really a straight, as we cut away from that. Thank you, mystery auto director, whoever you may be. But just behind then, it is Mario Pereira then in one of the Aston Martins, trying to make a move or just keep with Theo Lupi from the 99 North American Racing car, the NAR car. I think we'll just call it the NAR car. Seems a little bit easier. With saying all of that spiel every single time. A little two-way fight just here. There's one of the. That's the Honda that fell away at the start of the race, which is just there on the back and maintaining pace. But is obviously a lap or if not more down. But good there. They're maintaining pace and keep showing the effect, and they might actually be able to go unlap themselves, possibly looking to the inside. Gets it done, and that's one less person to worry about. Let's hope that the Honda can pull away and not be too much of an issue to the 97 and its other competitors. You can already see it's already broken a couple of car lengths up the road already, as that McLaren goes a bit deep coming through the hairpin. Now having to navigate that same BMW that we just saw a moment ago with the Porsche and the Audi. BMW sticking well to one side will give itself a much more compromised line coming through the kink.
That was a big slide from the 125 there as they were going around that BMW. But all the way across the racetrack after catching the grass very slightly. That was a good save for 125 team.
And that comes down to putting that BMW on the inside there and having the others go around the outside. A little bit easier for the GT3s to go around the outside, but even so, still a bit sketch doing so.
Honda is a lap down there, or maybe even 2 laps down. They had a disconnect to start the race. So I had to rejoin. That's why they weren't showing up on the timing screen for position. Something that was funny about the Honda is I forgot that it's a Honda whenever I was making the entry list, like the starting grid spotters guide, and so I thought I had not had a cutout for it, like a pre-run for it. So I went and remade a whole pre-saved cutout for it, thinking that it was Acura. And then after I put it all in, I realized that it's a Honda. And
Can say your weird names of stuff. I was having this debate or not a debate, but having it with the NAR guys last night about weird American foods and the strange world across the pond.
Well, strange foods. Look at yourself.
I ain't no food. What are you saying?
You Brits eat some
Yeah.
really strange things over there.
Half our food is stolen, so you can't blame us. You blame the other countries who stole it from.
Yeah, but everything we have is stolen.
True. This is true.
I mean, the American way, if you really want it, is just dump cheese on everything.
It's that plastic cheese as well. Disgusting.
Not always. Sometimes it's cave cheese.
I don't know what that is, so I don't think I want to know.
Well, so the story as to why cheese became such a common thing is that during the Great Depression in the early 1900s, like the 20s and the 30s, farmers had excess or were producing an excess amount of cheese. At the time, it was one of the commodities that people could buy. Well, once all that started and the economy tanked, people could no longer afford to buy cheese. It was considered a rich commodity. It was one of the things that made high end or what. And so people could no longer afford to buy cheese.
Move the position there.
Yeah, it's the 208 going through on the 12. Gonna try to keep it here, try to body him all the way to the outside. Gets the spot done. Now you see if the 12 maybe can get a challenge back down towards next corner here. Gonna look, not quite gonna get it. Big lunge now from the 221 just behind them. Three cars battling for position here. Everyone flashing their headlights at each other here in the middle of the night. Taylor Williams gonna try to get the move done. On the 12 as well. The Ferrari with a little bit of rear end damage. Kind of wonder if maybe they got ran into at one point or another. There's scuffs in the paint on the rear end of the number 12 Ferrari.
Always a little bit of scuffing, and Taylor Williams can have a bit of scuff on that right hand side, dipping a wheel on the exit, then come out the final corner.
Around the outside, a little bit of a
stop him from looking to the
door
outside.
check. Speaking of scuffing
Yeah, a
the
little bit of
paint, there
bumping.
was some right there. Oh yes, the good old third person cam.
To be fair, it's actually a pretty good view. Annoyingly, but it's very...
Annoyingly, it is good. It is a good view.
Annoyingly, it's good, but completely unrealistic. We've got a drone that is amazingly fixed pointed to the back of the car. You can see that even a little bit of fighting has broken these three apart. They all came together, and they all fell apart. It's a bit like I forgot the name of the instrument, but it'll come back to me. But an accordion. There we go. They're sort of ebbing and flowing backwards and forwards.
The good old accordion effect. But what's going on with the cheese during the recession? So farmers had an excess amount of cheese that they had produced, and because people couldn't afford to buy it, the farmers couldn't sell it, so they weren't making their money. So the government had a program put in place to buy cheese from farmers at a upticked price from what the market was at. So obviously all the farmers chose to sell it to the government because, well, more money to be made. So government bought a bunch of cheese. Well, where do you store all this cheese in the 20s and 30s, when, before refrigeration was really a thing? What do you do with all this cheese that you now have bought as U.S. government? Well, you go and stick it in some caves in Missouri and Arkansas on national park grounds. And so there are there still to this day, there are caves in Missouri and Arkansas that are just full of cheese. And that's why during the 50s, once the economy had come back, the government was then trying to find a way to get rid of this cheese, and so they were selling it at a cheaper price than what companies were producing it for, to try to get rid of it. And amazingly, it preserved it well in the caves. It managed to stay for 20 years, 30 years, no problem, and be entirely edible. So they were selling it at dirt cheap prices, and it basically made the modern cheese on everything American culture that we have now. One of those
Well,
weird,
the more you know.
one of those weird, fun stories that I like to know. It's really, really weird.
Yeah, it's different. Never really heard of an abundance of cheese. to occur. But yeah,
It,
fair enough.
it,
And you guys do slap on everything.
literally on everything. It amazes me the fact though that a cave was able to freeze for so long. Yet our
Yeah, that's actually
refrigeration
impressive.
factors that we have now can barely keep it for more than a month.
Conspiracy theories alike. But yeah, we've still got this battle going. 3 places, the 208 there in 9th place, just coming through your shot then, but it's mainly primarily between the number 12 Ferrari's 221 Audi. Got the NSX right behind, which is trying to unlap itself and is seemingly the quickest out of all 3 of them, so expect that car to work its way. It got past the 97 and the 99 only a short while ago, and it's clawed that 8 seconds up to the back of these guys, so very much so this very lime green, bright green car is certainly the quickest out of these 3 anyway. Maybe not as quick as the leaders, but certainly quicker than the mid pack in GT3, that's for sure. So expect it to work its way through as one of the Mercedes gets round. I think that's one of the NAR cars, just making its way around. On one of them, on the rear wing, there's a little message to us apparently. I can't remember which one, but on one of them, I think it's the Mercedes, but it might also not. It's one of the GT4s. That's all I can remember, to be fair.
Welcome in, Stig and Icy Mind. Not all cheese is plastic glass, but some of it is, yes.
Yes, plastic cheese.
Man,
When
don't diss
we
my plastic
reference-
cheese.
Yeah, when we reference that, we mean like the single slice of cheese that comes in just some plastic,
Yep.
and you slap it on a burger or something. Like, we have that over here, and like, yes, I'll use that once a year if I'm having a barbecue or something. But like, apart from that, it's the worst stuff I've ever had the displeasure of.
I mean, you can't deny that
spray cheese.
that it is very, very good for burgers.
Yeah, it works on a burger, maybe a hot dog, just a barbecue, and that's it. I wouldn't just, you wouldn't put on a cheese ball at a wedding now, would you? Of plastic cheeses. Yeah, but nonetheless, we've got the Bentley with us now, which is working its way through. It is multiple laps down on the 404, hence why there's a gap there between the 404 and the 67. It's another
Actually,
little
it is
feature.
not. It's 13 seconds down now.
Why does it do that? What's that about?
The sector timing screen is why. So it had that blank bit because sector 1 is considerably shorter than sector 2, and so the 404 had already crossed the timing line for sector 1 before the 67 had crossed the start finish line.
Awful.
Does that make sense? So it didn't register
Yeah,
that,
update like that.
timing line. But now it's back to blank. Then once we see the 67 cross timing line, we'll update. A bit weird,
Basically makes
but
sense.
it worked.
Fair enough. Well, at least it's not a lap down. It's still relatively in contention, actually gaining a little bit of time there, actually. Half a second through a single sector. But the 404 is saying 2 laps down. But is that 2 laps down on 606 or 2 laps down on the leader? I don't know. I really don't know how this works.
I do believe that is 2 laps down from the car in 404 and the 6 cars that
Yeah.
problems are sliding it through the final corner here. The Bentley going all the way around, almost taking out the Porsche that was coming through on the inside there. Nice job catching. Oh, we have the Honda in the wall. The 125 catching the wall going through the final corner there. Just saw it for a glimpse of a second.
Yeah, easily done there, going through the penultimate kink. You get a wheel in the dirt and in the gravel, and it'll just spear you into the opposite wall. So easy one to be done there. It's a tricky corner, that one. You come through quite a flowing section in the latter part of the track. And you have to slow right down for this very narrow, very fiddly kink. Yeah.
In America, you probably have a barbecue on a wedding. You're not wrong, because that's the best wedding you can have. Go outside, you got shotguns welcome you through. Everyone down in beers. That's like the typical American.
Yeah, I ain't gonna factor that into any wedding.
I mean, it's considerably cheaper.
True. You don't have
Who
something
needs to go
accessible,
buy
yes.
some expensive $4,000 dress. Who needs to go and rent a church? All that. I can
Oh.
go run through the mud.
I can give you my most expensive wedding anecdote, which you can't say no to. It's happening now. So I used to work as a waiter for these events, and the most expensive one I ever went to was I think it was an Irish one. There was about 600 people or so, big boy, and it was north of like £750,000, £750,000, basically.
Just ridiculous. Like
I mean, 600 people is a lot of people, but yeah.
Yeah, but you're averaging over $1,000 a person.
I don't know. I mean, yes, obviously, but I mean, if that's how you want to spend your money, then fair enough. I mean, we weren't complaining and all, but yeah, big one.
That is so much money. I will never ever understand.
Yeah, no.
Like,
we also worked in a castle, and if you wanted a castle, it was a minimum of £80,000. So that was fun.
Like, I mean, for people who have ridiculous money, I guess I can see it, but I don't know. Like, if I had ridiculous money, I would just donate it. I'm not one who would.
Well, maybe that was a donation. It's almost like you don't know what to spend on, or you can't get rid of it, kind of thing. So you can sort of afford to do it if you're in that position.
I mean,
you're like, oh, I'll pay for my daughter-in-law's wedding or something. I don't know. However it works, a second wedding or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Donating a party, 600.
I mean, by the way they all behaved on that night, it kind of was like kids, to be honest. The damn Irish are very, very unruly, especially one drunk. But regardless, the 221 is ahead of the 208 car then. Taylor Williams up into P10. And just about holding that steady. The 208 then, Martin is certainly not done yet as we switch away from that to look behind the 404 car, even though the 666 was just ahead of it. And we go back to see Paul Camaro get ditched in a straight line, and we're back again. Here we go. Okay, but I wasn't sure if we were going for the McLaren or the Porsche there, but it's the Porsche, the number 16 car, 6 seconds back on the 993. A couple of the 999 cars really need to change their numbers, guys. I mean, come on, I'm seeing a 991 and expecting it to be a Porsche instead of a freaking Aston Martin. All of them. And look at this, which way? Left, right, nowhere to go for Jimenez here. Yeah, the Maserati sat right in the middle. Look at that little mustache on the little Maserati. What a distinguished gentleman, but certainly not having a fun time with the Porsche there. Got very angry.
208 has found their way onto the pit lane here rather early. Got a question, maybe they have damage from fights. Come in at 40 minutes into the race is very questionable, to say the least. Not exactly sure pull that off.
Yeah, very early. At least 20 minutes early, if not a little bit more, but maybe they know something we don't. It's not due to rain, I don't think, but we can only see half an hour into the future, and we've got many half hours to go until we know what the forecast for the end is ever going to be like. But it is pretty chill in terms of the temperatures. They're still locked at 20 degrees, both air temp and track temp, which is, I don't think I've ever seen that before, not in real life anyway. And the wind direction is changing, but there is no wind, so it doesn't really matter.
Yes, Randy, there is, but for today we are not okay. Likely to up a little bit, so we are just using the auto cam. We must look at the rear wing of the. Yeah. That's the side.
18. Oh, at the beginning on the grass there. Which one's this?
Okay, so it's a Spotify message.
Spotify, right?
So
I mean,
you have to scan
I
this
can't
or
do
something?
Yeah. So you can scan.
Yes, you have to scan it. Oh no, I already know what it is. It's the one in the back of the Kyalami car.
Yeah, I believe it should be Africa by Toto.
Yes. I the first thing I did when I saw it was like, I need to know what this is. Scan it like glorious. I love it.
Africa by I can appreciate the meme.
Oh, there it is, down there as well. I believe they're the same, but not too sure. It might well be different.
Yeah, it looks the same. I can appreciate the meme. Africa.
Indeed, it is a lovely African-inspired. Is this even a default? It's not a default logo, is it? If they've done that, but it's a very, very lovely.
Game and its camera.
You are tilted.
And there's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing you can do about it. There's
in our factory, you can change it.
There's no camera rotation. Kind of breaks.
I do like the Tiger Stripes, and we have a 5-second penalty for the 67 car for some odd reason. Not sure what's happened to them. Race control. Should we read out some penalties for people? Or
yes. So we have 2 drive-throughs. One for the 322 for causing a collision, and one for the 67 for driving across the track and making an unsafe rejoin, as well as a 10-second time penalty for the 67 for the making contact when trying to unlap themselves from a GT4 car.
There we go. Yeah, so a couple of cars coming into strife pretty early on, which is Graphius. There, Mr. Ethan Boy, our in-house steward, he does a lovely job because he sits in his little corner and we don't pay him at all. But there could have been another penalty right there. A bit of miscommunication once again. The 991 and the Maserati coming into a bit of an issue there. Again in the same corner as well. So the fact that it's now been twice with the Maserati leads me to suggest that it's a Maserati issue, not other people issue. But I won't say that. I'll just suggest it. But you can see that on your left hand side now. The drive-throughs for that 322 car and the 67 car. So that'll drop the Audi from 4th place pretty far down, I'd imagine. It's quite a short pit lane though here compared to other tracks, so they might get off a little bit sort of less heavy of a penalty. They should get off pretty lightly, I think.
I am sitting here, and while we were talking, I'm looking over my computer statistics. Because it's quite humid here today. I just wanted to check and see exactly what's to say the least, my graphics card is extremely unhappy and is running at 93 degrees Celsius.
Damn.
But I'm trying to take measures that I can to make it run a little bit happier. So we're going to take a brief second after watching this pass here. 993 looking up the inside of the 22 car, going to make the move down at turn 2.
Yeah, that was very neatly done, even with the switchback through 2 and 3. Yeah, pretty neatly done. Look at them. There's 4 of them in a row here, headed by Kyalami. But yeah, looks like we might just take a quick break to relieve the stress of
Yes, we're gonna take just a short ad break for those of you who are watching us on Twitch. As Dom's internet is dying once again. So yeah, we're gonna take just a short ad break.
World.
And attempt to correct the graphics settings just slightly. All right, we are back. I believe that the ad break should. Well, um, yes. PC is running much
Thanks for the money.
happier now, so that is good. Change Dom's stream to be back up a little bit from 15 FPS to 30 FPS. Get a little bit smoother of a stream now to watch the commentating. Because yeah, my graphics card has now went from 93 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees Celsius. It's much more reasonable for this card. Where it wants to operate is in the low. So I don't feel uncomfortable. As we dive here from the 993, not gonna get the position through there though. Definitely a tricky corner to pass at. Racetrack.
Yeah, we've got the 22
Right
just in
the
the background as the
bumper
Aston is sniffing. It's sniffing. It wants to get through. He's going to have a good run though, but they are both Aston Martin, so no major advantage in a straight line apart from that slipstream as we go down into turn number 2 then. Once again, it's still a four-way battle here then over P11 now. Fialipu up into 11th in that McLaren. You can see how they take a couple of different lines through 2 and 3, trying to make their way up through turn 4 and then down this short little straight. A couple of blue flags out there. We got the BMW GT4 pulling over to the driver's left, thankfully getting out of the way nice and easy. Not wanting to interfere all too much then with the rest, but nonetheless it was far enough ahead and it didn't actually really need to do that. Let the McLaren through and that was really it. So these three will get held up a little bit, and will it move out of the way? No, not this time, so that is fine. It's going to hold a wide line, but it's actually just about quick enough through the corners anyway. If anything, it's sort of catching up on that Audi there, which is going very, very slow there. It's always 3 wide there, and they're all trying to make their way through to go. Thankfully, the auto director doing a good job at keeping everyone in frame. Why did I say that? So we see the 125 make a way through. It is currently in last, 6 laps down on the 66 car there, last in GT4, but long race. It'll be able to work its way through the GT4 field, that's for sure. So I fear the only way this car is going to get through any GT3 cars is if they have a disconnect themselves. But like you see, there are 29 cars here in for the race, which is I think 5 or so more than we had last month out, which is good to see and ever increasing. So thank you guys for coming and signing up and bringing yourselves here. We did have a couple of pullouts. One of the GT4 Janessa, the 36 car, had to be pulled out, unfortunately, and I think another car too was also retired before the race happened, or would happen. I think a couple of days ago. So we did lose 2, so we should have had 31, but that's still 29, very good, and it's good for the future. Obviously, coming into our next race, which will be a lengthy one indeed, and we'll discuss that come the end of the race. So it's all good to see as we hop onto then the 738 car. Currently P4 and a little bit of no man's land. It's comfortably ahead then, or not comfortably actually, as that switches to 3.1 seconds between 4th and 5th. The 113 also going on its own right now, finding a little bit of gap along with the 45 as it comes across the line. It's 12 seconds back then on that Audi ahead. It's got a bit of a gap to close. And you can see behind it absolutely nothing. You see on the track map as well, the 992 is only coming through the final corner, so the top 6 are very comfortable in their own pocket of air ahead of everyone else. It's really the rest of the field after that after that top 6. Obviously, we do our interviews, and we do love our interviews here. So if you're listening here, and I'll put a little ping out in a minute. In one of the channels, that if you guys want a little quick interview, 2-3 minutes, if you want to come say hi, tell us how you're doing, if you've got anything to plug, like your team or anything else, a website or whatever, then please do. It's always we like to share the community around here, and just pop yourself in that waiting room channel underneath in the race control sort of section. Yeah, we'll come say hi, and I'll probably just type that very quickly, and I will be back with you guys shortly.
I believe we have live timing again. Just verifying that real quick on my end. That should be live and it should be working. Okay, it looks to be working. No, maybe not.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I think it's just Derek's computer being stupid. Yeah. I will be back here in a minute. So far, it's actually very calm in race control. I know some drivers are mentioning things about lapping, but so far nothing reported, which is nice. Always having clean drivers.
Yeah, it certainly helps when you have drivers that know what they're doing. Obviously, you can't expect everyone to be perfect 100% of the time, but you know, obviously, compared to last month out, we had that big old one-lap collision that Case was talking about in our driver's briefing
Yep.
before this race, and that certainly didn't happen. And to be fair, the amount of times I've seen crashes happen to turns 2, 3, and 4 around here, especially over with RWB when I've been with those guys, happens very regularly. So the fact that we didn't have one is very pleasant to see.
We had a couple, but yeah, it's only the couple too, which
Little
is
minor
always
ones.
nice. Yeah, it's very nice to see. Drivers are keeping it smart through there. Nothing crazy as a result. Yeah, you gotta launch 50 things for this to work. Thinking.
So we are getting in that live timing up momentarily. Sometimes it wants a couple of nudges to get itself working, but we'll be there pretty soon. One is hoping. I'm just going to pull a ping out. Sorry to everyone I've just pinged, but deal with it. I'm sure a couple of people will not be too happy with that. Get a little bit worried about seeing a ping. So we are almost into the first hour of the race, and that's actually gone by pretty quickly, to be fair. The fact we're already an hour into this one. 5 more to go, 10-second penalty for that 67, still unserved from a previous incident that Ethan's already mentioned about 10 minutes ago. But the 107 car then, coming through into the final sector, is he under pressure? Well, apparently not, but is that not the 101 car behind him? But it may not be. No, indeed it's not. It's a lapped down car they just got through. They're 3 seconds behind the overall leaders then, 44 car. The Audi's doing pretty well then. And there's a car there facing the wrong way and to the outside, to the excursion, and Yannick had to go. So there's a car facing very much the wrong way. I think it was a white car. That might have been one of the GT4 BMWs, but also it could have been this Bentley right here. It does have a very white back. Could have been the issue as they were facing the wrong way. But we are going to have our first little interview. Thank you for responding to my call there, Tad. Tad, if you can hear us, how are you doing? We will wait momentarily on Mr. Tad to join us, but in the meantime, we are looking with this 322 car then, just trying to put pressure on the Aston Martin just ahead of it. Right there, and he's disappeared. Is he going to come back? I'm going to bring him back. Is we bring him back? Tad, are you there?
He's scared of you, Dom. I think that's what it
He
is.
may be scared of me. Tad, I see you unmute yourself. We've spoken before. I know you love me. We're okay. But we'll speak about Tad, even if he's not responding. Even if and also obviously the auto director isn't gonna highlight it, but the GT4 field is led by Gavin Moore, which is Tad Moore's son. They're in that 24 car in the BMW. They often do quite well, but they have sometimes faltered in the last few races here and there. They always seem to start off quite strong. Does that 24 car, but Yeah, sometimes they do slip down the order. Um, but they are a very good pairing, the father-son duo, and they have had some pretty good success. If Tad, if you can hear us, please let yourself known to us.
Hey, I'm here now. You guys got me?
He is here. Wonderful. Yes, got you loud and clear.
Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Kyalami, a track you know?
I do now.
You do
Yeah,
know.
I spent the week trying to get acquainted with it, and learned a lot. Not just about the track, but about some techniques that probably come more intuitively to Gavin than myself. So yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoyed Hungaroring, but I enjoy it more when I'm by myself. And Kyalami seems like a track that is totally fun, even with GT3s bearing down on you. I don't know why. Maybe because it's wider, but a lot of fun to drive. It's fun watching Gavin get through there, and GT3 traffic's generally been very respectful, and we've been catching people at pretty good places. They don't stay bottled up behind us for real long, which is nice. So yeah, it's been fun so far.
Yeah, sure. And like you say, it's not like Silverstone wide, but it's certainly wider than Hungaroring, and that's obviously allowed it to make it a little bit easier for cars to overtake. But you say about the characteristics, you saw on about the first sector as you go through turn two in the hairpin, and then up through the left, right, left. It's sort of an awkward section that first couple of sequence of corners.
Yeah, because um, there's really not a lot of difference in speed between GT3 and GT4.
Mm.
I mean, it's enjoyable in a GT4 car. You're pretty well flat after turn one if you get it right, but the there's not enough speed difference between GT3 and 4 for them to really get past you safely until you're like exiting turn five all the way,
Mm.
up that left hander. And at that point, they've got all the horsepower in the world, they'll disappear. But you can see probably steam coming out their ears if they don't get it done into turn one, because they're going to be waiting a little bit to get past you, or somebody just gets sick of it and gets a little bit too brave and dumps into us. That was the only incident we've had so far with GT3 traffic was through that little section. So, but yeah, I think that's multi-class racing. That's kind of the fun of it. As long as people can take their medicine, so to speak, when you catch people in the wrong spot, then it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, of course, and especially if you're a GT3 and you're with someone else, you're battling away, and they can get through the GT4, but you get stuck behind. It's frustrating, but like you say, there's not a lot they can do, especially as a GT4. And we say this all the time in the briefing that you are your own person. Basically, you're entitled to the racetrack as much as anyone else, and you're doing your own thing and going
Yeah,
as fast as you can. It's not like you're purposely going slow. It's just a
no,
GT4. It's trying
dude,
its best.
that car is getting hammered.
Mm.
The fact that with full fuel, he Gavin almost turned to 150.9. That's really
Mm.
fast for a GT4
No
car with
speed.
full fuel.
Yeah, it's,
So they are on the limit, and we're just kind of ignoring the flashing numbered
mm.
cars in GT3 that scream past. We're focused on the P2 and GT4, which has kind of ebbed and flowed. I mean, at the lowest time, it was about 1.8 seconds to them, and then after traffic and whatnot, I think we've caught it generally pretty favorably for us, and so now we've stretched out to sometimes like a 5 or 6 second lead, but that's what we're watching, right? It's like, are we going to get the
Mm.
traffic in a terrible spot, or are they going to get in a terrible spot, and will we be able to kind of capitalize? But on pace, we're really really even. Those two BMWs up front, and it's also neat to see those M4 GT4s up front, because they're pigs of cars, but this is a track that seems to favor them. It's not super twisty and turny, and you can set it up to navigate through there comfortably, and play to its strengths, which is a relatively high amount of grunt under the hood.
Yeah, indeed, it does like those straight lines, and you have got a fair amount of them to stretch your legs, and quite a few fair fast corners. Also, you got the long right-hander going up the hill, turn six, and then also going down the hill, the left-hander in the latter part of the track. So it does sort of tend well, and as we see that with a 1-2 for the BMWs. They say now we've got a 13th second gap between yourself and that 5.5 car. But yeah, really, it's all about traffic, and it's all luck based. You can make it a little bit easier for the GT3s
Absolutely.
to get past. But yeah,
Yep.
there's in your sort of circumstances, there's very little that the GT4 can do to make it better. You can do a lot to make it worse for everyone involved, but there's not a
We're
lot
going to
you can
see an
do to make it
example
better.
of that in about 30 minutes when I climb behind the wheel.
Maybe.
We'll see how much worse I can make it for everybody.
No, we do like the duo because it seems to even out over a course of a stint where you guys will ebb and flow and up and down. But seemingly every month you get better yourself, and it's
Kind of you to say. Very, very kind of say. No, seriously, I have been learning a bunch. I'm very fortunate to be able to sit down on the same rig as Gavin, and he can do this hot lap mode thing in Assetto Corsa where you've got a ghost car to go chase. So he'll go just put down a corker, and I'll be able to see where is it exactly that he's disappearing from me. Like if I see that car, it's bad. So that tells me pretty clearly where I've got something wrong. I spent an hour last night trying to chase him, and I'm just like, I cannot get the car to turn where you're
the way
turning.
he does.
Well, and this morning I'm like, hey, you said it automatically sets the tire pressures and stuff for you in this hot lap mode. Do I need to load the setup too? And he said, yeah, you definitely need to load the set. Oh, okay. Well, I hadn't done that
then.
So.
Yeah, at least there's a valid reason as to why you can catch it.
About a second's worth. Yeah, it seems like the setup was worth a second for me. So anyway, yeah, I've still got a lot to learn. I'm actually going to start doing that Driver 61 course and see what that teaches me as well.
Yes.
That'll start, I think, next week. So fingers crossed. But it's not I don't know that it's like a lack of confidence. I think it's just probably, I have driven karts and real cars a little bit in real life, and the sensory input of G-forces is super, super telling, and all of that is absent to me. So when I'm hitting the brakes, I got nothing, right? I have no idea how hard am I actually hitting them. It's really tough to hear the tires. You don't get a great feel through wheels by themselves, even with a pretty decent one. So that is my kind of handicap, so to speak, because I don't have enough time in car to know, am I at the limit or beyond it or nowhere near it. And hot lap mode teaches me a bunch. And one of the things it was teaching me is that I was trying to do probably too much, especially through slower corners with the tires. I was doing too much braking while trying to turn and not trusting that I can just let the car coast,
roll in,
roll, because it just seems like you got to be making the car do something. And I think that just gets back to the things that I've driven most online have been formula cars, which are, the
downforce.
God bless, yeah, and inputs need to be snap, snap, snap. So a GT4 is very different, and it just doesn't like to do some of the things I was making it do. And then other times I'm underestimating just how much it has because of the places where it bites me trying to get it to do too much. So I almost need a therapist, to kind of talk through some of that stuff with me. But I'm going to settle for some training and see if that doesn't help.
Of course, obviously the Driver 61 is a very popular program, and if it wasn't good, then it certainly wouldn't be popular as it is. So hopefully that does work out for you, and you learn a couple of tricks of the trade, whatever they may be. But yeah,
there's a ringing endorsement from another GRG driver, and that's kind of what prompted me to.
You onto it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it was successful for him, then I'm all about removing excuses to being slow or bad. So we'll take this one away too.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And yeah, it's like that disconnect between and virtual racing can be a tough one to overcome, because you can have as good as a wheel as anything, but it's one input compared to the thousands of inputs you get doing the real thing, because you take away the G-force and it all goes.
The sound is not the same. I mean, even smell. Like you can smell if you've got the brakes hot or don't, or tires, or that you got them hot or you don't. And all that stuff's missing. So you're really, really dependent upon what you can feel through that wheel and to a degree what you can see. So, you know, premium on video cards and displays. We did get the wide Samsung not too long ago, and that has helped. You know, looking through corners is very, very tough if you don't have, if you've got blinders
triple
on,
screens.
basically. Yeah. So I found that worked out well, and it's just kind of intuitive. I'm glancing over. It's like I need to see over there, and hey, I can see the thing. I don't have to imagine where it is. That's definitely helped out a bunch too.
Yeah, without a doubt, obviously with karting, obviously Gavin's done that a fair amount. You know, you can see whatever you want to see whenever, and obviously when you're limited to a certain POV or a frame of view on a single screen, so it's very difficult. But all of those sort of not distractions, but detractors from the real thing. And yeah, it does take a bit of adjusting to do, but you know, it can be done. Just it takes a little bit of time. But you know, we're almost coming up to first pit stop time. We are an hour and 10 into this, so I imagine you're gonna have to be getting back to that 24 pretty soon.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're gonna pre-stop it and see what we can, make happen. It minimizes our time in pits, minimizes the penalty that is incurred by the old man ballast, for lack of a better term. So yeah, about 20 minutes or so, I'll climb in and see if I can keep the fenders on it for a while.
Indeed, that's very impressive how far you're looking to go. I assume you're running to a fuel number. Then, if you're
just
trying to
brimming
extend
it.
that out,
yeah, we can get. We're pretty sure we can get the laps out of it. One of the things that benefits us is that it's a relatively slow lap, so you're not turning tons and tons of laps with that fuel burn relative to the quicker GT3s. I don't know what the quick GT3 pace is. I was expecting it to be like 140 or 141, but maybe that's not right. I saw a lot of guys pass us that are doing 146s and 7s. So maybe the delta isn't quite so big, but I was expecting we were just going to get freight trained the entire race, as many entries as there were in GT3. But I'll hop up there just in case we can't get a full 90 minutes out of it. But that's the expectation, is that we should be able to brim it up and run it to the end. And as long as the tires hold out and we take care of it, then
of
it's
course.
better than coming in on every 60 minutes or so as an alternative.
Yeah, sure. Obviously, trying something different, enhances your sort of strategy options for the future as well. So if you can pull this off, that's one to note for the future, and hopefully you can make that work for other events. Obviously, our next one is it's going to be a big one. I'm not quite sure if you guys will be able to do it, because it's twice around the clock, and if there's only two of you, it might be a bit tricky. But you can give it a go.
We've got at least one person that we might be able to rope in, and like you said, you never can tell. The shorter ones are obviously more doable and plenty of fun for us, but we'll see. I can't remember when that is, but the course I'm doing is like a month, so what I'd be excited by is the idea that in a month's time, if they even make you type in when you start this course, like, what are your goals and objectives for completing it? It's like, I just want to be within a second of my son, and I'll be really, really happy.
I don't know if they've had that one.
It's a big ask, but so anyway, I would love to do a much longer race some point. We'll keep our fingers crossed, but in the meantime, we're having a blast doing this stuff, and as always, despite the headaches that Assetto Corsa servers might give you guys, you're doing a wonderful job putting it on. It's so well run, and everybody's a joy to be around. So thanks for doing it.
We appreciate doing it. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, and we'll see you come the end of the race.
Got it. Take care. See ya.
Wonderful. And currently, it seems like Case's stream here has lagged out. Possibly, I don't know if that's the server as well. Not getting any messages from anyone, even if you're there, could be helpful. Oh no, and we're back. Possibly with some interesting internet issues is what we're back with. It's coming in and out. So flying cars indeed. Thank you though, GRG Outlaw, and there was Ethan for the subscription, the Prime for 10 months. Wonderful. It looks like we're back. So crisis averted, my dudes. We're back going. I was about to cry. There because I think Ethan stepped away for a couple of moments, I think, to get like some food, and Case has had to pop out as well. So that would have been unideal because I have no means of getting onto the server right now. But indeed, all the airlines were taking off there, especially coming into that penultimate corner. You use a kink and you can fly right there. But yeah, we have now crossed that 1 hour mark and we are tumbling our way through. Nice to see a word then from Tad Moore, the father of Gavin Moore in the 24 car. A bit of an insight there. Lots of scuffs on the back of that 66 Mercedes, and that'll be the NAR Esports car. And I've got a little bit of information for you guys from Theodore Ensry, who is in the 99 car, who's actually now driving now for his first stint after Fia Lupu. And I have all his stints, and I'm not quite sure why he's telling me this because I could send this to anyone. But yeah, we've got an amount of stops they're gonna do. Obviously, we know that the 24 BMW is going for a free stopper. And it was the 22 car that had a disconnect. That was the issue. I thought they'd just been let in though, the 22 from Ethan. I think Ethan just let them in. So if they've had another disconnect, then that is unfortunately it for them. You're allowed one rejoin, and that is it. But yes, we've got lots of information. Nicely written down. It's not even typed up. It's actually been written down on paper. That shows how serious they are about this. The fact that it's been written down there. So that's it's good to see that people are devising strategies and things like that and seeing how things go. The 125 car then still plodding around and making moves. It also was in the barriers. We saw it in the back of a shot maybe half an hour ago. So something happened to that car, drops them even more laps down. So it's really getting bad to worse for them. But they're carrying on, and that's exactly what we want to see. 22 car then apparently with a disconnect. And the 22 rejoined about 10 minutes ago, so if they've disconnected, then that is unfortunately it for them. Looks like we're clear to go. The server is calmed back down once again, so it seems like we're all right. And a battle for position then, P5, P6, the 113 Porsche holding off the 738 Aston Martin as it looks to the inside, to the outside, coming into the hairpin. Not going to be able to do it around there. I wouldn't have thought, but I may be about to be proved wrong. A wheel on a little bit of the lattice garden center stuff they have on the back of the circuit there. It's not even like concrete like this section is, or AstroTurf. It's lattice or something. I'm not quite sure what that's all about, but you can see the challenge then from the P6 car trying to make its way into P5 right in the back there. As we are coming to the end of the stints then, well, actually maybe just to start this, since I think most of the GT3s have completed their stints, so actually no, are coming to the end then. Here we go, so the 113 then making its way in. We are waiting on, I think, the 322 in third, maybe? Actually no, I think that has done its stop, or was it be ahead? But a couple of them we are just waiting on, and obviously the entire GT4 field is waiting. Is waiting to take their stops, as we will go in car for this very exciting pit stop. You can see the intent in the silver line. Oh, and okay, thank you. We're back to normal. I do enjoy just watching absolutely nothing. Possible battle for position, indeed, the 991 then, which is an Aston Martin, not a Porsche. Thank you for your naming schemes, guys. It's not confusing at all. Big lunge down inside there from the NSX in the background. And we've seen these two go at it for a little bit of a while. It's very commonly just Porsches, no, not Porsches. See, the 991's confusing me. It's not a Porsche. The Audis and the Aston Martins, very commonly the two cars that are just fighting their way up, but to the outside then coming through turn number 6. Isn't going to happen around there. That is too long of a corner to make stick. But maybe the cutback and then switch to the inside. That was very neatly done. Very very nearly at the depth of the corner there. The latest moment, switch to the inside. They're going to run side by side and through this chicane, very elongated chicanes, more like sweepers. The 208 can hold it here on the left-hand side. They will have the inside for the hairpin coming up. Look at that NSX. It's looking to get through. It is a couple of laps down, several laps down, trying to get through, but the 208 gets through, makes that position work. Pushing out the 991, who ran a bit deep in that hairpin. Those positions now change then. It's the 208 then, but makes its way into P15. And is 11 seconds off the back of P14, that 404 car. A look to the inside, maybe for the Aston Martin. Has it outbraked itself? Quite possibly indeed it has. It got itself stopped for the corner. They're going to run side by side, coming towards the King. This is amazing stuff there, but I'm going to kill the auto director. The Audi had the inside there coming through the King, and I think will retain its position. Then the 404 car is in the pits from 14th, so that will give the places to the Audi and that 991 Aston Martin that we saw, and that's the Bentley going right into the barriers there, who ran a wheel on the right-hand side there, coming down the left-hander down the hill. I think put a wheel in the dirt, and around she went, straight into the barriers there, and that is Lohach then in the 67 car. That has gone careering into the barriers, lost of traction on the right-hand side, and that's all she wrote. Not a lot you can do there in those situations. You will get spatted out in a very unsightly manner. But thank you, Auto Director, for Auto Director, for just being so consistent with what you're doing. It's not idea.
Shout out my 10 months.
I did shout out your 10 months whilst you were away.
Yes. Good.
How dare you leave me? I had a panic attack when the server lagged.
Oh,
I thought everything had crashed.
No, I think they
It was
joined.
not idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
joined
it
and
was
rejoined
funny too.
the message.
Yeah. And all the cars were taking off into the sky, and I wasn't having a fun time about it.
Oh no.
I really wasn't great. But everyone calm down now. The race director, steward, is back, so no more naughtiness from you guys, please. He is now watching. The eternal Ethan will be forever watching, but we're still continuing this battle. The Audi is ahead of the Aston Martin. Managed to keep that stuck down the inside of that corner that we just went through on the previous lap as they get through some GT4 traffic. That is one of the McLarens then. I think actually the only McLaren in GT4. Quite possibly, as we look to the lead then, Ben Suzuki in one of the Audis, the 44, that's led from pole the entire time and has resisted that challenge from the 107. It's dropped back to just over 11 seconds from the leader. They were nose to tail for the majority of the first stint, but the 44 was just able to push away those times as it went, as one of the GT3s going very slowly on the apex. I think just getting out the way of everyone. There goes the 107 there. That been Stefan Cui then running all the way out and through the gravel, coming through the fun corner. Probably getting a little bit spooked by that Audi going pretty slowly, but I think that is it's not the 208, so it might be the 404 car then possibly, who was going pretty slow through there. I should really pull up my spotter's guide to find out who's who, as I will do that. But especially for GT3, the spotters guide is so large that you can't really find who's who when you're zoomed in. It's a nice problem to have, but it's all good. Number 12 car then under a little bit of pressure from the 107. It is about to be a lap down then, as it looks its way through. There are blue flags, and that's only purely to let you know that there is a faster car ahead. It's not like F1 where you have to get out of the way, and it'd be bad if the Ferrari did, because there is a Maserati, but nonetheless, there's a Maserati on the left-hand side, but nonetheless, the Lamborghini slides it through the middle, Maserati on the left, Ferrari on the right. Here they are, 3 Italian manufacturers. I had to just check that in my head then, that they were all Italian. That'd been pretty awful if I didn't check that right. So unfortunately, with the auto director, we can't actually see the bottom of the leaderboard, as the Audi almost ran to the back of the BMW there. Can't check the bottom of the leaderboard. So 24th through 27th, 28th, we can't see unless we are with a driver that is lower down the field, and then the timing tower will shift with it. It's just one of those things of auto directors because our broadcaster is currently away, so we're just running the auto director, and I'm simply narrating on it. And welcome Tom to the chat. Hope you're all doing well, and thank you all for joining us. If you've got any questions or any comments or anything like that, then please do let us know. We'll be happy to answer them and, talk about certain things. But the only thing you can't ask for is, can I see a specific car? Because I literally cannot control that. So just don't try, basically. I can't click onto to any car. Unfortunately, it's just how it is. Make our way through this second hour then, and we do have live timing up and running once again. There's a link in the endurance chat, so that is all going, and I will put a link then in the Twitch chat as well for you guys, just to make sure you guys know what's going on. So obviously, if you can't see those bottom cars, thank you, Randy, for asking to see a car. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. This is it's not even a number. We don't even have that car. Yeah, love it. But yeah, there should be a link there in chat. There you go, from Moy. So if you want to see who's at the in the last few positions, you now can. I will just take a quick break to send a couple of messages and stuff, and I'll be back in a sec. Ethan, take over. Thank you.
Oh, surprise. Well, shouting out the job on it. We have more people. I think it's just one of those weeks that everyone's either doing something, whether it be like vacation, night, day out, drive, whatever. Fair play. It's all fine and dandy. Currently on board, we're watching the 322. Really up in third place, even after that drive-through they had, so really didn't affect them too much. So, I don't actually recall if they hit yet or not. They would have had to by now easily.
GT3s would have won now for sure.
Okay. But yeah. Now we've switched to 92, taking 54 of the 18th car. Very nice delivery of the Kyalami car. Beautiful one. Beautiful. Around cars, not really a lot going on. The 44 actually lapping the 113 8th place. Man, they're really working pretty good now.
That's very impressive that they've already gone up to P8 in terms of lapping already.
Only an hour and a half in.
Yeah, it's shows the pace of this 44 car, and it's finally a challenger to that 107 car. We've been waiting for a few months for that to happen, but they're doing a stellar job, and they have a 15-second advantage over that Lamborghini. So it really shows the pace that they've got right now.
Yes, it is nice. I would like to see both teams actually go into our next endurance. Hopefully, a lot of these teams do continue over into our next endurance, but might see some new faces for that one as well.
Indeed.
How
Can
that
we
one's
talk
being
about
handled.
that more? That
Yeah, I mean it's already been announced and everything. I think
it's been announced, yeah.
Yes. So if you haven't seen it,
Lovely.
basically, us, GRG Esports, DRST, and OTL, we're all coming together and hosting a 24-hour race at Silverstone on the weekend of Halloween, so the 30th and 31st. Very exciting, and I think the longest race we, GRG, have hosted. I think the longest race you really can host on
12.
ACC. Well, yeah, 12 was Imola. Yes, this will be the longest one we will have hosted.
Yes.
Helped host. So do check that one out when it comes out. I know some teams are already starting to sign up, and I think it's for 25 teams sign up, and they do the donation entry fee thing to actually confirm your spot. I don't know. It's weird how they're doing that, but it is for charity, so do check that out. I believe it is for. Check to see which one it's for.
For the charity, it's for Cancer Research UK.
That, yes.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and it's good progression. Obviously, last November, last December, we ran the charity event with DSRT, the 12 Hours of Imola, and many monies were raised for. To be honest, I actually can't remember what charity we were running, but
it was. Oh gosh, I think it was.
Is it like the Little Princesses Trust or something?
No, I don't think it was that. I thought it was one of the St. Jude. I thought.
Ah,
I think that's what it was. But I think we actually doubled our goal on that one. Or like doubled.
Yeah,
we exceeded the goal by a stupid amount. Like, nice. Always great to see.
Happy amount, indeed. Here we go. I've found the post. It was a game to give. That's what it was for. It was raising money for people with type 1 diabetes.
Yep, that's what it was.
Yep, and much money was raised for that. So our first goal was $150. Obviously, we are quite a small community, but $150 is still, a decent amount. And we ended up with plus $400. So, yeah, a very wonderful amount there. And that was it was a small-ish event. It was a very good event, but it was still quite small. But, partnering once again with the RSRT and with, well, the sheer might that is OTL and the amount of people they have there, quite frankly, is it's going to be a very good one. Obviously, 24 hours as well. Who can resist a lovely 24-hour event? And the entry price, as such, I guess you could call it a price, is only £10. And that's £10 per car. So if you have 3 drivers or 4 drivers, you can split it if you need to, or if you want to, or whatever. But yeah, just a £10 donation, and obviously you are encouraged, I would say, to put in a little bit more if you want to, but £10 is all we're asking, and yeah, going to a lovely cause, and it will be hosted by us on our servers, I believe, and through the GRG. Yes, through the GRG Discord.
No, it's a separate Discord, is what it is. But we're hosting the servers
under our legs.
Yes.
That's it.
We are running the rules of the servers. DRST is the main commentary people, but we do have obviously you, Case, and I believe it was.
I think we'll be bringing over Rob.
Yep.
Mr. Llama, and maybe Christian as well, if he wants to do that or not. But yes, indeed, there's the wonderful team of DSRT, which will be leading the main comms, but of course we'll be integrating as well through that. And yeah, it's just a lovely sort of coming together of three very different groups, you could say. Obviously, OTL is very well known with the sheer might they have, along with DSRT, which is starting to become a big force and well known with the work they're doing for a lot of charities. Are just sort of like they're just like the good people. We love DSRT, and then obviously ourselves, we have I think we just crossed over either 500 or 600 members either this week or last week. So for us, we are ever growing. Indeed.
Yes, 600. Just crossed over 600 members.
Look at that. Getting bigger and bigger each and every week, and obviously these events sure do attract some people in. So yeah, very wonderful to see. And obviously we're all here for a common goal. We all like racing, and we all like the real cars. We all like the fake cars. So why not come together for good reason? I'm looking through a couple of other Discords, and Jean 2, Pardo, if you're still there, if you want to talk some cheese some more, I'm very happy to talk some cheese some more. But yes, indeed. Sometimes in these events, and obviously with my own personal experience coming back from a 24-hour event a couple of weeks ago, there's a lot of filler to be filled. It's an interesting skill to try and learn. When the cars get a little bit more spread out, but it certainly helps when there's something going on track, as we see the 13 car then, who was in 13th overall, then Bradley. So that's helpful to know. And they are 8 seconds away from P12 and 12 seconds ahead of P14. So they're a nice little bubble right now, just turning laps. That's basically what we do now for the next 2.5 hours is just turn laps to make sure you are in a good place for the end of the race. And it's like that with any endurance, 4 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, is once you've got through the excitement of the start, it is just consolidate that or build upon it. Just try not to lose any positions. It's the main aim of the game, and make sure you're in a good place for the come the end of the race where we are back with our leaders and 44 car, which is just got ahead of the, I think that's the 22 car. 22 car is down in last right now, or 19th actually, in GT3, so need to find out who they've lapped, possibly. See how they're working their way. We know they got past the 113 car in 18th not too long ago. And we'll see how they're making their way up. The number 7 then, which is a GT4 car. Just ignore the fact that it has the white box. It is a GT4. You can tell that by the blue triangle in the bottom right. But for some odd reason, it's got the pro colours behind it as opposed to the end colours. Yeah, it was like that in qualifying, and then we fixed it. And then
that was a different car. Yeah, that's the.
Was it?
I don't know. Yes, it was the
thought it was
515 that had the. Lady.
You scared it off one car onto another car.
Exactly. Apparently it did. So. Oh well. I really wish we used the like the national and the pro am and all those borders, but people like using the default liveries, which again no problem with, but those then get forced on whatever class you are, and you can't really force them to a specific class when it comes to that, which is kind of annoying. But oh well.
Yep, just one of those ACC things, really. But yeah, not the end of the world, I guess. It's just a little niggle.
Exactly, just like a visual thing. It's the 107 actually. They get okay. It's 15 seconds, and there's a big train here with the 113 and the 404. So they're all over the back of each other. Actually, I have timing saying they are 15 seconds back. That is like more like 0.1 second back as the 113 goes.
Yeah, a bit of contact there. The Audi giving a minor hip check to the Porsche, but I don't think the Audi did anything wrong. It was just taking its line, and I think maybe the Porsche thought the Audi would either back out there or take a bit of a tighter line than it did. Maybe a possible one for review if they decide to report that or not. But they haven't dropped too far back, and obviously Stefan Kui right in the middle of this now is probably a little bit scared being caught in the middle of a tight battle pack. It's always interesting when you're either trying to come up to lap someone or be overtaken by someone, and that person is in their own battle, and they seem to forget that you exist because they're focusing on the more immediate threat of the person they're fighting against. But
I do know one of the incidents. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying one of the incidents because of lap 2 3. That was actually an incident at the corner where one car kind of hopped the curb and the other car kind of squeezed them more so that way, and they kind of started racing it. So one of them spun around. It's just like, well, both were kind of both on your fault there. I post that link there.
You did. And isn't the report form in reports and fields? Is that not the correct one?
No, it is. It just, I don't know, issues they couldn't find it. I'm not sure why, but it happens.
Just copy the channel. Right there. There you go. Lovely.
Just in a message. Okay.
Out of the valley.
As the 22 and the 21 actually are battling for position now in GT4. I think this is second and third. As well as they've got the 18 there in fourth coming back on them. Oh, as the 22 for a 403 spins them. That will be a penalty. Indeed.
Some bigger class on class contact there. And yep, around she went, unfortunately. That's not ideal. And you're welcome, John, too, for the cheese comment. Always happy to please, but now the 18 is right on the back then of the Chevrolet. Looking through, and you'd like to assume that the Aston Martin's a little bit quicker through the first sector, being much lighter, much more lower to the ground, and well, both in terms of the actual size of, or the actual height of the car, but also in the ride height as well. The Camaro is taller, but it also sits a lot higher as well. So a very high center of gravity makes it a bit slower through the corners. It's also heavier too. It just doesn't. It's not geared up for corners, quite frankly, but it has a big V8 molder in it that sends it down in a straight line. Probably V6 to be honest, but or whatever.
I think it's the V8.
Yeah,
It's probably something similar to like
very
what
detuned.
Glickenhaus. Yeah, that's kind of what Glickenhaus got going on. They have like a twin turbo V8 in their car,
Yeah.
but it's very detuned due to the BOP, which kind of sucks. Yeah. Where was I looking? Lap. That was lap 50.
Camaro GT4. I'm gonna find out about the Camaro GT4. I'm doing a little bit of internet research.
IMSA probably has it on their website, being that it runs currently in that series.
Probably. You are right. It is a 6.2 liter V8. Jesus, what is it with Americans and having excessive literage and no power? This has been the
Dude,
theme.
I feel like you can make that a GT3 car. I think that's actually there's an R
Okay.
factor. There's a 2012. I think it's a pretty sure as well. Camaro GT3. It's probably built on the same platform. The car really doesn't change other than visuals, really. I mean, it's different what we put on it. But
It's starting at $260,000. That's expensive as well for GT4. That's GT3 money.
that's probably why no one runs it, and they only run it in IMSA.
That's probably why no one runs it. That's stupidly expensive. If you go on race fan, not race fans, if you go on to freaking, what's it called? What's that? That auction site.
The auction site. There's a lot of those.
Yeah, there's a specific one for racing cars. I forgot what it's called.
Oh, as they reported it, actually. Oh, it is 52.
They did.
Miscounted there. 113 and someone else. That was the 222. They got involved. And is it there?
Race Cars Direct. There we go. If I go on this website and just type in GT3, guarantee I'd find an almost current spec for something much, much cheaper.
Oh, probably.
Okay.
I mean, is that where exactly do you find that price?
Oh, what, of the GT4?
Mm-hmm.
I just typed in Camaro GT4. It's the first link. It's by Pratt Miller. I mean, I could just put it in. There you go.
That sounds right, Pratt Miller. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems like a notable guy. But yeah, $260,000, and I've already gone onto Race Department and found a Lamborghini GT3 Evo for £280,000. So the same price. One's a GT4, one's a GT3. I know which one I would buy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
What's that
If
about?
I had that kind of cash, I'd be doing those things. But,
If it had to go to a race car, surely it would go for the quicker race car.
yeah, quicker race car. But that requires more drivers. If you think about it. I mean, both series technically require 2 drivers. Because you can't really run a single driver GT3 series.
True.
Unless you do some like weird. Yeah.
Yeah, very surprised at how expensive that is. But yeah, that's probably why there's like 2 in existence or something, if that.
There used to be more. Oh yeah.
There's a few in America, obviously, but I think there's like 1 in in Europe.
The 18 actually trying to go around the outside of the 403, and they make it stick. Nice job there.
Yeah, took them extra lap to do it, but indeed they make their way ahead. Just about, and obviously that grunt of the Camaro down the straight line just was enough to keep it ahead. But like I said, the lap before gets those twisty sections in sector 1. It's pretty difficult to keep it behind. 221 car.
Oh no, that's next on him. So okay, I hate that their red dot, signifying live, just says next on it, but not actually. So 4. Okay, we still got like 2.5 hours ish for the series. Sorry, I was distracted by live racing. I was looking for seeing how many cars are running under, because I knew there was at least like 3 or so last year in the Camaro. Can I find cats? Teams and drivers. Teams. Discover the cars. There we go.
Find the cars. We're still here with the 221 car. It's doing an interestingly good job at keeping this 107 behind. It doesn't have to yield, but there becomes a point where it just seems to make sense, and it's a little bit frustrating for a lap down car to keep. They had
999 goes wide. Or not
double behind.
98 goes wide there.
Yeah, Graham Key. No, that was the Mercedes, not
Oh,
the
the
McLaren. So it'd have
Mercedes.
been the 66. Would have
666. Yes.
been Morehouse then. It was adventuring through the through that sort of wide hairpin. It's their first stint in the car, along with Graham Key. I believe it's also their first stint in the car after they switched out from their first drivers. Actually, no, I think Graham Key's actually in for a second stint. Actually, that
Yeah, I'm
car
not sure. I
having.
didn't watch much of that one.
Yeah, actually, I think that 98 car has maintained its driver. The 98 having triple driver lineup: Graham Key, Jared, and Mark Sutton. And the 66 only having two, so that'd be Jackson Sangalang and Andy Morehouse. I get Jackson's surname wrong every time. I genuinely don't know how to pronounce it. He tells me, and then I just
That
butcher
sounded
it.
right there.
Well, that's what I thought, but then I asked him, and he said something different, and I got confused.
Not sure what's going on behind.
There's
Too
apparently
wide
a
there
race.
behind. Not sure why the GT4 is finding that hard as we cut away now. I cut that out of the corner of my eye how hard that GT4 is battling for position. It's just like,
Oh, on the curve for the 101. And back behind it goes. But it'll dive down the inside anyway, so no love lost there. Was that a battlefield position? Don't think so. No, it wasn't.
no, it's GT4 and or no,
Oh,
yeah,
about the
Aston
big
Martins.
GT3.
Yeah.
No, there's three Aston Martins. They all look the same.
Yeah.
Just one slightly smaller.
It's the rear wing, just slightly different.
Yep.
Actually, not more Aston Martins. Actually,
Yeah,
one
it's,
trying
it's
to go
good to see the comparison here. If you've ever watched, whenever I've taken or when I took a friend out to Donington last year, the way I told them to look at the comparison was look at the Mercedes and the Aston, because those are the two that had GT3 and GT4, and it's like, well, there you go. You can clearly see a difference.
Exactly. I'd say it's identical, but it's not. In terms of the actual chassis, it's fairly similar. Besides, like the wing, but there's also weight differences in the actual setups in terms of GT3s. You can go more in depth compared to a GT4. You can only do like the standard one or two ways, and that's it. And you're kind of stuck with it. Which again, it's an entry level car. It's a feeder series car. You're supposed to do a lot with it compared to the GT3s.
Yeah, it's meant to be that entry into GT racing, just like the LMP3 is an entry into prototypes. But even that, they developed the LMP4, of which I think 5 exist in the
is that
in the Ligier
okay?
Cup, or whatever it's called.
Ligier.
Yeah,
That's just stupid. I feel like the problem is at that point you might as well drive a Radical or something in that realm.
Yep.
Something
much quicker. An SR8 would be much quicker.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like
Shame, because I saw that LMP4 on its debut at Donington on its first ever race, and it sounds really good. It was probably better than any of the LMP3 sounding cars, but it's just awful.
V6.
Yeah, I think it's a V8. It might be V6, but it sounded really good.
Yeah. They probably run the same engine throughout all the cars, just again different chassis.
And detuning.
Yeah, detuning it.
But if you ever look at a photo of the LMP4, it looks nothing like the rest.
No, exactly.
It's a very odd car.
What was it? Was it the LMP4 and the something else that they?
It's like the JS2. Something. JS2R. Because that's what it is.
It's a little road car thing, I think.
Yeah, it's like a little freaking it's just a little car, and that's all it is. It races that. A little car versus a very small, very slow LMP car.
It's like baby Michelin Cup. If you think about Michelin Cups, the LMP3s and the GT3s, which don't actually overlap, which is nice. However, when the LMP3s and GTEs get together, that's where the overlap happens. It's just like
I find that funny in the LMS.
I was watching what wasn't Spa this weekend? Was it Spa? It was last weekend.
We had Spa last weekend.
I watched that, and again, the restarts would happen where LMP3s, got spun at the start, and they're coming working through. You see the LMPs just blast by the G3s, like, okay, totally fine. LMP3s are just working with them, and it's just like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's interesting that sort of scenario. Obviously, GTEs are getting phased out entirely in IMSA at the end of this year. And then 2023, or was it 2024 they get phased out?
I believe it's 2023 was the last. is when they get
Last year.
phased in. Is when they get phased
GT3
in.
is coming to
Yeah.
2024. Yeah. Indeed, and obviously, well, interesting that GT3 is going to be at the face then on the biggest stage that it's ever had. Whether or not that'll drive prices up of an already expensive championship, I don't know. Maybe we'll have the same fate as GT1, but
Well, so GTEs, the problem is you had five or six manufacturers to think about it, because it's again Chevrolet, Ford, BMW, Porsche, Aston Martin,
Aston,
and Ferrari. Those were the six big ones. There weren't anyone else. And the problem was, again, there was a couple generations, the M6 and then the M8. Aston Martin went from the V12 to the V8. Porsche has just changed from the old, I think it was the 991 before that, and then they changed the 992 RSR.
Yep.
Ford just jumped in with their own car and said, "Hey, here's us coming in. Oh, goodbye." Kind of just built it for Le Mans, showed up for a couple of rounds, or a couple. They ran WEC a lot. They did run IMSA as well, but again, they kind of showed up for a few seasons and dropped out, kind of like the M8. And then Chevrolet with the C7 and then the C8. Those were the two cars you had. Or not two cars, but those were the cars you had compared to GT3, which you have like 10 manufacturers. You got Aston Martin, Ferrari, Ford, like similar manufacturers, but there's more of them because again, they can just throw their car and say, "Hey, I don't have to make it for a specific series. I can make it for 30 different series." Michelin Cup, GT3, SRO, IMSA. You can make it for just about anything, and it just works. It's just one of those classes that has been adopted throughout all series, and compared to GT, which was just a very niche thing, which again, customer racing is the only thing really keeping it alive at this point. There's not many factory efforts
Basically,
by many teams.
And that's saying, I mean, we had a factory effort at NLS today, the first Aston Martin factory effort in an NLS race, not a Nürburgring 24 race, in a good few years. Nicky Team and someone else, and they went out and won it today.
Yeah, I do like that.
Their first factory effort.
I did see that. I thought they did it actually a couple seasons ago or something like that. But it is nice to again see
in the Pro-Am, yeah.
Yeah. It's always nice to see more manufacturers show up in that, because that one's again more situated, because again, it's more local. I guess it's more German cars running. You don't really see Ferraris or all that much. Same thing with DTM. It's kind of a German run series, and that's what you get in a sense. But it is nice to see other cars kind of show up and be like, "Okay, we're cool. We're racing."
Yeah, there's no apart from obviously GT World. There's no other world stage for GT teams. Obviously, you can race locally in Europe or America or Asia, but unless you're doing the actual the Intercontinental Challenge, you don't go elsewhere in a GT3.
Yes. I mean, they are kind of local.
We'll just stay within Europe, obviously.
I feel like the European market's bigger for motorsport compared to the American. Asia has, again, their Super GT, which is, mad in and of itself. It's a crazy series. It's a fun one to watch. But there isn't really much of a world stage, as you say, for racing, which, does suck. And it makes some sense, just, again, how people are drawn into motorsport.
That's why F1 works so well.
Exactly.
Because
it's been around for a long time.
Yeah. And it's not just because it's the fastest car, it's because the marketing's done so right that you get manufacturers that want to go. It's the reason why there's only, 2, 3 privateers now?
That and money, but yes. Yeah, Haas, Williams, technically. But I mean, they're more a historic team. They use cars of their own, but then stopped because again, money happened. Again, that's one of the big issues with F1 is money. I mean, like everything makes the world turn.
Money is a big issue.
It's kind of just the problem with these series, and yeah.
Indeed. But I mean, obviously we've seen teams come and go in all sports.
Yeah.
it's good to see a good resurgence, especially hypercar as well. I mean, we all may hate it.
I like
But,
the idea of hypercar. It's I don't know, it
hmm,
could just be me, but I like the
might.
fact it's like old GT1 in a sense.
Yeah,
You know,
well, I do
990s
like the fact. I do like hypercar. I just don't like the fact that they're only a
5 of
second
them.
quicker than MP2.
Oh, yeah, that's just like
That's the issue I
FIA
have
and
with it.
ACO, BOP, and
Yeah.
again, that's just why.
Like, the
So screwed.
cars look cool, and that Peugeot coming next year, it doesn't have a fucking rear wing.
Rear wing,
That's
yeah,
cool.
it's just like
What's that about?
how does one make that work? Is
Yeah, how much underfloor downforce have they found somehow?
yeah,
to
they
allow
found
that to happen?
something, or there's got to be active error because I believe they said something in
They
the
allowed
rules that
that?
you can have. I thought in
Like one
some-
piece.
Yes, it can only be one part on the car that can be active arrow.
Yeah.
It wasn't explicitly said active arrow, but can move in a sense like similar to active arrow, like on a
Yeah.
Wyra
A deployable.
or- exactly.
Single
Yes, like
action. Yeah.
DRS, I
Fair
guess you
enough.
could say.
Yeah.
There's a rear
reverse
wing on that
DRS.
car, so
Yeah, exactly. Be interested to see how that comes. And there are what 8, 9 manufacturers signed up for that now. All of them coming by the end of 2024.
that is like
That's huge. We haven't had that in ages.
no, exactly, which is nice, and a lot of them are also doing the other effort of LMA
DH.
which is it's a lot easier to jump into because one, it's cheaper. Two, it's a spec it's I want to say it's spec chassis, but like you can get like the Lara or these groups like that can create the S for you, and then you kind of do your own changes to it. Again, that's how DPI is the way it is. I think in essence, it's a similar chassis, but they've made their own changes to it. I.e., like the Cadillac DPI is the Lara chassis, with specific changes to the rear wing and side pods and things like that. There's differences. Because I need to
It'll
find.
be interesting to see how they all converge and they work together, because obviously there has been a convergence. That was the big announcement before Le Mans.
Yep.
Was convergence between the two series and two rulings. So they're meant to be the same, but they're not. But they are.
And that's another thing that just
We
annoy
gotta
me.
figure that all out.
It's like, oh yeah, we have similar rulings, but like hypercars can't go to IMSA, but they can stay in
IMSA
WEC.
can go to- yeah.
Exactly. It's like, and part of it was more so a Glickenhaus block is what it was, because you gotta be like a manufacturer or something stupid, some stupid like underlying rule. And Glickenhaus was really mad about this, and I was too personally. It's just like, so we made this car. We can only run it in one series, but you've made this car and you can run in both series. It's kind of a stupid block, doesn't help racing.
Yeah, it's
Just
interesting. There's also one that separates the sort of European Asian market with the American market, which sort of makes sense, because obviously IMSA is a very differently organized championship compared to that of WEC. Hence why we have two Sebring events, one after the other, one for WEC and one for IMSA, because they are very differently run. And not just because of the cars are different, but they are just very different events. We are looking on the back here of Martin Schaefer, the Aston Martin, looking to the inside into turn 2. Might be able to get that move done. No, pulls out of it. The Moustache stays ahead for the time being, but the number 18 is looking ahead. Or actually, no, that was actually a potential lapping, actually, not full position. As the cars do get a little bit more spread out. We come up to 2 hours then into this race. We are a third of the way already. Time is ticking by pretty damn quickly. The cars, most of them finding their own little pockets of air, but you can see the 739, the 101, the 404 are all relatively close there at the top, or the top higher end of GT3. Everyone just sort of finding their place at the moment. Looks like Gavin Moore actually stayed in for another stint then on that second one, because Tad was saying that he was going to hop into the car, but nonetheless it seems like he hasn't.
No,
Apparently Randy saying that what is the C8 GT3 already out?
No. Well, that doesn't exist yet. But
Yeah.
no, he meant to say GT. But no, so Tad and Gavin, they do in-ring person swaps.
Yes, in-person swaps.
So technically won't be listed as who changes driver. You just gotta hope.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Which it's
I had
cool
that
to
in mind,
see.
and I
Not many people do it, but it is cool to see. It's probably that he isn't right now. There's probably a change in driving style. You can probably notice.
yeah.
Um, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I completely forgot they were related for a moment there.
But sorry, I was gonna mention about the C8R was that they couldn't run. They can't make one till next year. And by next year, I mean 2023. They can't actually have one running and going
Yeah.
until that point. And that's why they've actually gotten allowed from IMSA to D2 in their C8 to run in GT3 Pro, which is the new class replacing GT. Which why they're doing it, I don't know, but it's just basically all pro drivers is the only difference. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Especially for GT3, is
Oh, you're cutting out there. I think at least for me. At least for me. Oh, I think
for no, it's probably me.
yeah, I was about to say you definitely hit a hard cut out there for a bit.
I
So I was like,
believe
oh
I might be
no.
alive now. Am I
Yeah,
alive?
you're good
Can
now.
you hear
Like,
me? I'm good.
yes, this, yeah, you had a good
Momentary
like
gap
minute period. You
there.
was talking, was like, oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, just stopped
No.
mid-sentence. Don't even know what I was saying. Nonetheless, it's Aston Martin trying to put a lap then on the 208 Audi, as there's the 991 Aston Martins made their way into pit road along with the 666 car. But yeah, like you're saying about the more situations, very cool to see in-person swaps. I think they showed us a video once,
Yes, yes, I do.
which
I
was pretty
don't
cool.
have it with me, but I do remember they have showed that video somewhere before.
It's always interesting to see, but they do have quite a window. Pit stop is what 40, 50 seconds, so it's not exactly it's a huge rush to change, because also you are just hopping out a seat. You know, you don't have to get out of a car. Yes, I can see that, Ethan, but I don't think I know any German.
I
It's
don't know
not a
any
language.
German.
It's not a language I know. It's not.
Where's Gavin? Where's Gavin? Where they at?
Well, Yannick could do.
Yannick, true. Gosh. And
Which is
uh,
shame. Yeah, a couple of
where's
crashes here and there for a couple of you. I think the 66 has just had a game crash, so they'll have to hop back in momentarily. But, yeah, it's not been easy, this one, it seems, for a lot of people. A few issues here and there, but we're glad that we've got this event going. And it's swimmingly at the moment, but you know, look at it, it's daytime now. It's only 5
Yes.
a.m. and it looks clear as anything. You know, look, you can see that the headlights are clearly working on the Aston Martin, but it looks very bright. Like it's not middle of the day, but pretty bright. Interesting. And we do have cloud cover as well. Track condition at the optimum condition. Track and ambient have increased by a singular degree Celsius up to 21 now, so that's the minimalist change, but it's still a change. But yeah, it's just cloudy, it's just sort of overcast right now. Even with the beautiful South African sun, it is very cloudy, but it is very much coming into light, and I don't think we'll get a pretty sunrise with all the clouds, unfortunately, but does mean people can sort of see where they're going compared to 2 hours ago, where it was very, very dark and nothing much could be seen apart from your headlights in front of you.
Yes. I'm trying to see what's going on here. I think I was just slow and ended up getting spun around there. Yeah, it's drive through for that one, sadly. Maybe being a little harsh. It's
You get to
working
drive
as we
through
haven't
it.
seen many
You get
issues.
to
So,
Indeed.
drive. Let's load up there. No, stop that. Go ahead.
Is there a dog?
No. I clicked the wrong button.
Oh,
thing. But
you should
no,
get
so
a race rundown from your dog.
race rundown. Probably be
Yeah,
screaming at me. Is what he'd be doing.
yeah, that's entertainment right there.
It's pure entertainment. Oh, let me write this up real quick.
Looking at the back of this hefty rear wing, then on the Aston Martin, one of the cars that's got a bit of a larger wing there, very well incorporated with the curves of the Aston Martin at the tail. Obviously, the outer edges of the rear of the car do droop down, and you see how it's just sort of plonked quite nicely on there to have a straight wing as opposed to the majorly curved wings we've seen in the past for Aston Martin. They like to have a bit of a bend, and you can see there's a tiny bit of a bend at the leading edge on the bottom there of the wing, but it's very restrained compared to the V12 Vantage that we've seen in the past.
I didn't see who was driving at the time. Dang it. Yes, actually, yeah, I think it was just a, and I think actually in that period of time between when that car came out into the newer years, you can actually see how rear wings have changed. They've gone for more how they're actually mounted onto the car, where they've got that like weird arch thing mounted to the top instead of the bottom, as well as they've gone a little more curved and not flat.
You can see that in the GT4 Aston. It's very curvy.
Yes.
Same with the old Janetta as well. Both GT3 and GT4 did like a big curve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, little sort of increments in technology and advances and sort of ideas, just bringing it up a little bit closer. I'd like to know sort of like how much quicker GT3 has got since sort of 2011, 2012. You know,
I
obviously
believe
tires have changed, but
they're a little bit
everything
closer to
else.
GT2,
Mm.
maybe, I believe.
They've got to
You're
be
wrong.
a fair few seconds quicker. Obviously, with the Evo kits and the next generations, and what are we into the
Mm-hmm.
third, fourth gen of GT3 now? You know, they're coming at us thick and fast every 4 to 5 years. We get an update. So yeah, maybe there's I'd assume there's a bit of a pace improvement.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, just it'd be interesting to figure that out because obviously the tires have definitely changed, and that's probably where the biggest time gains probably come from.
But yeah, about to say tire compounds, especially changing. I don't know who was running at the time. There's probably actually tire wars as well. But
Yeah.
who was it? Trying to think. Pirelli is who's running it now, but I don't remember the life of me who was running it at the time. Yeah.
So he's still in IMSA, isn't it? Michelin.
Michelin, yes, they are the supplier,
makes
similar
sense.
to how Goodyear LMP2, but everything else is Michelin and WEC, which is just one of those weird things. Not sure why they do
You
that, because
see,
it's not like a tire war. It's just like
yeah,
they make good tires, I guess. I don't know.
you see that post from Michelin after Le Mans. It was like, we have led every lap, or we have won every race since like this time, and it's like, well, yeah, because you're the sole tire supplier.
You know, sold tire supply, which I mean,
Yeah,
fair brag, I guess, but it is,
you're the only competition.
that'd be like
You've won
probably
against
saying, well,
yourselves.
we've led the most laps in S-Row in F1. Again,
Mm,
like that's kind of why I like Super GT. They still got tire work.
yeah,
Basically,
they do.
you choose your tire supplier and you go with it.
But they're pretty fair, to be honest. There's never been one year where one's majorly better than the other.
Exactly.
They're
I
pretty
think it's really
close.
just down to tire warming and drivers and things like that. It isn't so much tire wars,
Mm,
just there for competition and breeding money essentially, which is again why competition is good.
yeah,
You run someone into
accelerate.
the ground, you then you're the only one who can judge prices, which is kind of annoying because people are
Mm,
kind of forced to buy the product.
true. It's the
Which
same
again,
thing with war. You know, war is the biggest driver of technology ever. You know,
yes.
and this the sad thing to say, but
Edge.
yeah, if there's a world war going on, then expect technology to take a big old leap because it will.
Exactly. That was during the Industrial Revolution. Really, it's kind of was kind of started by war, but again, that in World War II, you can see just he changes go up immensely as well. The factory productions like that, they just ramp up because they're supplying for this one sole thing. And again, you're the person that wins, obviously. So therefore, you want to boost your production, and you gotta have the best technology.
Actually, we went from biplanes to, you know, a Spitfire to a jet-planed bomber, the Vulcan, to freaking landing on the moon in the space of like 50 years.
And again, that was the moon one, at least. Luckily, it stayed as nice as it was in terms of no actual wars, just a grudge match, the Cold War. Just again, glad that's how that ended up, and not again nukes falling everywhere.
It was a dick measuring contest as opposed to an actual war.
Yes, and no, it's really just who would press the button first. Who would do? I mean, that's where Castro and I don't remember who was Russian minister, whatever you call them, their leader at the time, who was, but the crisis, the Cuba crisis. Can't remember for like the exact name of it is, but that was one of the big ones that was really close to all out nuclear, crazy. But yeah, that's just one of those things. War is interesting. It's the 403 actually entering the pits now. Oh, you're in and out again, Dom. That's Dom's figuring out open. He's disconnected. Okay, I guess I'm the only one on the commentary team right now. Usually I'm not in the commentary booth. I'm usually in the race store. Doing my own thing, chilling out. But no, so far a very clean race by all drivers. Where am I? Oh, it's the 12 has a spin there. Ooh, hold the brakes there, keep it smooth. I think it's about turn 15 there. They think they just took them at speed, either hit the curb. I didn't see exactly what happened, but they got around there at turn 15. Glad no one really involved in the incident. They go wide here. Messing my words here. Again, rubber on the tires, dirt on the tires. Not really what you want to have happen there. Glad that's a very clean incident. Just a spin and nothing else. Yeah, did see the 125 actually dive into the pits there. They are still working through the GT4 field. They've got 2, probably 3 more to lap after they get out of the pits here. Yeah, I'd say there's a couple of the GT4 leaders are coming through, so they're gonna have to work their way back through that. As the 666 is actually in the pits as well. Just noticed that one. Yeah, 404 leading with the 107 chasing them down. I think the gap has actually grown 20 seconds now. It was 15 seconds when we last saw. And my mistake earlier, actually, I just now realized it. Actually, realized it earlier. But anyways, the cars that were batted was actually the 221 and the 113 and the 107. Those were all cars close together, and it resulted in 113 going off there. But gap is staying relatively the same with, advantage on the 404. The 44, sorry. So, yeah.
So many numbers.
Yes, all the numbers.
All the numbers. But yeah, they've
Otter Sky wouldn't help me.
Aye, indeed. But yeah, they've held the lead since the start, and yeah, they're pulling away from that 107 car. It's edged out, a couple of seconds every 10 minutes. It's gradually coming out. It's taken 2 hours and 15 minutes for it to get to 20 seconds. That shows how slowly that gap has increased over time. But they've been doing it. The Maserati gets a lap back then on the leading GT4 car then. So I think that Maserati is now back onto the lead lap, just very far off the back of the leading car. I think in GT4.
As Gavin does confirm, his Tad was a little wide there. That Tad is in the car by his message, actually saying, great driver him so far, which is nice. Again, usually sometimes they get run-ins. Not so much their fault as it's just GT3s.
Yeah, we do joke about Tad being the slower, more am driver, but
Hmm.
to be fair to him, he's doing a very good job at making sure that they keep Gavin's lead
Yeah.
from the start of the start of the race. You know, Gavin edged out the maybe a 20-second gap or so, if not a little bit more, maybe. Come
Let me
the come the
confirm
end of
that
that
gap.
first stint, but it's like 14-15 right now, possibly.
Yes, 15-ish seconds
Mhm.
is the
Yeah,
gap
so
between them and the 403. But 403
yeah.
actually, 403 started the drive-through already. I was losing
And we'll
there.
see over the next 45 minutes, yeah, how much that does come down, if it even does. And yeah, Gavin Moore is certainly improving every single race he attends, and it's good to see that talent is getting ever better. There's the 221 goes around the outside of one of the Aston Martins, nice and easy through turn number 9. As a
Hmm.
guess, I genuinely have no clue, but it carries on.
Where's the track map? I believe you're correct there. Yeah, 8 is 9 is
Educated.
that. 8's the left hand and the right's, or 9 is the downhill right.
Yes, the
Downhill.
educated guess.
Right on, for the most part. It is,
Okay.
the 24 does drive that GT4 car all the time whenever they do races.
It
Interesting.
is the
Oh,
car.
sorry.
Yeah, it's their car, and well, Gavin owns a couple of BMWs.
Mm-hmm.
So does
X3,
Tad,
I
I
believe.
believe. Yep, they are a very big BMW family in general. So it makes sense that they would go for one. Naturally, they are big fans.
The when it comes to the next race, it's gonna be interesting because I think they can actually run that. It's actually available that weekend. It's gonna be interesting because that one is GT3 only. He's like,
Yes.
yeah, I gotta find, as well as, I mean, finding another guy, which they know a friend, so that's good. But the finding a car that will suit them is really the bigger issue when it comes to that. So we'll see. See how if they end up doing that one or not. It would be nice to see again their pace in GT3 because Gavin
Yeah, and
can. I'm sorry.
they spent so long in GT4, those two. Obviously, Gavin does do other events in the GT3 car, but certainly for Tad, who's in the car right now, is spent so long in GT4 world that yeah, it's gonna be quite an interesting progression to see how he learns to adapt to a faster car in general.
Mhm.
And yeah, not just that, but obviously the characteristics as well are very different. Also, you can stick with the BMW
Yes, you
maybe to get
can.
some familiarity, but that car is so wildly different. One to GT4 and one to any other GT3, so it'd be interesting to see if they even do stick with that car.
Yes. I believe last year when we ran Imola, they actually they squeezed the 403 out there, the 113. At Imola they ran the BMW. Weren't all that good. I mean, I think that was just driver experience again they've gained over the year now, which is always good to see. But as we have a spin, not sure who that is. Can't
Final
quite
corner,
tell. Yeah,
67 maybe.
66.
66
66.
is the USS Narmada, which I think is a hilarious name.
Yes, I love that. How I love the little just like play on words that they did with that.
Yeah,
You know?
it's that's a good one there. With, Jackson and Andy Morehouse.
What was
Obviously,
the
they've just
60?
come
Oh,
back
it's a
from there.
68 actually.
Oh,
Is it? I don't even know. What's Pitlink saying? What do we got, Pitlink? 68. Who is the 68 car?
68.
Oh, wait, there's two more. Eh, okay. I
I can't see a
realized the issue.
68 on my list.
Oh, I was about to say they did do the M6 GT3. Yes.
Unless, hello to everyone in chat. Hope
Yeah,
you're
I think
doing
the
well.
68 is when Andy Morehouse rejoined, it created them a new car, which is stupid, but
Okay.
ACC things. Yes, as Gavin did confirm there in the chat, he said, yes, they did do the M6 for the 12-hour.
There
He
we
does
go.
say Tad should be a lot better for driving the GT3, so.
Well, I'd like to
Thank you.
hope so after a year, but he hasn't got
Exactly.
worse. So, no,
We
I'm
did
sure
do
it'll
some
be
of our.
good.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I don't know if they could recover the data, but maybe they could see or maybe if they, I don't know if we have a VOD of the stream or not, or maybe if they,
Oh gosh,
I don't know,
no. Actually, on
could-
YouTube, maybe.
yeah, maybe on YouTube, if they could find somewhere the data of maybe qualifying or something, or maybe a race lap or something, maybe they can figure out which ones were his. He could probably have a better comparison to see how much he's improved. Obviously, that's going to be like finding a needle in a haystack, but it could be doable.
Yes. Hello there. Gosh. Dieter. I mispronounced that, but yes, welcome.
Dieter.
I don't think that's what it is. It's the American pronunciation there.
At least there's some love for the Camaro.
Yes.
I'm surprised at that, but
I had when doing our GT4 series. That was one I liked to drive. I just couldn't get to work out. It was, fun to drive on like base setup, but I couldn't get just anyways.
well, didn't Solomon win the championship in that car?
Believe so, yes.
Yeah. So it's not like it's a slow car. It's just
No, exactly. You just gotta know what
different.
to do with it. Anyway, that was good fun to drive. I think I ended up actually switching to a Porsche championship racing. But yeah, Camaro, it's good fun. Different, that's for sure. Again, I think the only car similar to it with the engine style would be the Aston Martin with the V8.
Yeah, makes sense. That gap for the lead though in GT4 has come down to 11 seconds, so it is coming down. Then that Camaro's got the pace right now. It seems over the 24 BMW. So yeah, we might see a bit of a change there.
Yeah. Apparently, we need to do more laps at Kyalami, or more races at Kyalami for Tad, because it's a lot closer in time. As he's, normally, Gavin said, normally he's like 5 seconds slower, but now he's like only 1 or 2, which is again a big improvement. Massive that.
Yeah, that is a huge improvement to find 2 or 3 seconds like that. You're saying in the interview earlier that you spent a good hour last night just following the ghost of Gavin, which is a very helpful tool actually. Something you can't do in real life, obviously. That's a great way of learning because you can physically see how the car ahead or the faster car, the one you're chasing, is working and how they're using the track, and you can see the brake lights when they turn on, and you see you can basically just copy them, and it's also found them a lot of time, which is good. If it's made that pro-am sort of partnership a bit more pro-silver maybe, and then they can become very hard to beat in the future, that's for sure.
Yes. Zoned out there for a second. I heard the first part of the interview. I just dipped out. But yes, following ghosts. That's something I think that helped me when we were doing things for GDM actually. So following hitting those marks, hitting those corners, getting that in. And usually what I do with races is I try and find a lap. Like, okay, this is my lap. Just consistently try and hit that lap. Not pushing the limits, but just, doing what I can to hit that consistent lap and getting those consistency to just hammer it in. Because you've got it down, you've got it remembered.
Exactly. It's saying this 22 car is right behind the 666 car for position, which I think it is, but apparently the 666 is in the pits, so I'm a little confused. That one, but I'm pretty sure that's the 666 car ahead of them.
Let me look at the
if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, it's not. That's the 29 car. They're very similar.
Yes.
Cars.
Weird. Not sure what's going on there with ACC. Probably just.
It's a little bit confused.
Regardless,
who's switched away.
Actually, that's something I usually see with R Factor. Is it usually saying after you exit the pits, oh, is the Aston Martin. Big move there.
Yeah, that'll do.
Close to that Porsche for comfort. But no, one thing I do see all the time with the R Factor and its overlays, it sometimes confuses you when you're in the pits and when you're not in the pits. Is it goes wide here. Keep it smooth, keep it safe, don't hit anybody.
And hit it. Oh, did it hit it? I'm not too sure.
I don't think they hit it. They got pretty close. That's for sure.
They got very, very close there. Jeez.
Go away now.
Yeah, wow. Indeed, the 13 car then loses out to the 993 after just making that position, almost running into the back of one of the BMWs. There, that was a pretty scary moment. The 515 has dropped back from being in P2 down to P5 in class. So something's obviously happened to them.
So,
Actually, no, not P5,
yes,
P6 in class.
they got spun. They were in P2. That was the 403 that hit them.
Yes, of course.
And they ended up being spun around. So that is what happened to them. There was a drive-through awarded for that. That was kind of, just, in my opinion, iffy incident. Abe kind of had slow and exit, at least from what I was seeing. She was slow and exit and then just ran to the back of them. But yeah.
Yeah, these things happen indeed.
No, don't open up this. Thank you. For GT3 fields, kind of moving in and out of these GT4s again.
Yeah, again.
Cut away now between the
in it.
GT4s.
Camera gets a little bit confused. Here we go. See Gavin / Tad Moore. Just chipping away.
No
Gaps
longer.
come down to yeah, no longer once again.
At the 44 is at the 221. I don't know.
You sure?
221, I think is what I saw. A glimpse of my eye there.
Here's 403 gets past that 515 car, which we were just talking about a moment ago. And they're in their pursuit of the 24 car. It's now down to 6.6 seconds, so it's coming down quickly. But yeah, maybe like Gavin said just a moment ago, it's not coming down as quick as it used to compared to previous months. You know, it's Tad has found some decent pace there to hold on to that lead for longer than he can. That 125 Honda is making its way still through the GT4 pack. Eventually, it'll get through, but it'll take a little while.
I'm not sure why I know why it happened, but it's annoying that it happens. Just the way the ACC designates how drivers join the server. But 666, or not 666, the 66 will now lose all their laps, and then we'll have to have them added up after the races. Craziness going on there. The 221 getting close in the 24, but the 98 going wide there.
Yeah, I think it was just letting the GT4 go through, seeing that it was a class blue flag. Just trying to be a bit polite, possibly, but yeah.
Possibly,
sort of speak to the Audi a little bit.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't advise it at all. But yeah, it certainly speak to the Audi a little bit, as it almost ran into the back of that 24 BMW.
As we still got about 32 minutes till the halfway mark in the race, which does signify the first point scoring of the event. With anything longer than 6 or 8 hours, depending on how long the race is, points will be split up at the halfway mark. So if it's something like 3, 6, 9, or 12 hours or more, I think it's like just 3, 6, and 9 is where it gets split at the 3-hour marks. But if it's 4, 8, 12, or more, it gets split at the 4-hour marks. So in this one, we'll get first point scoring at the 3-hour mark. So the halfway mark. Which could throw, I don't know who's currently leading the championship, because again, we add up the points over the race, or all the races. So currently, standings have the 107 is leading the championship by about 8 points. Don't expect that to change anytime soon. But GT4 leader, believe, yes, is the number 5 car. Or not number 5 car, the 24 car. And they're leading by only 6 points, surprisingly. And I think it's the Maserati team that actually has the
Apologies for that. My brother just called me to let me know he's going to bring my bike up in about 2 hours before I start my my Uber Eats adventure into the world. That's going to be fun. So that's all a big send to the inside for the Aston Martin. Made its move pretty clear on the 403, but I don't think the Chevrolet was all too pleased about that. That gap down to sub 4 seconds then, coming ever closer to the lead in GT4. Hopefully the auto director does a good job and stays with us. I'd hate to break away from it just as the battle's about to begin.
Mm-hmm. As who knows where it's going? It's actually, oh no, I was gonna say it's the car in the middle of the two right now, but now it's jump behind them. So, yes. Wait for that response. Sorry, the 68 realizing another issue. And I'm hoping if all works well, it just created them as a new entry, and all the drivers can still race.
Yeah.
Which hopefully would be correct, but I don't know. Who knows?
Have to figure that out pretty soon.
Yeah.
About what's going on with that.
I haven't dissected iRacing's team system. It's very weird and very different. There's a lot of things I really dissect about iRacing, general concept stuff. For a factor, the entry of the system, their team system is basically you joining the driver. Doesn't matter, they can be whatever. And they just pass the car along to another. Ooh, the 24 scares the 44. That's gonna
be a penalty for the 24 for sure.
Probably,
right there.
Yes.
Fortunately, there it looks like Tad was going back to racing line there, but unaware that there was yet another GT3 already basically there. You know, he was already there. I mean, he could have done it, you know, moved back onto racing line, but it was the way he was sort of violent about it in the 24 BMW. He was very sharp move to the right-hand side there. You know, if he'd done it a bit earlier and a bit more gradual, maybe been okay. But yeah, very quick, very violent move then. Yeah, as you can see there, the 44, the leading GT3 car, got spooked big time there, and had to take avoiding action straight off into the gravel. That probably costed 3 or 4 seconds. But now look, here is then Nicholas right on the back of the BMW for the lead in GT4. There's an Audi in the way. It's the same Audi. Is it going to be PTSD from time before? We'll be able to get through that BMW pretty easily. Here comes Yannick Rambach then, who's got into the car then, who's going to fight his way up then to the 44 car. That gap is now halved from 20 seconds to 10 seconds thanks to that little bit of drama then between the 24 and the 44 of the auto director. We can see him just ahead then. If the auto director could switch to that, it'd be wonderful, but you can see it, but the Camaro is still behind the BMW at the time being. Camaro good in a straight line, as is that BMW to be fair, but the Camaro does have a bit more of the legs in a straight line, but looking to the outside, maybe to the inside. Not this time around, it's close, it's half a second back. It's probably a little bit closer than that actually now, as we'll wait to see if the Camaro can get it. We know it's quicker, but getting past is a entirely different thing than actually getting up to the back of someone else. They have to let these GT3s go through, and indeed they will around the outside. They've got the grip to do that. It's pretty easy for them. Tad don't swing up too much, but the Camaro's going to take a more ideal line. Going to have the inside then for turn number 7. We'll see it in the back of our shot then. Indeed, they run side by side as we switch completely away. I'm going to look at the track map. You know, I'm zooming in, mate. I can't see anything, but yeah, I can't tell.
Pit wall. Pit wall. Let's see what Pit wall's got to say about this.
Pit wall could do something, but it's kind of slow to update sometimes. I'm going to look at the little updating and the freaking timing tower. They were 2 tenths behind at the last sector split. We will wait for them to come across at the next sector split and see where they come ahead.
Wait, I've got it. Where's this? It's really slow. Oh, the 403 has gotten ahead of the 24.
Indeed, it has. They have updated 403 ahead then, as you say, of the 24. 1.2 seconds already bridged the gap. And that 403 is going to drive away into the distance, it seems, over this second stint. But yeah, thank you, ACC, for not showing us that. And apparently the Camaro going for its double stint on tyres at the start. So hence why maybe it was a little bit more favorable in terms of pit stops. Maybe that's how it gained all that time during the pit stops. Because obviously it was sort of mid-pack compared to the others, but maybe a much shorter stop for it then. I was able to gain that time, but taking the double stint of tyres, in theory, much slower tyres than obviously if they've already done an hour of running. We don't know what the 24 had done. Possibly new tyres, I would assume so. But we'll wait for that to play out. We're almost halfway through this race. 2.5 hours done, 3.5 to go. We're letting everything play out. Still quite a few cars in contention with each other. You know, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th are all within 10 seconds of each other at a maximum. So they're all pretty close together. The 208 is still trying to hunt down the 99 car. Kyalami is doing a spectacular job, along with himself and Theodore Ensbury, in that 99 GT3 car.
Yes, the bumblebee machine.
Indeed, the bumblebee machine. If we could get one of those race room boys in, and then use
I
the
think it's
what?
a Hornet. Yes, I would like to. I don't know.
I wanna,
Might
I
be able to
wanna
get the
watch.
66 team in, because
What you mate?
may or may not be able to race or not. Might be able to verify. I'm not sure. Hopefully they will. Otherwise, that would suck.
Because I'd like to ask them about
fix it.
Indeed. Yes, also that would be helpful, but we'd certainly like to ask them about the comparisons between race room and ACC.
True, yes. This is a new sim for them.
Mm.
I think they've probably driven it a little bit before, but I think this is their first actual major race in this game in comparison to, you know, the constant racing they do all the time in race room. You know, the weekly, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, they're not a. Yeah, they're not exactly afraid or new to longer races. Obviously, every Wednesday they do it in about an hour and a half. GT4, they have their own GT4 championship running right now, so they're not afraid of GT4s, and they've done GT3s plenty of times before. But you know, it's a different game, so also it's not going to feel the same.
Especially with these ones.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I was speaking to a few of them. They're saying they've done the 15-20 minute quick races, and that's it. This is their first. This is their first time they've been in the car for about an hour and 5 minutes. They've not done it before. Yes, they might have done it on like the practice server or in a single player, but not in an event, basically.
Yeah, 738 going very off track to make that overtake stick. Make it work somehow, but
yeah, that
tries. Yeah, ACC and Racer and GT3s vary in terms of the newness and how many there are. Because again, DTM license is really the only way now they can actually technically get new GT3s about ADAC. But the physics are different in the games. So from what I've heard, people say they like these physics and force feedback levels in this game better than others. But people like racing more than others. People like other games. Just it's personal preference.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste.
Yeah. One just ACC thing that I've heard a lot about was the fact that you've got to get tires right. If you don't, you kind of just SOL. Good luck.
Yeah, basically, yes. And a couple of chats with either Theo or Theodore about how they're Theo.
Dumb, or is that just me going no? He goes out. Okay.
And I'm alive. We're good to go.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, speaking to Theo Lufa about tires and the brakes and suspension values and things like that. And yes, they have that in race room, but certainly tire pressures are not a big factor in race room. It's probably the one thing where it fails is tire grip in terms of heat. It doesn't really do that all so well, and also brakes as well. You can't change the brake pads, but it's something new to them here, and yeah, it's a steep learning curve.
Hopefully they chose the right ones, because they shouldn't need to change them, but
Yeah, I think someone put another member in their Discord told them which ones to put, basically.
good.
And they were like, good, thank you, because they had the
Don't touch forward unless you're doing qualifying runs. Even then, don't, because they're technically like a testing brake type of thing. Like hot lapping nonsense. Don't use brake. You have one, which is more the sprint-esque brake. You can use it for longer races, but I probably wouldn't do anything over 3-4 hours with it, to my knowledge. Then you have brake pad 2, which is the more endurance style. You get up to 12 hours out of it, maybe more if you're really good on it. You can probably make a 24 if you're really, good on them, but not likely to play at the Switch. And then you have 3. Don't usually touch those unless you're in the wet. Those are very much the wet brake pad, as well as they can go over 24 hours, but I would not run 24 hours on them because they just don't stop.
Yeah, they're a bit temperamental. Big dive from the 22 there into the hairpin, getting past one of the Aston Martins, one of the 99 cars. I'd assume that's what they were.
A lap back then, I'd assume.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Continuing this battle for position, the 101 I think is actually now ahead of the 738 car. Correct me if I'm wrong, I might well be, but I'm not too sure. But nonetheless, these two are running pretty close to each other. The 45, also an Aston Martin, just coming through the back of a shot there. You just saw, and then just behind that as well, the 992, another Aston Martin. So we've got 4 line the stern right here, 4th through 7th. And they're all converging, it seems, on this P4 position. Yeah, Aston Martins are super popular, it seems, this time, along with the Audis.
I mean, I'm surprised the Audis. I think the Audis just.
I'm surprised at the Audi, yeah.
That car's a difficult car to drive. You can get that thing to work. You're a magician. Just in my eyes, anytime I've driven that. You go through high speed from, let's say, great strength. Ascari, definitely there. It tries well sometimes, but then it just doesn't. It just, decides, I'm going to snap for no reason. And here we go. You're just like, oh, okay.
Ooh,
oh, it's the 125 that's around there.
Yep. Yeah. As they've just made their way into out of the GT4 pack. Now they are now
clear now. Yep.
Yeah, finally out of it. Now 4 laps down in GT3, but they are clear of all those GT4 cars. But yeah, a bit of a spin there. So a bit of a day to forget for them, but I'm sure they'll keep going and keep learning, understand how the car works, and obviously, Honda is a bit of a left field choice, but nice to see a bit more representation everywhere we go. There should have been a Ginetta here, which I was very happy about, and now very sad.
Surprised that Ginetta would have been able to keep up down the straight, that's for sure.
I qualified on pole, man.
Oh, it did, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean...
Things quick.
Yeah, it's surprisingly quick. Yeah, so the Honda, for me, is a nice car to drive, just slow. Again, kind of like McLaren, you gotta work that car with a good setup to actually make it fast. McLaren's a little bit more difficult in terms of, from what I've told you, gotta stick to the racing line and the racing line only. Otherwise, good luck getting to actually do anything well. Aston Martin, good middle ground car, kind of average, good at everything, and even the setup can be really good fun. What do we got? Ferraris? I haven't driven the Ferraris much after they updated the tires, especially when they introduced the new one. I just haven't touched it much. Very squirrely for my liking. I don't know. But again, it used to be stable, but would step out occasionally. But it does a lot of nonsense that I don't like anymore. It's annoying. What else we got in here? Lamborghini. Good fun to drive that one. I do like that one as well. One of my top cars to drive. Pretty good on default, and especially if you know what you're doing setups, you can definitely get that car to drive well. Porsche. That one is a madman car. That's for sure.
It really is.
Like, you've got to have, set up as well as just know how to drive a Porsche to drive that one. It's always a difficult car to drive.
Yeah, it's the same in all games as well. Like, the Porsche is just the one.
Surprisingly, in Racer, I like to drive the Porsche. It just drives well. I don't know why. It doesn't drive like a Porsche, at least in terms of the crazy snappy oversteer nonsense that it does all the time. I don't know, I don't get that. Bentley was a nice car around it, and then they kind of just changed the tires and kind of just killed it for me. Yeah, no thank you. It's also just really wide, really big car. So,
when you say wide, look at the stick on the bottom right of this Porsche. Oh, it's gone.
Yes.
It says wide vehicle.
Wide vehicle, yes. I think they're all.
Indeed, it is.
very similar in terms of widths. I think it's just Continental's longer
Hmm.
than these cars. Same thing with the
Yeah,
insane.
it's just a big car. Yeah. I've seen the Bentley at Donington a few times, and it's just big.
Yes. It's kind of
Nothing
like
really much to say about it.
the Ford GTE, new one.
Mm.
Just a very long car.
Yeah.
It's surprising. Like people say, "Oh, the M8's big." The thing compared to the Ford is the Ford is actually the longest of the GT cars at the time. The M8's just wide and looks
Yeah.
big and chunky.
Yeah, it's certainly how it's perceived on camera can really have a big effect. Because like obviously, I mean, the biggest illusion of them all is looking at the LMP1 car and going, "Oh yes, they're smaller than a GTE car," but if you stand next to one, they come up to your waist. They're
Well, yeah,
tiny.
yeah. That's the thing is I like always look at these like this is actually really small, and
Hmm.
I'm like, how in the world?
Yeah, and you see it coming down or you see like an LMP1 car come down the Mulsanne, and you go, "Okay, car. It looks like a normal car on the road."
Exactly.
In terms of size, but there's a very popular graphic out there by Toyota comparing their
Yes.
LMP1 and a GR Yaris,
And a
and
Hilux. It's got like a
yeah,
lot of the
and
same amount of cars.
you can see visually how much smaller they are, and you don't really believe that until you actually stand next to one.
Hmm.
They're ridiculously small. Same with F1 cars, they are very small in terms of height. They're just longer
Wide now.
and well wide now as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they
Wide
are,
on the tires. I mean,
yeah, very low down cars. The only thing that gives them height is their airbox on the roll hoop.
yep.
If not, it would be a very small car indeed in terms of height.
Mhm.
But yes, wide boys,
Wide.
wide and long.
What was when the Bentley won the Bathurst 2019?
Mm.
I think it's the last time Bathurst was hosted, sadly.
Yeah, I think so.
Um, but gosh, that was where they basically took the BMW meme and they transferred it to the Bentley because it was kind of unstoppable. Got a puncture, just like haha, luck stopping me. We still won the race.
Yeah.
As we see, racer, can't think of his name.
Oh, Risa,
Um,
yes.
yes, SRT.
SRT. But you're right. I can't
He's
actually
in the
remember
waiting room.
his real name. We'll bring him in. There he is.
He can
From
remind us.
can't remind us. From I assume the
Total race
515
team.
crate.
No,
No,
wait, the 12.
No,
no SRT.
no,
I'm
It's
thinking.
on his name, Dom. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah. I read his name and then I just blanked his name.
well, the
Never mind.
515 is currently
515.
also under the management of Nissan.
Exactly.
Okay.
See, there was a correlation. I knew it.
There
Not
it is. Okay,
completely
fair
on a
enough.
mad one.
I just made the livery, so I made the car look nice.
Okay.
It's a lovely car indeed. But for you anyway, how's it going in your camp?
Rather fine
45.
after double stinting the tires already. So getting that out of the way. Car felt actually nice.
That's ideal.
Yeah, not having many problems. Dodging lots of cars actually throughout the race.
Yeah. What place are you guys in now? Why can't I see on the time?
P10.
Currently P10.
There
Yes.
it is. Yeah, it's in the middle of the pack, so it's neither the best, I guess, but it's not exactly the worst either. You're doing a very solid job, and you've maintained that place or that sort of area from sort of P9 to P13 the entire race. So you're matching up against your closest competitors.
Oh yeah, show was actually quite fast after the pit stops.
Mm.
But to my surprise, I was holding on to the top 5 kind of pace, but I guess that's also people taking tires and stuff. But other than that, it was fun to some degree because some people are just really aggressive. And I mean unnecessarily aggressive when it comes to the driving. Like being lapped by the P2 Lamborghini and just them forcing free wide moments coming out of the SE section to the hairpin. Not the brightest move, not gonna lie.
No, of course, obviously you predict what they're gonna do, but when that does happen, you sort of have to accommodate it, unfortunately. But yeah, maybe they realised it wasn't exactly the smartest thing to do, either. But obviously, like you're saying about the tires, also you do have to do a couple of double stinting. Um, is that something you're common with? Something you know how to do in the SRT world?
No, we have never double stinted the tires. We kinda did it once. It was like last year at the Imola 12 hour.
Ah, of course.
But that was because we forgot to change the tires during
Nice.
the brake failure we had.
Oh,
The brakes faded away, we scrambled, got the
Ooh.
car to the pit lane, forgot the tires, and we got a puncture through that as the beer car just spins around.
Indeed, beer car is around. I don't know if he was helped there. That's going to be one for the steward of Ethan Lawrence.
hopefully,
Indeed.
hopefully not, because
Oh, and he's
Okay.
gone, and he's back. Nonetheless, yeah, bit of a spin there for
Yeah.
that BMW. But yeah, obviously, like I say, you haven't had to double stint in 9 months, basically, which is
Yeah.
a very long time. And is that something you have to relearn it? But how are you finding the difficulties? Because obviously the tires are designed to go 2-3 hours, but it's all about keeping them alive and keeping them in a window which actually work. Which if you're doing a 1 hour stint, you don't really care about.
I did not. What are you doing, Audi? uh, Nothing, just Audi spinning off of our car. Well,
Huh?
I wasn't thinking about double stinting at the start because Felix was supposed to take over after me for the second stint, but we were just chatting along and thinking about maybe we should take the double stint while it's not as hot. It's Kyalami, it can get quite hot. So now it like 5 laps until the pit window was just like, yeah, I'm gonna do it, and it wasn't that bad actually. Like
Yeah.
for my second stint, I was able to do about 44s, like 44.5-ish lap time. And I was surprised because I was keeping up with the P4, the 101 Aston Martin. Oh, and there is more Aston Martin battling going on.
Indeed, many Aston Martins.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, and also,
somehow
well, you're the only Ferrari, so what led you to choose the Ferrari?
I just like the Ferrari.
Just like the Ferrari. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Can't
I like
argue with that.
the looks of the car.
Like the look. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
it suits
yeah.
me
Can't argue
basically.
that. That's
But
fair enough.
I somehow became target for the Audis at the start of the race.
I mean, there are a lot of them. Same with the Astons.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just casually being bonked by the Audis. Managed to survive that, but Shane did not survive chase for the P9 with the Porsche. I just so close and just took the curb. Just took the sausage curb a little bit too much while trying to chase lap time.
Yeah, it's easily
Other
done.
than- But yeah, other than that, happy that there is no big damage or something like that happened. So it's going rather fine. And the strategy, it's gonna be close, but
In
we
terms
will
of
see how
fuel at
it
the end.
goes. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I already see some people are not gonna be able to, let's say, make a 4-stop.
Yeah. Fair
So
enough. Yeah. We'll see
we
how
are
it goes.
thinking about doing it, but it will require, I think, a little bit of fuel saving or something like that.
Okay. Well, yeah, we've still got 3 hours to go. We're almost halfway through, so yeah, we still have to wait at least an hour and a half to realize and figure out what everyone's sort of coming to. Because even sort of now, you're not quite sure if you have to have like a little splash and dash of fuel at the end, or if you can make one stop and then go to the end. But yeah,
Or-
we'll figure out how that goes.
I don't think one stop will do it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
at least two. But if it depends on how long that second stop is.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Definitely, there will be teams trying to do this, but also thinking, let's not.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But until then, You know, you're sitting happy P10. You got a nice gap around you, or from the cars behind you anyway. So yeah, keep your head down, and maybe you can breach into those single digit numbers. Hopefully for your Ferrari, I sense it. I feel like you can do it. You know, you guys have been doing some pretty good driving for the entire seasons that we've had here the entire year. So let's hope for another good result for you guys.
Yeah, definitely will be going for the single digits.
Yeah, we'll be hoping to see that.
Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, until then, yeah, keep safe, and hopefully when you get back in the car, if you are, it all goes well for you.
Thank you very much. I hope you will be entertained throughout the rest of the night.
I'm sure we will be. Yes, thank you very much. And it's such a big dive from the 44. Jeez, but yeah, have a good one. There's actually contact into turn 2. It's all happening. There was a big dive from the 44, and it looked like the 738 was following suit, but went even. It was a bit over. You might have to have a little look at that one, dear Ethan.
Well, I can't.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in the replay because ACC like that can't jump into replay and then jump out of the replay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, something to note for you on lap 101 at turn 2.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Yeah, it looked like the 44 sent it down the inside of a lap down car, and then the 78 or the 738 car also trying to follow the 44 down was unable to do it. But meantime, the 107 has taken the lead from the 44. I don't think the 44 has come into the pits, nor has the 107. So it looks like Yannick then has done an amazing job to claw back at least 20 seconds, obviously helped by the 44 running off the road with the collision with the 24. But yeah, the 107's done a very good job at bringing that gap down, and now moving out into leaders. We have a look at them now then. That 107 is going to see if it can stretch its wings and sort of fly a little bit. It's a bull, not a bird, but never mind. It's gonna did best it can, but we'll wait for the as it goes off track, actually trying to go around the outside or get around, I think, a GT4 car there possibly, who might have been coming into the pits anyway and getting caught out by that. It's a brief scare there for the 107 Lamborghini. Yes, I think Yannick might be one of the quicker drivers for that car. We'll see, just like we see with Gavin Moore and Tad Moore, if the pace ebb and flows as each driver gets in. Have a look at the 208 car then, the Audi, not Aston Martin. Tobias then just running pretty steadily then. Last lap was a 1:43 dead, which is a pretty good lap for race pace. I'm sure he'll be happy to maintain that for the next however long of his stint. As the 101 now comes into the pits then for their second stop, and we're almost halfway, so we'll have to do a third stop naturally. But can it get to the end after that third stop is going to be interesting to see. We know the GT4s can do it. We know that the 24 is certainly doing it, as been told by Tad. But let's see if the others can do it as well. Yeah, we need to see if we can get past this 3-hour mark, get ourselves onto the other side, and then maybe the free stop will work. But I think for that car that's just come into the pits, the free stop won't work. They may have to do a splash and dash in the last 5 minutes of the race, unless they found a way to really save fuel over the next 3 hours.
Yeah, I can't review this.
Oh dear, sad times indeed. But do keep your comments and stuff coming in the chat. Always want to see how you guys are doing, how life is going for those who are watching, whether or not you're part of the race or just watching for fun, or a friend or a family member or anything like that. Do come and say hi. Always have a little bit of interaction with the outside world. Naturally, it isn't just Ethan here in my ear, 24/7. I can never leave him. The 322 car catching up to the 44 with Suzuki now back in the car? Question mark? No, I think he's still in the car. But yeah, the Audi getting chased down by the other Audi. Then the 322's putting in some very quick laps then over the last couple couple of laps, maybe that 44 coming to the end of its stint. Maybe it's doing its double right there, and is feeling the pressure at the end of this second stint. Then, yeah, the top three then separated by about 5.5 seconds. That shows how close it is. And after 3 hours, to be separated by just 5 seconds is a extremely fine margin. So it's very impressive. It seems like the top three are the only ones on the lead lap. It looks like 4th and 5th and below are now a lap down. Yeah, there's gaps coming down and down. Battle for position between P4 and P5 to 992 ahead of the 738 car, as someone else just comes into pit road, and that was the 992 car then coming into the pits. As we hear it on the call out, we are halfway through the race and 3 hours down, 3 hours to go. It is coming up to 9 o'clock BST, my time, in the evening, so it's getting pretty late for me, but it's now 6 a.m. game time. So the sun is now fully out, shining, happy days. No more need for lights really. As we do go on board, you can see the clouds up in the sky, and it has been cloudy this entire race and will continue to do so. A lot of cloud in the sky, meaning that we didn't get a very picturesque sunrise whatsoever, but it's a little bit unfortunate, but hey ho, it is now nice and bright. But even so, you can see how much effect that the headlights of the Audi are actually doing. So it's still, in theory, pretty dark for showing how much light is being provided by the headlights of the Audi. But yeah, it's suddenly a lot lighter than it was an hour ago, and certainly was a lot lighter than it was 3 hours ago. So come the end of the race, we should be pretty good to go in terms of lighting conditions. You know, come 9 a.m., you would assume it's be a nice sunny day. Then in the south of South Africa, I believe it's in the south of the country. I'm not actually really sure where Kyalami is, to be honest. I'm gonna Google
South Africa.
Yeah, I know South Africa, but is it in the south of South Africa or not? That's the question.
It's in like the shelf of the country that's in the middle.
You, Derek, for the prime for 8 months as well. Look at that. Up to 8 months.
Derek.
That's beautiful. So, when did I send mine out last time? I think I sent mine at the last endurance. So kyalami it's time for me to renew. I don't know. I will check that.
I had to renew mine. I mean, I haven't renewed mine for a while.
Kyalami racetrack. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Google. Where are we in the world? Oh, it's sort of middle east of South Africa. Okay. That's good to know. I don't think I'm going to remember that information, but it's good to know. Oh, and I can subscribe for Prime. Here we go. I'll do that in a minute. Maybe if I'm feeling fancy. There we go. Look at that lovely stuff. I'll just thank myself for that free Twitch Prime. It didn't cost me any money, but yeah, thank you. Yes, do thank me. You're welcome. I'm joking, of course. Of course, if you've got a Twitch Prime and you have nowhere to use it, why not here? It's free. You're already paying for Amazon Prime, and it costs Mr. Bezos some money. So you're just using his money. So just eat it all up.
Bezos' money.
Might as well. Bezos, you can do it. He did put his back into it. And he paved the way for us. What a lovely man is Bezos. All preach. But back to the on-track action then. The 101 car's getting hunted by the 113 car. Aston Martin versus Porsche. It's a battle over P8 and P9 then. In the GT3 class. We come into the latter stages of this lap on lap 306 for the leaders, probably 105 then for these guys, I believe, if they are a lap down. I'm not too sure on that one. we look in front of the 101. It's not really what we want to be looking at, but we will then have a look at our leader then in the lovely third-person cam. We do love. And yeah, that lead has now stretched out to 5.5 seconds then. So Yannick doing a tremendous job at taking the lead and now extending that. And it looks like the 322, the Audi, has got past the 44, which had led the entire race from pole up until the 107 took it away from him. And Suzuki has fallen from first to third at the end of this sort of stint here. The second stint comes to a close. Yeah, 44 sort of falling back a little bit, but we've still got 3 hours to go, and I'm sure plenty of time for them to regain any composure in any positions that they have lost. Apparently, 2 of the NARR cars have come together on 2 occasions, so 2 teammates hitting each other twice is not ideal. And that is a good question there about the blue flags. So, for ACC as a game, do you get penalties if you're doing a normal race? I don't think so.
No, it's
No.
SRO rule.
SRO. Okay, so simple SRO ruling. So meaning that unlike F1, obviously in F1 if you get a blue flag, you have to basically dart yourself off the track to get out the way, or make it very easy and just come out the throttle for the car behind to get out the way. This is more like IMSA. I think IMSA run something similar, don't they?
Yeah, it's basically just a warning.
Yep.
Same
Yeah,
with
same with
Black, I believe.
IndyCar as well. We saw that at Long Beach with Romain Grosjean getting a little bit frustrated with that. But indeed, so if you get a blue flag, it is just a warning to let you know that something faster is behind you. And if that's a GT4, it'll be someone putting a lap down on you in GT4 or GT3. And if you're in GT3, it'll be someone in GT3 putting a lap down on you. So you don't have to get out of the way. There's no obligation. The only thing is be predictable. That's all we ask of our drivers, is that if there is a faster car behind you, is don't hold them up too much. Don't be don't be annoying about it, but just be predictable, really. You can see that the 24 moved back onto the racing line there to allow the inside of the Audi, but did it nice and early, nice and cleanly to sort of be nice and clear and concise about it. But that's really it. It's all about just being clear and communicative with those around you, and just being predictable. So that means staying on your line. And maybe if you want to move offline, do it early. If you want to give the inside to a car, that's it. And if there is a car that's making a lunge and you can sense it and see that they're looking to go to the inside, let it happen and don't fight it, basically. Insurance is in your house, Ethan? I'm not too sure.
Insurance is in my house.
I don't know what was said in the background of your house, but it sounded like insurance.
Someone's streaming the TV, that's why.
Oh, that's understandable. And hello from P16. Well, hello there, Mr. P16. And indeed. Langkamp. Indeed, thank you. I was wondering who the user was, but yes. Welcome to the GRG events. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Oh.
Right. Yeah, and the fact that you brought 3 or 4 teams with us is wonderful indeed. But yeah, hope you are enjoying it, you ARG team, on your debut here. So yeah, pleasure to have you with us, and obviously, even with the little bit of the language barrier between English and German, you guys have come in and done a very amazing job, and we're very happy to have you guys here, indeed. So yeah, hope to see you guys back once again in the future. And the 738 team, indeed, P4 doing a very good job right now. Up there in P4, got a nice gap over P5 at the time being. So indeed, hope you guys are having a wonderful time as well. Is this your debut here as well, the 738?
They've raced before.
No, it's not. I've seen the name before. Yeah, what one about?
Can't remember what it is, but
so many new cars. It's a nice problem to have. Yeah, I've seen Calvin's name before. of course, and Volta. Yes. There's so many names, I sometimes forget who's who, to be honest. That's like no offense to anyone, it's just there's a lot of names.
Guess who's back?
Oh,
And
welcome back.
good, yeah.
Yes, welcome back. Oh, the 101's just been hip checked.
Oh!
Off from the Porsche. That was the 101 and the 113, possibly. Either that or the 13. That might have been for position there as they were together. Oh, it was the 113, I believe, that hit them off there. So that's not going to be unideal for them.
No?
No, sir. 113 then takes position. Over the 991 or 993, I don't know, there's so many 999s. We're meant to be getting a little Theo Lupu in here in a minute, someone I definitely want to be speaking to. So hopefully they'll join us pretty soon. For you it is, so we do have a new driver then in the 738, it's their first time, which is wonderful. Nice to see the expansion is happening, obviously with a 6 hour. You don't have to have 3 drivers, but it can be more beneficial if you need it. 4 hours is very happily done on 2 drivers, so 6 hours, but sometimes people like to bring a 3rd driver in, and we've seen that quite consistently actually with a number of drivers. So it's obviously a common choice to bring that up to a 3rd or a triple lineup of people. It just means an extra voice to talk to, basically, when you get lonely. As it appears that band practice has started outside my house. So hopefully, the window is closed, but I can hear it over my headphones. But hopefully that doesn't intrude onto the microphone. So we do have another interview coming up from XRS. If you can hear us, you're going to have to remind me of your actual name, because
we're the current P4. The current P4.
Oh, the current P4. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Well,
nice.
I wanted to
welcome.
drop in quickly. Yeah. I saw the message about the interview, so I was like, yeah, why not?
Fair enough. And yes, P4. Just speaking to one of the guys in Twitch chat, I don't know if that was you or one of your teammates, but they were saying
that was one of my teammates, Jens.
And that's their first event here. And how are they finding it?
Oh, we're enjoying it, really. It's well organized. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. I mean, of course we are, because like before we're not really used to always drive that high. I mean, so yeah. We've had a couple of really nice results in the team team that we're driving in now. But yeah, it's always nice to be almost fighting for a podium, because we have just been lapped by P3, so I don't think a podium is still gonna be an option. But yeah, still P4 would be a really nice result if you can hold it.
Yeah, P4 was a good result, dude. And you actually pulled out a bit of a gap to the 45 behind you. So
yeah, our current driver is doing an amazing job.
Yeah, nice and quickly. Like you say, the top 3 are sort of are on a bit of a different level. You could say they are.
Yeah,
indeed.
They are a tiny bit faster than the rest of us. So, but in the end, we could say if we hold on to P4, we could call ourselves best of the rest, right?
Yeah.
Nah, but it's been really fun so far, and yeah, we hope we can keep this up. We hope we can keep the P4.
Yeah, good luck. I'm actually dipped there. Yeah, good rest of the race. Still 2:45 minutes ish left to go, so still a long time.
Yeah, there's still a big chunk to go, and I still have a stint coming up. So yeah, really hyped for the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's gonna be fun, and when you guys with some tests here, currently about 20 seconds up, and that's a pretty good gap. So hopefully, continue to run those type of lap times you're running now, and keep that gap about the same.
I think if we can, yeah, it's definitely possible. But well, if you never know what can happen. I mean, it could start raining. or I don't know, somebody might make a mistake. Anything can happen, you know.
Mhm.
It's still a long way to go. 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's still a long way to go. But for now, it feels really good. Car feels good. Everybody in our team is doing an amazing job. So we hope we can keep it up.
Looks like you guys are doing really well. I've been seeing you guys have been battling 45 and some of the other Aston Martins that have been up there as well. So
Yeah, we were. I think it was. No, it was not 45. No, it was 101 that we would.
oh, 101, yeah.
We were into a bit of an incident with them. Yeah, I don't know. If it's up to the stewards to decide what needs to happen there. I mean, I don't know. From our perspective, it was not really our fault, but yeah. The sad thing is that the P1 or well the car 44, which is now in P3, got involved in it as well. So
Yeah.
that's always a bit of a sad thing, but yeah, I don't think we're to blame for that.
Yeah. If you have a
But
replay
in
of
the
that,
end,
would you
sorry.
mind sending that to me? I said, if you do have a replay for that, would you mind sending it over to me? I was in the replay at the time, therefore I
Yeah.
don't actually have the laps for that. So if you get a chance, I would like to review that.
Oh sure.
Race.
Do I DM it to you or?
Yeah, just DM it to me. That's fine.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll get
Thank
on it
you.
right away now.
As you guys are talking, we have a battle for the lead here, down to 3/10 of a second between first and second place on the racetrack at the moment. They're making their way through Sector 1. Audi running down the Lamborghini. Now, of course, I just came back, so I'm not entirely up to date as to what's been happening, or as to why the 44 is not longer leading, because they were in the lead at the time that I left.
Yes.
No, you would be correct. 44 was doing a very good job at leading, but had a bit of a collision with that 24 car with Tadmore at the helm, I believe, of the car at the time. Hence that 15-second time penalty there, because the 44 did lose about 10 or so seconds in that little bit of contact, and since then they've sort of dropped down. But yeah, this 322 car has come from third to second, now on the back of Yannick here, who's doing a tremendous job, who also got past that 44 car. We do have Theo Lupo in the waiting room, but we will hold on to him for just a couple of moments. Hopefully he doesn't mind waiting, because yeah, the 322 car here, Robert is driving. He is the quickest driver on track right now. Called up the 10-second deficit to the 107 car, and
oh, there's a big battle for the 107. Through he goes, just as we were mentioning.
There he goes, and cracking under pressure. It's something you don't see Yannick do at all. To be honest, he's a driver that's very. He's always got his head screwed on, you could say, and is a very sensible driver. But yeah, rare mistake there from any of the 107 team members. But yeah, and there it was done with the Audi now getting ahead. But yeah, back to the 738 team. Yeah, like I say, P4 is a good result so far for you guys. If you guys can maintain that, you got a big gap over the 45 car, and yeah, keep it up and hope the rest of the race goes well for you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the organization as well. A big compliment to everybody in the organization. We're enjoying it really much. Well done. Well organized.
Pleasure as always, and yeah, we'll see you at the finish.
Yep. See you guys. Bye bye.
Once that happens, we will just obtain. There he is, the Lupu, Theo Lupu. Welcome to the booth. How are you?
Oh, good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Sorry for holding you a little bit there. We're just finishing off one interview.
Doggo wants on the interview too.
How do your dogs find watching you, just sit at a chair with a racing wheel?
Oh,
they get confused or
right now? Good. It's definitely our first enduro, me and Ensbury, so we had a lot to prepare for.
Yes, indeed. And well, I assume for all you NAR guys, you're very new to the world of ACC. How are you finding the crossover between this and Race Room?
Yeah, it's a lot to take in. I feel like these cars are completely different animals from Race Room GT3s. You have to completely shift my mind, because in Race Room you can really abuse them and chuck them in the corner, and that's kind of how you get speed and just hit curbs without getting off tracks. But here it's very different. You got to be smooth with it, which makes a lot of sense. I think it's honestly making us better drivers. We were saying, just getting practice in, and this is my first time on Kyalami as well, so I think I did like 300 laps before this. He did like 400, so we're trying our best to prepare as much as possible.
Yeah, that's amazing that you've done so many laps. Of course, Race Room does have a good catalogue of tracks, but there are a couple here and there, especially like Kyalami and a lot of the British tracks, which it doesn't have. And yeah, it's an interesting challenge is Kyalami. Obviously, we've got a lot of long straights here, but Sector 1 is fiddly. The middle part of Sector 2 is fiddly as well. And yeah, interesting track, especially for multi-class, but you guys are holding it well. Now P12, still in that bubble between P10 and P13. You guys are doing a very good job there in the 99 car.
Yeah, it's going well. Honestly, we're just happy to survive so far, knock on wood. We just want to try to get to the finish and see where we end up. We went into this totally blind, like I was saying, because you're saying we don't have any experience, and it's just we don't know what to do with pit strategies. We're not sure on. We have an idea on tire management, but you're not really going to know until you're out there. So we're definitely learning a lot, and if we could make it to the end, I think we'll both be pretty stoked about it.
Indeed, and you guys have done plenty of quote unquote endurances in the GT3, those 90-minute races. Obviously, at the weekly event for Race Room, but in comparison to this, it's still a sprint. Is that 90-minute race? Like you say, the GT3s and Race Room, you can chuck them through the corners. So you basically are driving them like it's a 15-minute race, whereas here it's a lot more slowed down. Obviously, you're still driving as quick as you can, but everything seems to have taken not so much a slower pace, but you're just a bit more careful with how you treat the car.
Exactly, yeah. It's a lot to consider, and just, you want to survive. It's a super long race, so it doesn't necessarily matter what happens in the first half hour or first few laps. So definitely a shift. I mean, I've sat in the chair for probably 4 hours before or whatever, doing little races here and there, but it's different having the pressure on constantly and, pulling it through.
Yeah. And one thing for me in terms of like the psychology of this is, have you ever shared a car before?
No, that's the first too. I think first for both of us, so that's interesting. Thankfully, we get similar times. We go about it in different ways, but we have a similar pace, and we're able to find a setup we both work well with. So yeah, it's going well in that regard, at least.
Definitely a key to endurance driver swap racing is that, as we're talking, we're 3 wide coming down towards turn 5 here for 5th place overall. The 221 here trying to sneak their way by on the 45. Andrew Shaw around the outside, gonna make the move stick.
No way.
Can he get it clear? He does. Now goes back to the defensive line there to take it away through sector 2. Heck of a move there by Andrew Shaw, taking advantage of the GT4 and really putting
impressive.
Hachiroko there just in a really bad position. Just he had to pick a line, and whatever one he picked was going to be the wrong line because Shaw was just going to take advantage of it. So that was definitely a good move by Shaw. But as we were saying, definitely it's one of the factors with endurance racing, with driver swap racing. It's just finding the setup, finding something where both drivers feel comfortable. It's quite a challenge in most cases to really be able to find something where everyone okay with it and can push and feel comfortable with where their pace is and how that they're driving. No one really feel unstable or like as if they're losing too much time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the smallest differences could upset someone. Another one prefers it. It's funny because right now we were noticing we're driving the same car, we're driving the same setup, getting the same times. He burns less fuel than I do per lap consistently. So it's just, different styles and how you carry the speed.
Yeah, that's interesting to see. Obviously, in GT4, you got 2 teams there, and they're different cars as well. So is that sort of a similar reason? Like some people preferring the Mercedes and the others preferring the McLaren, or you just want to, split the cars?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just, throwing something at the wall. Jared and Everett wanted to match cars with us, to represent North America Race Room, and I think Jackson and them preferred the Mercedes, so whatever works best for them.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Of course, we do say in terms of endurances, 4 hours, 6 hours are the baby enduros, but obviously this is very very different to what you've done before, and it's it's good to see that not just one team, but you have brought 3 teams here from over in Race Room, and it's nice to see that you guys are trying out different things. Obviously, everyone has their favorite sim, but you can't really knock other sims until you try it. And getting stuck in like you guys are, obviously, you're all very new to it. I think I was speaking to, I'm not sure who I was speaking to, but one of them saying they only had 10, 15 hours in the game before they signed up to this, and then just started putting laps in. You guys have just jumped in, and it's really good mentality.
Yeah, and ACC is a great sim for GT3. That's why we honestly don't do GT3 races too much in North America Race Room, because my logic is always, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it in ACC, because it's so well made out. But yeah, definitely a lot to learn. I'm happy we're able to convince some other people to join when me and Ensberry jumped in. People get inspired to try something else, and it's quite a feat. Even if it's only 6 hours, endurance is kind of a big deal, and we've been preparing for a while. Hopefully we'll do some more. I don't know if I want to do 24 hours yet, but we'll see.
That's the thing, is obviously for, I guess, more seasoned endurance people, 6 hours is not a lot, but it's quadruple what you've ever done.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount. Obviously, you're not driving for all 6, but you are, other challenges. You're sharing a car. The setup is obviously has to be comfortable, but the big thing in endurance is, especially in 24s, is that you have the hopes, or not the hopes, but the time commitment of other people on your hands as well. If you're on your own, it doesn't matter, it's your own time, but other people are making their own sacrifices, and it's a lot to take in when you do 24s. I think I saw Vaughn or something like that in your chat speaking about doing the 24, who seems already pretty hyped up for it. So it's good to see, like you say, there's already interest in for that, and it's a good way to promote your leagues as well in other places.
Yeah, exactly. And we've always been cool with you GRG guys. We split up drivers and people in our races and yours as well. So we've been getting along good. It's nice to mix it up and do some endurances.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, we'll return the favor with the plug if any of you guys are into your race room. Currently, they are hosting a GT4 championship, which is full, so you can't come into that. But in about 6 or so weeks, the third championship, I believe, would be 1992 DTMs.
Yep, exactly. We're going to have 92 DTM coming up, and then we have another big race coming up with another outfit, Austin Zed.
Yes.
Going head-to-head, that'll be super fun. But we always have races going, whether they're ranked or unranked. We have a couple times a week. We try to keep it as laid back as possible. But yeah, if anyone plays Race Room and you want to play in the times for North America and around there, more than welcome to join.
Yeah, and they're a big old friendly community, that's for sure. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, Fia, and you guys are doing a solid job right now, both in GT3 and GT4, and I hope it continues for you guys.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to watching the stream afterwards.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of one. We'll see you at the finish.
Right. See ya.
Yeah, good to see the sort of comparisons between Race Room and ACC. And you can say that for R Factor as well, that yes, they're GT3s, or yes, they're a specific spec of car, but they don't always feel the same from game to game.
Yeah, absolutely not. And as Theo was mentioning there, I mean, if you're gonna look to do GT3, I mean, between R Factor, Race Room, iRacing, Assetto Corsa, all the different games that are out there that exist, and the different platforms, Automobilista 2 and so on, all the platforms you can race on. I mean, if you're looking to do purely GT3 racing, there really is nowhere else to go other than Assetto Corsa Competizione here. I mean, ACC just has the mark. I mean, it's an official GT3 game. That's the thing at the end of the day, right? It's the only game where they have the official license to every bit of content for the Intercontinental GT Championship.
Yeah, and you go to the races and you see the ACC branding on the cars.
And you also see Fanatec branding as well as the primary sponsor of the entire series. Obviously, before it was called the Intercontinental GT Championship, it was called the Blancpain International GT Championship. So it used to be a watch company, and now we see it as a Fanatec sponsored series, and all the cars have a rock a Fanatec banner on the top of them. So that's obviously
something. It's interesting to see that shift. And there's been watches for a very long time in a lot of series. It's still the Rolex 24. Le Mans still has a watch as a prize,
as well as Daytona and other endurances as well. Yes. And then you got Zurich. Zurich is a
Yep.
clock watch.
A clock, yes.
And so they do a lot of the German series and stuff like that, and other endurances, VLN. And so all of these series which have watches, it's always been kind of weird to me as to why that the watch companies in particular seem to be so prevalent with
something about timekeeping,
racing,
isn't it? And
but yeah, exactly. Because if you think back to the day, you used to want to always have the most precise timekeeping pieces for those endurance races. Obviously nowadays, your phone's a very accurate timekeeping piece, and you can carry that in your hand, and everyone has one. So watches, of course, are becoming less and less of a thing nowadays. But in the history of racing, obviously, it's very, very important to have a good watch and stop clock and such. So definitely has always been an interesting little facet within the racing community. But it's interesting to see that now we're starting to see that branch out. Obviously, IMSA for a while was sponsored by Patron Tequila, which took over for their sponsorship rights, and then now we're starting to see sim racing bracket in with Fanatec sponsoring an official series. Like, literally, it's a sim racing company. It's kind of crazy to think that they are sponsoring a series, an international racing series, for that matter.
It shows how confident they are in the business themselves. They're not doing it for the fact that they have the money to do it. It's the fact that they now believe that they are in a position to close the gap between the two. And they're saying that if you want to do this real thing, come here and we will give you a very close experience to the best of our ability. Obviously, you're not going to get the G-forces, you're not going to get the real sensations or the vibrations, but in terms of going through a corner at the correct apex speed, and getting the vibrations through the wheel, use Fanatec, use ACC.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's as close as you're going to get. As finicky as this game is, as many bugs as it has, it definitely is still by far the most realistic simulation experience that exists out there, period. Across any series, across any car, any closest you're replicating what's in real life. As we're just watching chaos unfold here.
Yeah,
these 5 GT3 cars all changing positions with each other. Obviously, blue flags are waving, but no one's got to get out of the way. But everyone's just being a little bit more respectful because none of these cars are racing each other for position. Not one of them. So it's really, really interesting to watch this as they're all racing each other for essentially nothing. It's kind of
in a way, yeah.
Kind of a funny little. Oh, it's a 666. Right on, right there.
Not feeling that one. But obviously, the lime green Honda is the one that's last out of all of them. It's the one that's made its way through all of them. So interesting to see what could have been maybe for these guys had they had not their issues, because they've been working their ways. There's an Aston Martin off there as well, comes back into the track. Yeah, they're all squabbling for position. It doesn't mean anything to any of them, quite frankly. But the Honda now looking to the inside. It's gonna
you have to question if you're Hachiroko here, like, you just let them go, just pull over. I mean, again, you're not racing any of them for a position. You don't want to, get caught up into a wreck, or keep on doing as we just saw there, where you're missing your braking zones because you're busy looking at your mirror over something that at the end of the day doesn't matter for you. If you're going to go try to close down on P4, maybe obviously your gap is still rather large, but maybe you want to let these cars by. They're not worth fighting.
Yeah, it's sort of the psychology of you don't want to let them go because you're losing and you're losing time. So you're going to want to stay out ahead as long as you can. You see the Porsche in the background having to defend from the Aston Martin.
I don't even know which one's ahead. I do believe that those two are racing for position. I think the 9. No, it's not. Okay, all right, yeah. So none of those cars are racing for position that we see there. Technically, the 993 and 13 are one position apart, but they're one lap apart.
Yeah.
So I guess you could say the 13 is fighting to stay a lap ahead of. Oh, and as we were mentioning, the 45 there pulling out of the way. lets through the Honda and now is side by side with the 993. Oh, makes contact with the 993, and both of them plow well off the racetrack.
Ooh. It looked like the 45 didn't even bother turning in.
It definitely did look like the 45 just was going to pull a Lewis Hamilton there and just not make the corner.
It looked like there was a lot of room on that inside there. Interesting. Smacking out one of the 993 then.
This is what we were mentioning. It's not worth racing, and sure enough, there you go. That's why it's not worth racing.
Indeed.
Contact, and we might see a penalty come out of that situation right there, because definitely, I mean, it's unnecessary on the part of the 45 team, and obviously you feel for them, because now not only are they losing time on the track, but they're also going to lose time in a penalty if the stewards do decide that it is one, as well as possibly damage, losing. Well, as we're just over halfway through this race, actually, we're at 2.5 hours remaining.
Aye, indeed. Yeah, it's flown by, to be fair. 3.5 hours in already, and I think that certainly helps. The fact that we've got a much larger grid, it just means that there's more going on everywhere. We have a returning fellow. They don't normally come back. Oh, he just...
He joined and then left. No.
How dare he? How dare he? I can't believe he's on this. Yeah, we don't normally have them. He's done it again. Fair enough. Maybe he's just playing with us. I'm not too sure. He doesn't have to talk, You can wait until he's like ready. I don't know if he's ready though. Does he listen to the broadcast? I don't know. Tad, speak to us, man. Nonetheless, that must mean that Gavin is now in the car. They have that 15-second penalty for the collision between themselves and the 44 car, though, which is yet to be served.
Obviously, I've not been here for the last couple hours, so do you mind just a little bit of a rundown of for the halfway point of the race?
Yeah, we could do a little race rundown. So 44 is leading from pole position for about 2.5 hours. Had a gap of about 25 seconds, and then had that collision with the 24 car. Yannick then closed that from 15 to 10 to 5, got past then the 44 car, and then so did the 322 car, got past the 44, and then even that went on an absolute charge, and then took the lead, as we now see there's the 107 is now in the pits itself then. So there's the top three, they're about a lap ahead of everyone else, and they're basically pretty solid. The 738 hasn't had a single issue the entire race and is very lonely in the P4 right now, especially after that little bit of collision with the 992, and not 992 with the 993. But yeah, P4 pretty lonely. In terms of GT4, Gavin Moore, when Tad Moore was in the car, was overtaken by the Chevrolet there. The 403 car was overtaken, but they are now off sequence. It seems quite dramatically on pit stops. Possibly the 403 coming in early because it seemed like they came in at an odd time, but they are the class of the field right now. Yes, the number 7 is pretty close on with the 713, but it's really those two at the moment, followed by those second two. The rest of the GT4 have had a quite sedate race, and the 68 is 80 laps down. It says that, but it's actually not, because it was once the I think it was meant to be the 60. They had a disconnect basically, and they came back with a different car. It was meant to be the 66.
It was originally the 66.
Yeah, it's meant to be the 66.
Obviously, 67 was taken by the Bentley.
Yeah.
So we now have the 68 car. So they're not going to be able to perform a driver swap, I don't think, for the race.
I am not too sure, to be honest. Although I did think we saw Gramkey in the car earlier. So maybe they have done. I'm sure we had a different name maybe an hour ago. That's really it. Yeah, midfield has been pretty stagnant. Everyone's kind of got close and then sort of accordioned, come back and forth. Really, look at that big old track map. Lovely.
Kind of gives you an idea of where cars are on the track relative to the gaps that are on the side of your screen. Yeah. Giving you a rough idea as to who's where and just how big that a 10-second gap is between the 107 and the 44. You can see where those two cars are on the track and just how big it is.
Yeah, it shows how much more spread out people are compared to the first few hours. Everyone was in groups, and yeah, everyone's finding their own little rhythm. But we are joined by Tad Moore. Once again, hopefully you don't run away from us this time. But if not, how are you doing after your stint in the car?
I'm doing good. I need a hammy massage, but yeah, doing all right.
Yeah, it was pretty uneventful. Apart from the one contact with the 44 car, it was a pretty chill 1.5 hours for you.
Yeah, surprisingly so. We had I actually got turned into turn one by, I swear it was a group of 5 different
Oh, yes,
GT3s
you
that
did.
were all
There
trying
were,
to.
yes, I remember that.
That was actually a lot more dramatic. I don't think I actually contacted the 44. I think they did a good job of missing me. Um, in the rig, I mean, I was putting this in the Discord as well, but in the rig, after seeing 3 cars go through to that, kind of sharp left-hander, and then
You didn't
hearing the
expect to be
clear,
another.
there
Yeah.
wasn't. I mean, they just weren't there. And God, the closing speeds between GT3 and 4 are so fast. And I just don't think that if you've not been in a GT4 and experienced that, I don't think you have any sense of. It just seems like you're teleporting right beside them, and then you're all upset at the fact that they didn't leave you some room. It's like, I had no idea you were there. It takes more than a millisecond to respond to cars kind of tesseracting beside you on a track. So anyway, we've got a penalty for that because the move I made assumed nobody was around, and I take the point that you should never assume that. But you got to get to the point where you can take that corner at some stage. I mean, it's not just a turnstile where you let all the first class passengers board and then get ignored for a while. So that's the struggle, man. But it is enjoyable. That is the struggle of multi-class racing, isn't it? That's what makes it so fun.
Yeah, it's all part of the package. But even with that penalty, obviously you'll serve that the next driver change. You are still P1 and holding
Ooh,
firm.
round goes to 12 there with possible contact.
Yeah,
Not to interrupt you, it looked like 12 and this Aston Martin just up the road in front of us. Big contact, possibly one of the 93 cars, I think it may have been. Made contact with each other, and so the 12 is now spun around and going to be losing time to the 113 that's just behind them for position. Ninth overall. We're watching a fight here for third in GT4 as well.
Yeah, at 12 it just made its way into P9 like they were hoping they would. So hopefully they don't lose that P10 from the 113 indeed. Battling for third, which is good for you then, Tad. It just means that third and fourth are going to be a little bit slower. Gives you a bit more breathing room between you and the second and the rest of the field.
I was happy that the pace that I was able to maintain, obviously, it's probably 2 or 3 seconds off Gavin's best times, depending on traffic and whatnot, but it was enough to keep us ahead of that Maserati, I think, on strategy. So we're feeling pretty good about our chances for a podium at this point. Gavin will finish the race out. We've been making 90 minutes, no problems on, tires and fuel. It's like the pace is just locked in. When you got fresh tires and a lot of fuel, you're, mid 151s when Gavin's driving. When you're at the end of the stint and light and the tires are, all chattered, then you're mid 151s, maybe 152s. It's a really, really consistent car to drive, and the way we've got it set up now is super predictable, and it's a blast. We made one setup change. He was able to. He's got way finer throttle control than I do, so he's happier with a car that is just free to rotate, and then he can steer it with the gas pedal, and it's very responsive, and I do not. So rather than running traction control 2 when I'm in the car, because that costs you a second lap in the BMW, we stiffened the rear differential up, just 1 click, and that was enough. It now the rotation for me is so predictable and so intuitive. It's just like whoop, and you're straight. So and it didn't hurt him in terms of pace. He was able to adapt around it. So I think that was really important for us strategy-wise to be within a sniff of the podium. I guess some other folks in GT4 maybe had some bad luck because we didn't expect to be leading after hour 3, let alone have a chance to. We've been happy with a chance for a podium. So yeah, this is going pretty well for us so far. Fingers crossed we'll stay free of the chaos at this point. Things seem to have settled down a little on track. Not quite so many nutty antics, I guess, between GT3 and 4 from our vantage point. Although I got to say, if you did like a triple screen of all the 9.9 cars, you'd have quite a highlight reel, like a live action highlight reel. They seem to be always right at the center of something interesting happening on track, for better or worse. But yeah, nose is clean so far. Nothing hurt on the car, and everything going better than planned. So we're pretty excited.
Yeah, that's all you can really ask. And obviously, you're doing better than expected. I think Gavin put a message earlier whilst you were in the car that your pace has improved relative to his by a considerable amount, and he's very pleased with how far you've come. So maybe that plus the driver 61 program, you're going to be quicker than him, maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a trip down to Ohio, see if I can't recruit myself for some of those undesirable 24-hour stints on Team GRG maybe someday, if they'll have me.
I'm sure Derek will give you his rig when he's
Steal his rig.
Steal his
there
rig.
There we go. Yeah.
Or Ethan's rig. They're basically next to each other.
It's a lot more fun when I'm not 5 or 6 seconds slower and getting driven over.
Whoa! The 993 adventuring did well to keep that out of the wall.
What did I say? What did I tell you? Just lock in, man. Swap between them 3 cars for 10-15 minutes. See what excitement you're able to bring.
Yeah, it's been a good battle pack. Yeah, between sort of like P8 and P14 and GT3, it's all been kicking off, really. But none of them have changed the position. They just seem to be doing stuff.
Interesting. Yeah, I wondered what group went by us when it was 5 that went by at a time. I think it was Gavin in the car. It's like, dude, there's 5. They're 3 wide, swallowing us up into like turn 1 or something.
Yeah, I think that was a group of 5, which none of them were worth a position. They were all on different laps, and they were just all having a fun time.
Naturally, wow, good times. It'll be fun to watch this replay back later.
Yeah, for sure. And like I say, it's all the fun of endurance racing. But yeah, with 2 hours and a bit to go, we'll leave you to it. And you're in the lead right now. Hopefully you can hold it for the final stint in 45 minutes or so before you do that final stint.
You got it. Cheers. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, some snacks.
I need some snacks. Yeah, coming to the end then. Well, I say coming to the end. We've still got 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, so it's not really near the end at all. But yeah, coming to sort of stage where most people have sort of found their rhythm and found their place, in the standings. What hasn't been settled yet is this battle for the final step on the podium in GT4. The Maserati, to be fair, has done a very good job keeping it steady there in P3.
Yes, it has. Kind of started looking through all the incidents that have been popping up here recently. They kind of had a quiet race.
Yeah,
no one really close to them. Obviously now the 7's close to them, but they've kind of just been chilling there in P3 for the time being. It's a harder car to drive, just without the assist.
Exactly, it's probably the hardest car in the entirety of ACC. And that's probably harder than the Trofeos or the Porsche Cup cars. And they were always rioting in our chat if there's no GT4s, and they're like, give us GT4 because they want to drive the Maserati, and they're the only ones.
I remember doing Barcelona. Around, they really wanted to run it, but
they really wanted it, yeah.
Like, yeah, because you're on the GT4, you can't. Gotta switch cars, sadly.
Indeed, the sole GT4, but at least they're happy now, and it's nice to see a good resurgence in GT4 with 8 cars here. Hopefully we can keep that up for the future, obviously not next month, but November and December. Hopefully we can do the same. It's nice to have a proper multi-class, because when we how many did we have last month? I think 4 or 5 GT4s. It wasn't
something like that. It was
it wasn't ideal.
It's definitely better.
It's nice to have a proper endurance, because otherwise you see 4 GT4s a lap, and you go, oh, GT4, and you just sort of get around it. Whereas
Exactly.
now, if there's multiple, you've got to be a bit more methodical with how you do it, and they could be battling. There's more opportunities for them to be doing stuff and being around other people.
And
So,
they're spread
yeah.
out across the track. They're not, there's just a pocket of them. There's a pocket of them, maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3, or maybe at most 3, but they're spread out across the track. So you get past one, 10 seconds down the road, there's another one, and they're just spaced out just enough to be annoying and consistent.
Yeah, always just, you don't really get any free time. You're always dealing with one. They're always on your relative, and you always see it coming up. But yeah, that's multi-class. It's the joys of it. So it's good that we can have that extra complexity with it.
I mean, and as Tad was mentioning regarding the closing speed between GT4 and GT3, like obviously like kind of how you set up like an idea like with but whenever it comes with whenever you're racing like in a race, and you're thinking about the cars behind you, as you come up out of your corner, you'll look to your mirror and be like, okay, how far behind me are they? Will they have a chance to lunge at me? And then you bring your eyes right back to the straight. You kind of just see, okay, they're that far. You come back, and then that's that. But obviously, with the difference in closing speed, it's much harder to judge because you can look behind you coming onto the main straightaway here, not see a GT3 because you're going through the turn 1 kink, but then you bring your eyes back, and by the time that you're getting towards the braking zone, towards turn 1, well, now there's a GT3 there. So it is definitely, it's much more difficult for those GT4s on long straightaways to kind of judge the difference in pace than it is for a GT3 to judge the GT4, because they can see it out their windshield constantly. They're not just glancing at it coming back to the track and then glancing at it again. Obviously, you're never driving just staring into your mirror. If you're doing that, you're likely going to end up at the wall somewhere. So you're kind of just, you're glancing towards your mirror. And for some drivers, that's a bit harder to do than others. And whenever you're running that in the GT4, and that, like you said, that closing speed is just so great in some cases. Definitely makes tricky judgment as to how fast closing speed can be. Especially compared to in-class racing. In class, you pretty much always have an idea of, okay, they can close that gap. And pretty much the only way that they can close that gap is if you can look in your mirror and you can see the helmet of the car that's behind you. If you can see the helmet, then they have a chance. That's normally what my go-to is whenever I look in the mirror. I look behind me, and if I can tell and define the shape of the helmet in the mirror, then they are within attacking her. But obviously, that'll pretty much never be the case in multi-class racing. So something that obviously you sign up for whenever you sign up with GT4s, you're willingly accepting that risk of having that closing speed being so fast. So it's something that you tackle on your own, and something you're responsible for whenever it does happen.
Yeah. Luckily, we don't have any gaps between the in terms of prototype and GTE, where those gaps are massive in terms of speed. It's actually GT3 to GT4, which is a much closer gap, which is nicer. There's still decent speed, but at this track, it's really pronounced just because of the corners are very sustained and very downforce based.
We have a three-way battle here for P2 in the GT4 category. The 403, the 713, and the 7 all battling for position here. The Maserati obviously showcasing pace as of right now. But do they have the pace to get along? I mean, obviously they ran down the 7 car and were able to get by, but now the 7's able to tow along right behind the 713, and so they're able to just stick along with the Maseratis. They're pushing hard, so as they've caught up the 403, the number 7 SRT Aston's also caught that gap up. So three-way battle here for P2. The Aston Martin, the 7's going to peek down the left side here, taking advantage of the compromised hairpin there for the Maserati. Schaefer going to get the speed, though, on the straightaway. The Maserati, obviously, lots of straight line speed. And if you can handle it correctly, you can really get good lap times out of this car, especially around a track like Kyalami. You're going to be looking now to the right of the Camaro. Not quite going to get there. You got two GT3 cars coming up. You have 107 at second place overall going to be coming through now on this fight. Got to be careful here. Luckily, they should be able to get both of these moves done on the straightaway. And yet the last place GT3 car in the 125 also coming through. No lunge going to happen at turn 1 here. Or turn 2, I should say. Oh, maybe there's going to be a little bit. The Maserati up to the inside on the left now of the Camaro. Going to squeeze his way through. Still side by side, though. Through the switchback. Contact. A little bit of door banging. Through the corner. 3 wide now.
3 wide.
Good job by everyone there to back out. Get back a hold of the cars. Back into line. And re-attack again in about 2 corners here for the 713 with Schaefer. Ooh, as Camaro misses the entry point just a little bit there. Maserati closes in the gap, but then the Camaro gets a good exit. Gonna look around the outside now with the defensive move from MG in the Camaro. And you got Burek looking to make it 3 wide once again.
This isn't gonna go well. Oh, okay.
Backing out. The Maserati with the big brakes around the outside, making it stick. It's a great move. I love that from Schaefer. Way to really stick it in. Oh, most contact there from the ass. Oh, and they slide through the corner, bumping the Maserati out of the way.
202, that's going to be a penalty.
That was, and it was it the
208,
666 Audi, or was that, it's a 208 Audi. Sliding through there on the brakes. Kind of got squeezed a little bit by the Camaro on turn entry, trying to force their way into something where they just didn't quite need to be, and then missing the corner there. Now we're going to look here as Burek going to be trying to send something maybe on Shinji in the Camaro. Going defensive into the final corner. It should set up a really good run towards turn 1 here. If Svanmir can get the throttle down well. Obviously not too much damage for Schaefer's car, you would imagine. Just a little bit of a side bump. But obviously, you know, it's multi-class contact, so there's going to be looked at a bit more strictly. Welcome into the chat. As through goes the 7 car into P2 now for GT4. Gonna get the throttle down and keep it. Shinji gonna look maybe back on another challenge. Yes, and is gonna be able to keep it. Contested position still for P2. We're gonna cut over to the helicam shot here. 3 wide once again. They're coming down towards turn 5. Von Meer backs out of it. Schaefer into P2 now, side by side the Camaro and the Aston. Who's going to have the big brakes around the outside? Von Meer misses the exit just a little bit more. Now we got more GT3s coming. 3 wide again. More contact.
Oh,
off goes Von Meer.
crash.
Around goes the 666. 7 rejoining the racetrack now, just offline. The 666 still sitting stationary, trying to get off the racing line here. Gets it moving. Here comes the team car for that one. The 404 coming through now to lap them. We look back up the racetrack. So the 713 comes out second place with that. The 403 Camaro now into 3rd place. And 4th would be Svanmir Burek in the 7 Aston Martin now, down the grid just a little bit. What a moment there, unfolding for those few laps. The SRT cars setting up a photo shoot here up off the final corner. Still chilling in the lead of GT4, and obviously who loves to see that. They had a really large lead to start, but the lead continues to grow now with them fighting and contact being made. 24 BMW more team. Definitely happy to see that, because that's going to help them eradicate that 15-second penalty.
Yeah, it seemed like that GT4 battle was always going to end in tears, but I didn't think it'd be GT3 inflicted there. 3 of them coming up behind, and the last thing you want to see is 3 GT3s and another 3 GT4s all in the same place at the same time, and especially when the GT4s were all battling for position. It was a tough one there to all find a bit of room there, but I don't think anyone had damage there, thankfully, just a loss of time, unfortunately, for some. But yeah, we carry on, and looks, yeah, I mean, the Maserati now in second. It's got a 3-second buffer then over the Corvette, Chevrolet, Thing, Camaro. Yeah, very surprised that the Maserati is doing as well as it is.
Yeah, the Maserati, I mean, that car seems to have so much pull on the straightaways. Obviously, it has no traction control, no ABS. So maybe, you know, if you can handle it without that traction control, you can get down to the powers a little bit sooner and get up out of the corners easier, but you gotta be able to handle the car. Obviously, a GT4 can be way easier than GT to handle traction control. And without ABS, you can also have tighter, smaller braking zones because you can use more of your brake pedal theoretically. It's just you got to be good at knowing how much of it you can get away with using. But now we're kind of seeing a spot where there's really not any sort of fights going on the racetrack at the moment, at least none for position. We're back on the autopilot then for the moment and let it kind of pick where it wants to watch.
Press the M key to save replay real quick.
Might be a good idea.
I would need to replay it for that last instance.
Yeah, after all that excitement, it seems to have calmed down just a little bit. Everyone finding their feet once again. You know, still got another third to go, another 2 hours. So we're certainly not home and dry at all. There's a lot of positions to be won and lost, and a lot of time to be found and gained. Hopefully for all the drivers, you know. I mean, even if it's just on a personal level, maybe you understand the car a bit more coming into the final stint, and you find a bit more pace in yourself. It's always a nice feeling, and obviously no one gives up until it's over. You know, you gotta keep on driving the car. Looking around though, it seems like everyone's got one more stop to do. We'll be waiting about half an hour then for the final stop. It seems like, especially in GT4, you're quite happy to go 1.5 hours. That's the strategy that the 24 have been running, and it looks like the other BMW was also running that strategy, possibly the 403 on an off strategy. But we'll wait and see, and maybe 2 more stops then for the GT3 cars, possibly, because obviously they can't go quite as long as the GT4. So, and as we see a lot of cars in the pits now actually starting to make their way in. So it'll be this stop plus 1 more at the final hour, and then they'll be good to go to the end.
Something that's really fascinating to watch is how the autopilot works for the camera, and watching it try to like figure out what it is that it wants to watch. It quite entertaining, to say the least. It really has no idea what it's doing, and just kind of like, oh, let's go there now. So it's really quite funny to watch it try to pick out what it wants.
Like a child with a small attention span. Because we've been watching things which have been exciting, and then it goes somewhere else. You know, it's like, oh, I'm bored with it now. I want to go somewhere else. It's like, no, stop that.
Can't do that. Oh,
yeah.
So it has this multiplier scale between proximity, pack, so how many cars there are, position, then between the cameras, whether it wants it to be camera set 1 or camera set 2. And then it has whether it wants it to be an onboard camera or an offboard camera. and then it has pace based on lap times the car is setting. And it just kind of randomly picks between which one that it wants. It kind of fills up a percentage bar based on how much you pull. And basically it's just whoever has the most percentage points at whatever moment who it fills. So sometimes it'll be like, oh, well, like basically like it decides like, well, okay, we're watching a fight for, you know, 3rd place, or we can watch 4 cars fight for not a position. Well, it seems the 4 cars fighting for not a position is more interesting because cars have built up more percentage points. Kind of interesting to watch it because it has no idea what it's talking about.
Yeah.
Like right now, we're watching the 125 try to pass the 666 here down into turn 1. I guarantee you that it's going to click off of it in a second. They're going side by side, 3 wide even down into turn 1. Defensive from the 66 car. Actually, I'll pile it off because I'll watch this for a moment. This is 4th position. Granted, it's last place in the GT category. It is still 4th position. This 125 has worked really, really hard to go and try to get at least this 1 position here. They've been so fast for so many laps.
Yeah, the last 4 hours they've spent clawing back their way through the GT4 field and onto the back of the 666 car. If this is well earned, this is surely it. Then it's gonna be well fought. There, the 666 does not want to go down to 20th and last. I'm very sure about that. But that 125 is going to be desperate to have something to salvage from this race. They have spent, as I just said, 4 hours to get to this position. They're not going to give up now. They're going to go and get that 666 car. And yeah, the 666 car is a few laps down on the 67 and the 404, but you know, that's all that matters now. The 125 has blood. It's got to get out of the way of the leading car. I think, or the 44 at least. And there's the move
off the racetrack there.
That was very swiftly done. The NSX using the speed then of the front-running Audi, and yeah, the 666 just sort of running itself off road for some odd reason, maybe just making a bit of a mistake under pressure. But I'm sure now in the Zealous GT team, they're having a sigh of relief knowing that after 4 hours they finally are no longer last.
Well, you get to wonder too with the 666 if they have some flat spots on the tires or something of that sort due to the spin early after the contact with the GT4 cars, which is all. Ultimately put them in the position now asked for. But perhaps their tires are just kind of gone. Hopefully this was not the tire set they were planning on double stinting.
Yeah, one can hope. We'll see how that all plans out. I don't think the GT4s have to double stint. If they're going an hour and a half each, that's 4 stints. So for them, they don't actually have to double stint anything because it's 4 sets of tires. But so they're quite lucky there. But the GT3s definitely have to do at least 1.
Yeah, they're lucky that this game does not feature the ability to set separate rules for different classes.
Which would be quite nice.
Yeah, it just, I mean, it's something that we see happen in real life where different classes get different tire sets. We'll do the same thing here. Maybe even make it where, you know, we within the GT3 class, to kind of act as a BOP in a way where we have, you know, a pro car and an AM car within, and the pro cars get less tire set per race or something, to force them to have to run more laps at a slower time. Or with the strategy where the other now maybe get to have more time to be an interesting little strategy. Something that we will likely never. Yeah, for second place overall is down to just 8 seconds. Continues to close as it goes. Looking here, this looks like for position. 22 around the outside of the 991. This is 15th overall. And we're going to cut away from that to watch 2 cars fight each other. Out of position. through goes the 22. Of course, we missed that. Auto cam decides to be auto cam. Through the 22 is now in the 15th position. It's going to drop the 991 down one spot. And the 22 is just running away with it already. Been through one sector and the gap's already 1 second. Definitely a major pace loss there from 991. Back in ARR team here with a turn signal on. Out of the racetrack. Pass was not done on that straight away, so one of those neat features that Easy does have, and also racing, is that they do have turn signals. That, you have indicators. So whenever you are running with cars, you can turn on your indicator, indicate which side of the track you're going to stay on. Turn on your left indicator, the left, or you turn on the right indicator, go to the right. Definitely is something that's very unique to these cars racing. And obviously we're now seeing 45 car here closing the gap to Juan and Taylor Williams. Nas Gotti. So maybe get back up into the top 5 here with Aston Martin. Ethan over there watching the IMSA broadcast.
Oh yes, sorry. Interesting lap 1, Magnussen actually cutting off Albuquerque, but Albuquerque kind of forced them into a wall. So I mean, fair play, I guess. So more returning the favor there. Currently, Nelson so far though. Yeah, reviewing incidents right now, kind of slowly going through them, you know. And yeah, I think about like halfway through the ones I've listed so far. I think. Something like that.
Watching as the gap is closing down to just Aston Martin. Going to try to pull a straight line speed down through the third sector and the first sector here to try to challenge for that position. There by the time you're starting with, it seems like the Audi just has so much pace.
So many incidents.
Did not quite close the gap far enough this time around. Nas may be able to try to get it through the third sector. He's just got to try to stay close here through sector 2 in the Aston. Gonna roll these high-speed corners a little bit better than the Aston, or than the Audi. The Audi gets through these slow-speed corners and these cambered corners really, really well. Missing the apex there though. Taylor Williams gonna close the gap in. This is where the Audi's so good, is through this switchback corner right here. Left and then the right. Audi really can get on the power, but does not this time around. Nas closing the gap right up to the rear wing of that Audi right in front. Now coming down the long straightaway here. It seems like the Audi maybe has the straight line speed advantage with the tune that the car has on it. On the brakes, trying to cut it to the inside here, side by side now for position, down towards the sketchy curb. Gonna get back in line wisely for the 45 team. Not really worth trying to send it in there right now. Now both these teams are obviously in P5 up to P4 with pit stop that just happened in front of them. Try to sneak through here on the, maybe using the GT4, not quite gonna get it done. Zadati still trying to move the position up the field. Looking maybe 3 wide around the outside of turn 5. Turns in just a little bit too early, has to let the wheel out in order to not make contact with the 221. Back out of it, now back single file they go. Seems like the 45 is much faster, but Taylor Williams really able to keep that Audi in check and just hit the exits really well. What he has to do. Currently he is not, but he needs to. Looking maybe under braking, gonna try to squeeze it up the inside, not quite gonna get there in the Aston Martin. Obviously that's such a tricky corner. Going into that hairpin, you're coming up over a blind crest. You really don't know where the corner is. You don't know if there's someone sitting on the apex. You don't really know. You're just kind of sending it with trust.
Yeah, these two battling out for a fair few laps now. Apologies for the absence. My brother delivered me a bike, so I had to deal with that. But yeah, these two are...
A bike?
Right at it then. The 221 45, they are completely together. A little look to the inside there from the Aston Martin. Tries the Audi has it covered as they come down the back straight or the front straight through turn 1 down to turn 2.
I was really going to try to send it back up through sector 1 here. Really seems to roll the curbs and the accelerator much better in the Aston Martin than the Audi can get it done. Makes sense, you know, front engine, and really get to it sooner and really get up on those curves with all the weight over your front wheels. Audi really seems to be able to roll the entry well under braking and get through the high-speed corners in the middle sector really well as well.
Yeah, interesting to see the parallels between the two cars. So one's a bit quicker than the other through certain sections, and that may be down to the car. Probably is down to the car, but it also could be down to the setup. The way they tuned it and tweaked it for specific aero balances, but also could be down to the driver. Also, we know both these drivers are very good, and I see Taylor Williams up in the higher end spots.
He's gonna go for the dive, missing the apex, going out for the switchback. Taylor Williams gonna get the spot and into the gravel, all the way there for Nas. That's gonna lose him some time here.
Indeed, he'll have to shake all that dirt and gravel off the tires and reassess himself, and that has dropped him back 2 seconds then off the back of Taylor Williams. And yeah, big send, went for it, you know, it was a clean send, but just overdid it.
Yeah, for sure, definitely just an overdue on the send, and now it's gonna take a few more corners, get these tires back up to temperature and back to clean, and then probably gonna take 2 more laps to really close that gap back down and try to contest for the position once again.
Yeah, we know.
All going to come down to what this GT4 does here in turn 1. There goes Taylor Williams on the move. Now, how well is this Aston going to be able to get through here in turn 4?
Yeah, you can see, and we were speaking this with Tad as well. Through this section, it's very hard to pass until that little section there at turn 4. You have to negotiate turns 2 and 3 single filed. And it didn't cost him too much, I guess, to the Audi ahead of him. It's now 1.1 seconds, but yeah, you have to be very patient through that first couple of sequence of corners until you get onto that little opening there at turn 4. But we know the 45 is a little bit quicker right now. Can get onto the back of 221 and reacquaint himself in that P4 position. They have been for most of the race, but yeah, nice to see the Taylor Williams in a car that's backed up by some good teammates, and yeah, showing his true pace.
Well, yeah, obviously we haven't seen Taylor really be able to compete up front for quite a while. Continues to make mistakes, but he's been putting in good work to try to clean up his act and try to really get into better, more competitive race at the front of these fields. He's always had the pace. He's just never really had the racecraft, and always struggled to really put together 2 stints in a row, and always struggled to drive with others when in a battle. But seems to have been really good here today, and as well as last month in comparison to the past. Looking now to the right, that Aston Martin really going to try to barrel its way down the front straightaway through turn 1 onto the braking zone in turn 2. The Audi a little bit better under braking here. Let's see, can the Aston get the switch back though? Not quite. Maybe gonna get it over the grass. Not gonna be able to get back to the door of the Audi though. Now we have GT4 just up the field going through the strong section for the Aston. It's gonna be tough to be able to make a move here with that BMW and Aston Martin GT4 just up in front. Almost contact there as Taylor Williams goes to move around the 24 car. That's going to really mess up his line there through turn 5, and through comes the 45 Naz Adadi into P4 now on the racetrack overall.
Yeah, big wide moment there for the long right-hand sweeper. Just opened the door there for the 45 Aston Martin, and that's all he needed to take that position. But let's see if the 45 can drive away now. We sort of think he possibly can with the current pace that they're showing. But yeah, Taylor Williams will never normally gives up without a fight. I'm sure we'll have a look down the inside or wherever he can if given the opportunity. And yeah, very tight battle then with an hour and 40 to go. We've still got a little way to go then at the end of this race.
Whoa, Taylor with the missing of the braking zone, almost into the back of Naz Adadi. Luckily, Naz kind of saw it coming and turned into the corner a little bit early. We're talking about with Taylor Williams seeming to struggle around people. There's another one of those almost mistakes. He kind of got bailed out by the fact that the 45 did see that coming. Now we have just down the field looking for P6. The gap's kind of closing. I'm monitoring that one. If they see it get a little bit closer, we'll switch over to that battle. See if Taylor can make one more good lunge here. So obviously the 45 has just been really quick. Way off the racetrack there for Taylor Williams. I think that's going to give the gap to be just big enough where he won't be able to get back into fighting contention for that position.
Yeah, possibly not. Maybe just pushing just that tad too much then. And has that been assigned? Apparently we're going to get a penalty coming soon. Where is it? There it is. I don't know if that's already been served. It was only posted 2 minutes ago by Ethan, so I'm not sure if it's yet to be assigned, but a 30-second stop go for the 208 car, apparently.
Yes, that would have been for multi-class contact earlier. Was not much of a collision, but obviously collision between classes, the GT3 making contact with the GT4 will always result in a drive-through minimum and can be more as well if it's declared egregious. Obviously, race control seeing that as an egregious move that they had made to initiate contact with the GT4, and unfortunate for that team, but they will have to serve that penalty. Got to go 30 is a drive-through penalty with a 30-second penalty attached to it. Will add quite a bit of time to their race, a little bit over a minute.
Yeah, it's quite a harsh penalty, but I'm sure it suits the crime as such to call it. Yeah, it's very tough to get it when you're in the latter stages of a race, because you're coming into a stage where it's very hard to get positions now, because everyone's become so spread out and lots away into their sort of packs and stuff. If you've been closing on the person ahead for the last 2 hours, all that work is undone, if not more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, obviously, you never want to see anyone get a penalty, especially late on in these races. But you know, sometimes things happen, and penalties do come along. It's part of racing, and something the team will hope to overcome here. Obviously, it's going to be not too dramatic. It'll be, you know, like I said, just over a minute, so a bit over half of a lap worth of a penalty. And with where that they're sitting currently, they seem to be about a lap over the car behind them. So they may still even retain the current position. It's just going to kind of hurt their shot at running down the cars in front of them. If that gap was sitting about 50 seconds, I believe. So it does just kind of hurt their chance at running down the 99 car, but they should still stick out in front and remain in that 12th position with an hour and a half remaining in this race. I believe that we cut to a short ad break. There's a major catch there from the 44 car out of P3.
Just how hard he's pushing.
I think that we cut to a short ad break, and we will return for the final hour and a half of this race. We will see you all then. Of course, if you're subscribed on Twitch, you won't get the ads, and you'll get to watch some silent commentary. Hello and welcome back from the short ad break. We should be coming just end on that one. And we feel like it's probably time to announce the next event. Obviously, we've already talked about it within our Discord. It's been announced in our Discord, but we want to bring it up here on stream and discuss it with everyone. 24 hours for charity is going to be quite a big event for all of us. It would be between us, OTL, and the DSRT team. Obviously, DSRT came to us with the idea, and we obviously were on board entirely to run it. So for the month of October, we will not be running one of these 4 or 6 hour endurances. Instead, we will be running a full 24-hour endurance. And yeah, it's gonna be quite a task for all of us to be doing. Myself, Dom, Ethan, and the rest of the GRG crew will be there, and we'll see a lot of the DSRT crew in there commentating and stewarding with us as well. It's going to be hosted at Silverstone, and it will be quite a fun event for anyone who is interested. Head to that link, the discord.me/trickortreats. Head over there and join on in. We will see you over there. There's a 10 British pound entry fee per team, which will obviously all be going directly towards the charity of choice. And yeah, we hope to see you all there on October 30th.
Yeah, 12 euros or about $13 in other currencies, but yeah, not a lot at all, and it's obviously per team, so you can split that amongst your drivers. So really, it's basically next to nothing. It's for a 24-hour event, and it's for charity, so why wouldn't you? Yeah, it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a fun one as well. I'm looking forward to that.
Hopefully, I should be able to correct PC for this. I am not.
You will be there.
I actually made sure I don't have anything
Oh,
going on that weekend.
I will beat you up in the name of the charity.
I will beat other people up if they make me be anywhere
We
else.
will. I will drive down to your house. We will film us dressing like a pinata.
Oh, there it is.
And then you will be
This is for
you'll be dropping money that will upload to YouTube, and all the ad revenue from the YouTube video will all go to the charity as well. That'll be your punishment for not showing up.
So I will make sure I show up. Stop.
He doesn't want to donate money. No, I'm joking. But yes, yeah, obviously in a month's time or so. Last week of October, the 30th and the 31st, the Halloween weekend. I guess I hope I better don't have a uni party on that day, basically. But yeah, it's gonna be a good one. Can't wait for that. And obviously, 3 communities coming together. Where hopefully should have a pretty hefty grid of GT3 cars around Silverstone. And yeah, decent place to have a 24-hour. It's nice and wide, and it's well known. It should be quite a sensible one, but a fun one at that. But anyway, back to what we're doing right now. It is still an hour and a half left at Kyalami. Here we have a battle almost full position, the 107 under pressure from the 44, trying to get its lead back as it almost runs into the back of the 993 Aston Martin that's currently running down in P14. And yeah, you can just see the Lamborghini there, the blue Lamborghini just running through your toughest shot. And it's a big gap between first and second, 33.5 seconds between the 322 car and the 107. So it's yeah, quite a hefty margin that lead Audi now has over everyone else. But yeah, the 44 certainly wanting to get its at least second place back, but it certainly is going to want its lead back. 3.5 seconds the gap then. With an hour and a half, this battle is going to go down to the wire, and won't be surprised if the leading Audi also gets a little bit involved as well come the end of this one.
There's a tire strategy and fuel strategy, because again, coming out of the last hour and a half here, so GT3s definitely can't make it in without another pit stop, that's for sure. Tires, you can double some tires obviously, but is it worth the risk of running on older tires compared to newer tires? That will be no question. And again, the pit stop length as well. That's really going to determine the final battle here between these top 3. Maybe the 45 might even sneak in there. Who knows?
even the official DSRT would come and get you, Ethan. So you'd have the entirety of them coming to lynch you.
The Germans.
All the Dutch.
Oh, the Dutch. Yep, not Germans. I said
Oh,
Germans.
yep. Same
Wrong, my
difference.
bad.
You Americans, eh?
I know my geography. I'm better than most. Okay?
Better than most, fair enough. But yeah, it's come down pretty close, and we are waiting to see whether or not this 107 can hold on to P2 coming into this race. A couple other close-ish battles around. The 993 is only 5 seconds off the back of the number 13 Porsche, and I think the 113 car is also pretty close to the 101 car, as well as the 67. Actually, pretty close to the 404. The 125 has actually gone back down to last in GT3, so I'm not sure if that's on pit stops or if something happened to them, but nonetheless, that is how it is. The 24 is now called it into pit road for their third and final stop. Then they've only got an hour and a half, as there's a big block there by one of the lapped down cars. I don't know if they were just trying to get out the way of the 738 or not, but it seemed like a big block there. So that seemed like unnecessary blocking of a lapped car there, not trying to let the leaders through. So for some odd reason. But we'll check that. But yep, the 24, the leading GT4, is coming to the pits. It served its 15-second stop and hold before it commences service, and we'll see where they reappear when they come onto the track for their final hour and a half. As we see another Aston Martin in the background, one of the DSRT cars. I believe that was just venturing out in the gravel. That kink, easily done. We've seen it a fair few times today, and you see it in other series too. But they it's very easy to do. There's a lovely curb on the inside of that kink, and it will throw you off if you take too much. There appears to be a rave outside of my house, so hopefully that's not coming in through the mic. They started back up again. They had a nice hour break, and they started again. So
I do not. So
that's good.
You
every Saturday I have to deal with this. It's painful. I'm enjoying the good vibes we have in chat. It's what we like. We just want good vibes here, you know. We're vibing our way through the race as we see Hugo Gomez, then 515 car, is trying to put itself a lap, or bring a lap back maybe on the leading 24. Maybe it has just been lapped. I'm not too sure on that one, but it is in 6th place then. GT4, not the best running for them, because they were obviously 2nd place before. They have a disconnect or something. Oh, it was very late on the brakes. Whoa, almost taking out the leader in GT4.
Taking out the 24 car there, the overall leader in GT4. That would have been a hefty penalty there if they would have taken him out. Luckily for this team, they avoid him.
Yeah, maybe just a miscalculation or misjudge. But, yeah, they were very close. A little too close. The 738 car then. The Aston Martin's closed in within a second of the 221. Then Taylor Williams, who just lost P4 from the 45, is now under pressure himself then from P6 then. That's Billen in the Aston Martin. They are pretty close. And yeah, Taylor Williams is doing a good job to hold steady. These are the faster cars. You could say the top 6 certainly a quick bunch indeed, but wide out of turn 5. And look at the extra speed that the Aston Martin has over the Audi. Looking to the outside, looking to the inside. It isn't going to find the gap there. Williams shuts the door. He almost runs into the back of him there. A little bit surprised by the lack of apex speed that the Audi was carrying compared to the Aston Martin through the corner. Deep goes the Audi, and he's gone. Yep. Again, succumbing to the pressure like we saw with the 45, goes off the track again. Gap 13 seconds between Taylor Williams now and Schneider in the 992 car. Can that Aston Martin catch up to Taylor Williams come the end of this race? It's a possibility.
Gap here appears to be about 30 seconds now from P4 to P5. So Billen's really going to have to put in a heck of a stint here to try to close that gap up. And maybe have a shot at P4. I'm not quite sure if maybe that much faster, but there is a chance. They're really going to have to push it in. Interesting little tidbit here. The 45 and the 738, identical fastest lap times. They both have 142.030 as their fastest lap time in the race. Very
How about that?
shows you just how close this field really is, and just how competitive that these cars are within the GT3 field. Obviously there are some slight BOP issues, but whenever you put in Aston Martin versus Aston Martin, the cars will basically always handle similar. Oh man, sliding through the 66 car, and the 68 coming through. Contact now, around they go off the racetrack.
Ooh.
Oh,
And the barrier.
113 making a bit of contact there. Gonna have to have race control review that one on lap 161.
lap 161.
Little bit of an incident there between those cars.
Everybody was on board. Stream safety. The Mercedes. This was a Mercedes GT4.
The gap here for second place seeming to ebb and flow. We see Daniel here. He'll close the gap up to Stefan. It'll be just under 2 seconds, and then they'll flow back out to about 5 seconds, and then start to close back in again. Up and down, up and down. Ajax in the chat asking which cars have yet to double stint. Unfortunately, ACC does not give the information as to which tire set the car is on and as to who was changed and what. And obviously you can't, even if you had someone just sitting on the pit lane trying to keep tallies on it, you can't see other people's pit crew animations, so you still don't know if they're changing tires or not. So there is physically no way to keep track of who is on what set of tires without the teams manually reporting it to us, and obviously we can't really ask them to do that. That's, I mean, just bad strategy on their part. Why would they willingly give away information? But also, you can't entirely trust it, because again, why would they willingly give away information? So maybe they give you the wrong information. So it's definitely it's the 666, or maybe it was a 404, decided to just go straight on there at the hairpin. Didn't even want to make the corner there. I think it was a 404.
Can't do that.
44 just sliding on through now.
BND, there's no way of us knowing, and even if we asked to tell them, they probably wouldn't tell us the correct information, because you don't really want to disclose what you're doing. But that just adds to the mystery and the strategy, because you don't know what everyone else is doing, so you just have to assume they're on fresh tires basically or something every time, and they're going as quick as they can or something. You never really know, so you just have to wait until the final stint is really when you know. That's kind of it. But until then, it's just run your own race and don't think about what everyone else is doing. Just hope your strategy is the best strategy.
Gap for GT4 second place is closed now. It's down to just under 5 seconds. At one point, this gap was over 20 seconds. So we're watching Zvonimir Birik really run down that 713 Maserati with Martin Schaefer in the car. I've not seen anyone other than Schaefer in the car, but I don't know if they did driver swap while it was gone.
I even think it was Andy Schaefer as well, but
They just got a driver now.
No, I have seen Gianni in actually at the start. Definitely done at least one stint.
67 car now sliding its way through on that 404 that we just saw a lap ago. Go off the racetrack, so one more position gained for this Bentley. Again, I do believe these are team cars, so obviously, playing it nice with each other, I would imagine.
That's the GT4 Camaros.
Yeah, I quite like that livery. It looks very cool. I do believe it's just an in-game editor livery, but I like the way that the colors scheme together. It looks really good.
don't know if you installed it or not, but it was there.
Hmm.
So that was one of the 3
I like
cars.
it. Yeah, it's all about Aussie. Ajax, you obviously saying that you've done your double at the start, so then you know you've only got quick, stints to go. You're gonna have fresh tires every time, as the 713 now calls it into the pits. Then for their final stint, obviously you know that you've done it, and hopefully that they haven't done it. And they, like you say, still have that sort of pain of doing the double stint at the end. Maybe you can use that to your advantage to close the gap, but you never really know, and that's sort of the mystery of it all.
For sure, the beautiful mystery of it all.
You muted me.
Did meet you, because there's stuff coming through your mic, mate.
Yeah, I was laughing, Jackson.
Do your job.
Do my job. I'll do my job.
You do your job.
I will eat my gummy bears. That's my job.
No, that's not healthy, but okay.
You know what? I don't care. See this watch? It says it's not. I don't care o'clock.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
I think it's 7:51 a.m. according to the clock.
No.
Look how unhappily cloudy it is for the entire race.
Keep thinking the rubber that's in the back of these cars, like the rubber and dirt. Keep thinking it's like raindrops. To get my hopes up. Nope.
Yeah.
It's just.
We would definitely like to feel the rains down in Africa, but not looking too likely today. It's been
Oh dear.
It's been kind of looming over us, as you mentioned, with the cloud cover that's been here since the start of this race. It's been kind of just staring us in the face. We didn't really get the beautiful sunrise like we were hoping, but of course it would be a fun trade-off with a little bit of rain here in the final hour. But who knows if it is going to come?
Joke's on you. It's gonna rain on the cooldown lap.
That would
be surprised.
definitely be a huge slap in the face, wouldn't it? It were to just decide, oh yeah, race is over. All right, well, now you get to now you get the definitely
would be
funny slap in the.
Apparently Williams, so assuming that's Taylor Williams, as that's the only Williams we have, spun it in the pit lane, or in pit entry, coming in to pit entry. So that's why they've dropped behind the 992 after their latest stop. It's a little bit of extra time loss for them, which they really didn't need.
Yeah.
The link has just been posted in the chat, the discord.me link. That will take you to that 24-hour event, as we were just mentioning. The 24 Hours for Charity Trick or Treat event. Be sure to hop into that Discord if you are interested in participating with the OTL, DSRT, and GRG teams, putting together a 24-hour event at Silverstone in 1 month's time. Hope to see you all there. Still leading is Robert Ruakana. Sorry for butchering your name. I know I just did. And the Audi up front, the 322 car. The gap continues to close. As mentioning, it's ebbing and flowing for P2. Stefan Kui just continuing to run in P2, but we see Daniel here really closing that gap in the 44 car. Now there's no one in between them at the moment. It looks like there's soon to be one of the DSRT Porsches in the way. And I wonder just how hard is Daniel really pushing this car to try to close that gap for P2 with just over an hour remaining. I mean, whenever you pit here, you're getting it to the end at this point of the race. So you know that it's pretty much a straight fight. That car that's just up the road from you, go get them.
Yeah, it's tricky how you want to play this out, because you're close, and the 45 is multiple laps down, apparently, according to that screen. So you don't have to worry about what's behind you. It is only what's purely ahead of you. And obviously, the 322 isn't tremendously far up the road either. It's about a sector up the road.
Oh, and in comes the 107 as we were just discussing.
There we go.
So 107 probably trying to get out of the traffic that they saw just up the road. There was a GT4 and a GT3. Probably trying to get out of that traffic, not have it hold them up any more than it needs to, and now have the 44 team really just go to try to push in a good lap. They want to try to catch up to the back of that GT3 they saw in front of them, and then do the same thing. Dive in. As soon as they catch them, dive in. Don't let them hold you up any more than they have to, and maybe you can go and have a chance to run down on the 107 car just a little bit. You just got to close that gap ever so slightly, and hope to get into the slipstream range.
Yeah, maybe go for this this final in lap then for the 44 car. Maybe if they can just close up a little bit, or maybe if they know that they're not going to change tires, go as long as they can and make that next stop as short as possible just with the fuel if they can. It's going to be interesting if they call it in this next lap, or if they keep on going and they're going to go maybe another 10 laps or however long for the tank lasts, because it could be that they actually need to come in this next lap, but obviously we don't know on the fuel levels. We have hour and a half, hour and 10 to go. Most of the pit stops have been taken away. You've been seeing those little white boxes with the little P in, coming in and out for most of this, for the last sort of 10 to 15 minutes. Everyone's sort of fusing it, and it seems that the GT3s are able to go about an hour and 10, hour and 15 around 10. Yeah, the GT4s are around about an hour and a half. Which I feel like they're better on fuel than they used to be when the game first came out. Because people used to struggle getting it past an hour and 5, and now people can happily do an hour and 10.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's depending on the track too. I mean, we've Hungaroring that drivers were able to go an hour and a half plus in the GT3. So, I mean, definitely, I think it's track dependent as well. Obviously, every track has its own BOP in this game. That's obviously a feature of real life as well. So every track has a slightly different fuel tank, has a slightly different aero kit, so maybe at tracks where they have a little bit less downforce on the setup, you use a little bit less fuel per lap because you're not having to push as much drag through. So you're able to produce a little bit less power, a little bit less revs, and still get the same type of performance out of the car. So obviously it's far more efficient to have that wing lower or have less on the front canards really dragging you down. So that is perhaps something that worth watching or thinking about too. That could be causing that stark difference between the 1 hour and the hour and a half, 90-minute dents that we see from time to time. Obviously, the Bentley traditionally the car that can go the fastest, but last time out, or longest I should say, but last time out we saw that the Audi was able to match its pace at Hungaroring. Let's see if this 44 team comes in here. They do not. They're going to go out one more lap again. We were discussing earlier about the laps, that I do believe it's a 2-lap difference, and actually now going to be a 3-lap difference here as the 44 laps the 45, as the 45 is on the pit lane, so that will make it that 3-lap distance between those two cars.
Yeah, that really relieves the pressure from behind for the top 3, knowing that they can basically have a small accident and a small damage repair, and they're going to be okay. So they can push a little bit harder in the 4 to run off the track, maybe a little bit in order to try and get that move done. They can still push as hard as they can. Obviously, they're not going to intentionally throw it off the road, but they know that if they do make a mistake, they're only going to come P3 at a minimum, which at the moment isn't end of the world, especially for second and third. Obviously, for first, they're in first, so you don't want to lose that. But for the 107 and the 44, when they, I think, inevitably do come together, they're going to be pushing as hard as they can because they know that they don't have a lot to lose, really, because that 738 is so far behind as our race leader now comes in. The 322 calls it into pit road, so we're now just going to wait on the 44 and see when they come in.
I would like at the very least the ability just to see the last lap that a car pit, or maybe the total pit stops that they have done. That is something that could be tracked, is how many total pit stops that a team has done, and what laps that they were pitting on. Obviously, we don't really have the personnel to be able to keep track of that. You kind of need someone who's just sitting there and their sole purpose is keeping track of that.
I think actually,
but it would be nice if the game had a feature to keep track of that.
You kind of track them with race app, or not race app, what's the game? Pitwall. You can kind of track when people pit, actually.
The 44 will now become the short-term leader, the effective leader of the race, but I don't think that it's a true leader of the race here, as they still have to perform one more pit stop.
Yeah, I think pit link in itself has actually gone down. As in, like, not just our one or the one that's posted by someone else.
They're just still working on mine, it seems.
Might have mine at all. A couple of
track stop, but their stream's still working.
Oh, weird. Yeah, I'm getting nothing from both ours and from the NCR one in Discord.
Weird. Huh.
Very odd. It seems like Rad Randy's having something similar, so maybe it's a European thing. I don't know. Nonetheless, note down every single lap time and keep a track, maybe. Simples. As the 67 also calls it into pit road, so yeah, we are getting into the crunch time for all these pit stops. Everyone who pits from now is happily home safe. We're obviously waiting for that 44 then from the lead to call it in for that final stop. I assume they aren't going to take tyres from that final stop, so it's just going to be enough fuel to get yourself to the end. That'll be at 11 seconds is the gap between first and second, so that is clearly not enough for the 44 to retain the lead. It's going to be interesting to see the 107
making its pit stop. So the gap to watch is going to be where the 107 car is relative to that stop. Obviously, a pit stop's about a minute and 10-second delta.
Stefan Kui.
Currently, the gap between these two cars is just over a minute, I believe. So it's going to be close, but I think the 107 should come out on top between these two cars. Really all going to be on how efficient that team can be in the pit lane. Obviously, a strategy whenever it comes to these double stinting tire races is double stinting your final set of tires, because then you can take less fuel in the pit lane. So rather than doing a full double stint, you do 1.8 stints while taking less fuel. The 44 is rolling, coming towards the exit of the pit lane now. We're going to keep an eye out for the car. The 44 side by side. These are going to be way closer than I actually suspected. 44 still in front, actually, as they get down into turn 2. So jumping a position as of right now, the 44 car. Obviously, we still need to see the tires come up to temp. So the 107 is going to try to jump on right now while they have their tires fully up to temp and they're in the groove to jump the 44 car here, get back into P2. But we see a change for position, second overall in the pit stops.
Yeah, really well done there on strategy, going about 4 or 5 laps longer, and I think that was purely done by having less time filling up with fuel. Just going a bit longer and being able to stretch out that fuel mileage a bit more, less time in the pits, and especially on being stationary in the pits. And yeah, they've done it, just about got ahead, and obviously, like I said, they're on cold tires, but it seems like they've just about held off the challenge there from Stefan Kui, the 107, unable to get past right now. But an hour and 2 minutes to go is going to be a hard fought all the way to the end between these two, and it is just between these two. The 322 car is clearly out in the lead. Unless something happens to them, they are kind of home dry, so it's basically a battle for second and third. Then no challenge from behind from that 738 car, and the rest of the field is gloves off between these two cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we were saying earlier, I mean, these two guys, they can afford to have a small accident, realistically speaking. I mean, even, they can even afford a drive-through penalty. They'll still come home in third place. So for these teams, it really is just lights out, go get it, because either you're going to get second or you're going to get third. The only way you're not is if you truly beach the car deep in a wall somewhere, and obviously that is quite hard to do in this game, especially here at Kyalami, as we're watching a swap of positions at turn 1, the 45 car getting through into P5 over the 992, so that's a swap between these Aston Martins. Now we got to see if Schneider can try to reaggress back into the position here and try to get that top 5 back. These two, I do believe both of them have pit to the end, so I think that with these two cars it also is kind of gloves off for the position, as car behind them is once again 1 lap down from them, so it's go and get it, go get that position, or bring home the steering wheel.
Yeah, exactly the same for these guys. Obviously, that 221 is the same 3 laps back. I don't believe that it is. But yeah, it can be hard fought between these two. I think that 45 is a bit quicker right now. But like I said, the gaps can ebb and flow, and yeah, I'm sure they will throughout this remaining hour of the race. It's just about keeping it clean, managing the traffic. There are 8 of those pesky GT4s, you could call it if you were a GT3. But you've got to navigate.
The 992 is actually onto the pit lane now. So they will take themselves out of that fight for the position to go ahead and take their final stop here at the 1 hour mark.
Disqualify this guy then.
What?
Multiple reports about this guy just ramming people off track.
Need hard evidence for that one.
I don't know if there's multiple people reporting the same thing.
Gotta base it on the facts, my dude.
But, if I have multiple people, yeah, I'd say watch this car again.
Yeah, well, yeah, just watch it, I guess, and see. Although when someone does use the word annihilate, that's quite a strong word, but
multiple people used it though.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's a copy pasta. Who knows? But that's a job for you, Ethan. And,
I don't have the replay at that point in time, actually.
Oh no, that's unideal. The 993 comes into pit road from 13th position. They'll lose a place to the number 13 car then, as they're only 16 seconds behind, but should come out ahead of that 22. Then there you go. They move down into 14th. The gap then 1.5 seconds for second place. It's very stabilized right now, and it will just ebb and flow, as we say. It's the beautiful waving motion of multi-class racing. You gain a tenth, you lose a tenth. You gain 2 tenths, you lose 3 tenths. It's kind of how it works when you come to multi-class racing. I'm sure on a clear single lap, these guys could set very similar pace here. But when it comes to endurance and you've done multiple laps and the tyres are scruffy and the fuel level's weird and you've got a GT4 in the way that's sort of in the middle and didn't take the apex there, tried to be nice but was also sort of awkward at the same time. It's can be a little bit difficult when you're trying to hunt down, and you can see that it went from 1.5 seconds to 2.9 seconds. That shows how much time you've lost just by, a couple of different lines, but also primarily being held up by that GT4. Not exactly the GT4's fault, it's just part of racing and you got to deal with it. That's the same for everyone here. 9.5 seconds gap between the 99 and the 208. Theodore Ensbury's done a good job to get himself up into 11th place once again. I believe that is their qualifying position. So they haven't gained any. They haven't lost any. I'm sure they won't be too displeased with that one whatsoever. As for the rest of them, I'm sure everyone's having a good time, even those in maybe positions they're not particularly wanting to be, but everyone's charging hard now to the end. We've got the final hour, the final sprint of the race. It is as quick as you can to the finish. Burn that fuel, as long as you don't have to manage it. I don't think any of the drivers here do have to manage it. I think everyone's pretty home and dry now. It's just get to that finish line as quick as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting just to watch these cars push themselves to their limit. There's really not much more to it. Go get it, right? Bring the car home. Try to get every little ounce that you can out of your pace, and really hope that that the strategy that you've chosen is the right one to get you to the end of this race and optimal position, as the 68th car has found their way off the racetrack on their own down on the back half. Got it back going once again, but seeming to be rather off the pace, to say the least. Watching gaggle of cars try to work its way around the GT4 traffic. Obviously, none of these cars racing each other for position, but every one of them racing each other hard still. We gotta love the dynamic of these endurance races. It really all comes down to, who not necessarily who can be the quickest outright, but who can run the most consistent lap time, who can really be the one bring their car home cleanly. Because to see these guys who are multiple laps apart, one of them is up in the top 10 and the rest of them are outside the top 15 laps down and such. See these type of situations unfold, but see them still race each other cooperatively and still have pace along with each other. It just shows that the difference between being on the lead lap in fifth place or being 6 laps down in 15th is fractions of a second, and split second decisions going wrong for you time and time again. And it does show that it does matter how quickly that you get through traffic and how well that you can manage racing lap down cars, and being able to do it quickly, efficiently, but also cleanly, and avoiding getting into wrecks and getting large penalties. It's very much a challenge to get done, but whoever can do it the cleanest and the most consistently will come out on top in the end.
Yep, consistency is key. I was told that in 2011 by the F1 game, because it told me every time you logged into the game, basically.
The drive-through penalty for the 101 car.
Ooh.
I'm assuming that is for track limits.
The 113. Yeah, they're going to be close to that Porsche there. And they come out. It's a short pit lane around here. It's not like, the Spa 24 layout. That will bring him out of contention with the 221 there for Taylor Williams, who has now dropped down to P7. So that sort of gives him a break from dropping down any further. But yeah, they're going to be pretty close then. 18 seconds the gap as they go into the pits then. It's going to be close between them and that Porsche right behind them.
Long, low crawl down pit lane. Like, it's only about 20 to 30 seconds, but whenever you're doing this as a driver after coming in at race pace and you're just sitting there just crawling, it feels like an eternity. It takes so long to get through that. Let's see here as he comes out down the front straightaway. Just behind him is that 113. So not losing a position, but now being thrown into a battle here with the 113. Gonna have to defend the position here pretty much right out the gate. Obviously this also takes the tire temps down as well, so it's going to take a couple laps to really get this PWSR machine back up to pace, as we now watch one car once again going for pace. There's Martin's the way around him. The 991 car, Nomad, is back in 16th trying to unlock himself. Gap now up to 8.8 seconds for second place. So Lenny really putting in hard laps right to drive away Stefan. Stefan continuing to have unfortunate luck, I'm going to assume, in the traffic, because last time around Winnie ran a 141.9, fast car on the track by half of a second, but we ran a 145.1, which puts him as one of the slowest GT4 cars on the racetrack. Actually, yeah, it puts him as the slowest GT3 car on the track outside of the car that had the drive-through penalty there. So we really getting unlucky with traffic and struggling to put in laps. We'll see what the times are this time around. If he can't try to gain lap time back on himself. 142.4 there that time around for Tom. Yeah, 143.3 for Quee, so still not really putting in good laps as of yet. But with the pace that Winnie's showing, running a second and a half quicker a lap than our leader, Nicholas Gross. I mean, you gotta wonder if that gap can't close down. Currently, it's about 50 seconds between those. A little bit under 50 seconds. So you gotta wonder if that gap can't close over the course of this stint. There should be about 30 or 25 to 30 laps remaining in this race. So if he can maintain that second and a half a lap pace, maybe he can close in the gap towards our overall leader.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard ordeal to make an eventuality, but yeah, 15 minutes and anything can happen to any of those cars. So there's no point being complacent. You got to push it all the way into the end. And just in that case, something happens to another car, and you can capitalize on that just because you keep on pushing.
Gap is up to 10 seconds now between second and third. Continues to go up, and Winnie continues to be the fastest car in the GT.
It held the lead for so long, almost 3 hours, before he got overtaken by the 107 and then by the 322 car. And somehow the 107's come out the worst of that, so they've all three of them are in different places to where they should be from the start, that is, anyway. Yeah, doing a solid job is that 300 or that 322 car, or 322, however you want to say the numbers.
As a round
there
goes
goes
at 67 Bentley.
I think that was on their own. I don't think they got helped there. I think I see.
Let's find out. We're gonna go into the replay mode.
Oh, risky.
I mean, yeah, it seemed like it had to be on their own. I mean, Taylor Williams kind of missed the brakes, but no, it was entirely on their own. They just drove up into the grass and went around. Luckily, nobody else gets caught up in that incident, but backwards was that Bentley 3 car.
Yeah, got up on the lattice sort of stuff they have out there. It's not AstroTurf and it's not anything else, so there's someone else going off in the background there. But very easily done, just to dip a wheel out there, and very slippery and less traction for sure. And yeah, very, very easily done. If you just push your luck a little bit too much, the track is going to bite back at you.
Hey, the third person camera.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back.
Missed it.
Oh, there you go.
44 is only 6 seconds off the back of 67 now after that spin there for the Bentley. That could be something. 5 seconds between the 101 and the 113 as well.
We're going to go ahead and cut ourselves over to commercial break. For the race, you guys got to escape them for a few hours, but we'll get them all back in here at the end. But we'll be back in a short 3 minutes time. we have turned back from the commercial break. Thank you all for hanging out and holding on to that. Obviously, for those of you who are Twitch subscribers, you guys get 3 minutes of commentary free, just pure sounds of the racetrack. So hopefully you all appreciate those as well.
Quite nice though, just like when they do like the turn up stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Can be quite nice.
It's crank it
I
up.
don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it for F1 because it just sounds awful. But for NASCAR, and they do it in IMSA sometimes as well. Yeah, it sounds quite nice. Just have a minute or two of just engine noises, you know. And even when I think they do it in IndyCar, they put they just open up the channel of whichever driver they're following, so you can hear all the communications. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the crank it up with NASCAR and IndyCar and such. Yeah, where they tune in to listen to the spotter and the crew chief and everything like that. The race engineer. Oh, as there's contact, the 404 is backwards down at turn 2. Gonna try to get themselves righted. Oh, and there's another car around. The 67 is backwards up at the top of the hill. So there's 22 cars just watching people being all over the place.
No one wants to.
Oh, 67. Oh, unsafe. Right.
Whoa.
I watched them, spin around because it's so choppy. Just couldn't tell what even happened. Drive through for that one day.
We
get a drive through.
You get the 404 here. Got Ocam. That was a beautiful cut, actually. They just showed us two. Oh, and the 404 again around. I gotta wonder if maybe there's damage on the back end of the Saudi.
Yeah, possibly some suspension damage right there for them. Might have.
41 minutes to go. That is not what you want to see. Through goes that 67 Bentley into P17 now, so they're going to continue to drop down the field. Yeah, the lap counter is very weird, as you mentioned, because it's like it shows for split time, it shows the splits between the car in front, but for overall laps down, it shows laps behind the overall leader.
And the leader, yeah. I'm not sure what that's about.
It is quite an interesting little thing. So you can see that we've lapped the GT4 field 13 times. Overall, though,
handy to know.
Now it's down to 11 times. Game is now it's back up. Oh, 13. Game is not having a good time. 14 times now. It really doesn't know what exactly is doing or what is going on. Now it's up to 16 times. This is a cool camera shot. I wish it was a bit more realistic, though, this bumper cam. Because the thing is that, like, with the bumper cam here in ACC, it's kind of designed with the thought of being a racing cam rather than being a spectator cam. And so it's put at the point of the hood. It's more of like it's at the height of the hood. And it would be really, really cool if they had it as the bumper cam, similar to the way that like F1 and other series have it, where it's right down on the inlet on the front of the splitter of these cars to really just give you a sense of speed right down low on the racetrack. In fact, I'm nice because I can manually do it, but it would be cool if it was a game. But we'll go on board with our overall leader here, and we'll kind of go for one of the right down on the racetrack type of camera looks. Do that real sense of speed here from the South African circuit. Also give you a look as to just how big that these curbs are through this final sector. This one on the inside here is no joke. You want to avoid it. Look at how tall that thing is. Now come back around into the final corner.
It's got that drive through now for the 67 for an unsafe rejoin, but that won't affect him all too much, I don't think. Oh, Thank you.
The IMSA race should be finishing right about the same time as our race will be finishing, won't it?
Yes.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. You like Long Beach? Yeah.
Fun
Long
track
Beach is quite an entertaining circuit to watch.
Shaking my fist at Keyshawn, who was there. How dare he be?
How dare he be enjoying himself? It's illegal.
Mm.
You know, Keyshawn? One
Damn.
person in GRG is having fun. All of us have to have fun. Unless if it's me. I'm allowed to go. I'm allowed to do things.
I never have fun, apparently.
Yeah, Ethan, you're just miserable, man. What's that
Well,
about?
Ethan, you just get COVID.
I get wheel broken issues and more wheel broken issues.
It's one after another with you. It's quite funny. It's like a series of unfortunate events.
It's my
I
life.
could write a movie about you. It still wouldn't
We
be
love Ethan,
believable.
Nonsense. 24%. Swear.
Also, Ethan, you were so unbelievably quiet.
Well, I have the mic away from my face.
Oh, I have him
okay?
at 200%. Yeah.
Yeah, I have him at 200%, and I still can't hear him.
Got that in?
322 car, still
Still
just
do.
cruising from the lead. 36 minutes remain in this race. We're coming down towards the final bit here. I mean, pretty much everyone knows where they're at this point. Really is no spiciness to happen for the final few minutes here. Pretty much everyone just put their head down and go. Closest gap on the racetrack for position would be this one right here between second and third place in the 4 category. Definitely getting there for some racing. See exactly who fight and who doesn't. Yeah, we also have a fight with the 101 and the 221. P7 overall. That gap's closing down currently at 4 seconds. And then we also have 3 seconds between 14th and 15th on the track. But I would say that this is probably the most meaningful battle, because it's for second place in class. See if we can close as Crew's coming that 107 Lamborghini. Of course, the only Lamborghini that aimed at the grid here today, so seeing them in P3, I mean, quite impressive. Again, just continues to show just the composure of that team that they can bring every single race.
Yeah, it's right. They've been in the Bentley for so long, and they're able to switch from one car to a Lamborghini, which is completely different. Completely different characteristics in every single way, in terms of the way it feels and accelerates and brakes. Everything about that is different. So
There's a little bit of a
Aston
bumper
Martin, yeah, trying to poke its nose there in the back of its sister car, just saying hello.
The 993. Yeah, and just letting them know. I mean, if I was
Give him a push down
if I was in the 7 car here, I probably would have been flashing the GT3 as it came by me there. I would have been very happy with being pushed like that one.
I'd love a good
That's an
push down
awkward
the,
place to get past right there. You really don't know if they're going to try to go left or right, so you just got to hold your line.
Overshoots
Especially
it
here between
too.
teammates, you have the SRT cars, so they obviously don't want to run into each other, and they don't want to hinder each other either.
No, not so. And there
off
goes
the
the
Maserati.
Here's a chance then. It's going to have a better exit. That Maserati is going to have very little to no grip then coming out, but still manages to get somewhat of a decent exit coming out the final corner. In the slipstream now, though, the Aston Martin, this is the best chance they've had all race to take P2 then away from the Maserati. He's going to look to the inside for a dive into turn 2. He's looking for it. He's sending it. Can he get it stuck before? But no, looks like there's a bit of contact
a door check there.
Maserati turning in on the Aston Martin, who was already there along down the inside. I think there was a blink of the of an indicator there for some odd reason by one of by by the Maserati, but no, there goes the Aston Martin. Number 7 now takes second place then from Gianni Lenz then in the 713 Maserati.
See if Gianni has any sort of chance for a bounce back here, and if not, then we'll cut over to Taylor Williams and Coetzer, who are down now to 1 second the gap for P7 overall.
Yeah, another
Audi here going for the pass isn't going to help anything there for Gianni. That's going to bridge the gap out big now between these two. And we close over to the 101 car now, just 0.3 of a second. Way faster that last time around, a second and a half quicker than Taylor Williams in that Audi. Go see if he can't make a move and dispose of him quickly here in turn 1. Taylor goes defensive. Gonna force the PWSR car to back off and now try to attack again later. Closing of the number 98 Mercedes. Trying to get them out of the way, possibly looking up the right side, not gonna be able to get there. Down into turn 5. Now we're heading towards 6. I do believe I'm getting these corner numbers right. I'm stay with it that it's correct. Try to peek now around the outside, possibly under braking towards the hairpin, catching the grass just a little bit there. Byron Coetzer really gotta be careful. You gotta make sure you don't oversend your gap, because you only have 16 seconds to the car behind. So if you send yourself off the racetrack here and get damage, then you're not only not gaining a position, but you're losing a position. Going for the big dive. Ooh. Gonna slide through, but see if he can get the power back down on Taylor Williams. Going to, for the time being, through the 101 on that Audi. I'll see if he can keep it here through the next couple corners and down in towards turn 1. That was a heck of a move. Very, very daring under braking, to say the least.
Yeah, but the fact that it was nice and assertive right there at the start.
We are going into the replay.
Oh, I thought that was me lagging.
Oh, I didn't go back far enough.
I thought that was me lagging, and I just stopped talking.
I wanted to attempt to re-watch that overtake, but it went back to just as it was happening.
No, but yeah, it was certainly a good move, but it was the fact that it was assertive and it was nice and early on. The Aston Martin made its intention clear pretty quickly, and there was not much that the Audi could do. It was already alongside, and there was nowhere to turn in.
Ooh, as we cut back
so he gets caught out there a little bit by the Porsche there, and here's the Audi just behind. There it is, already been ditched by about a second and a half. It's going to be difficult for Taylor Williams to close that gap, but yeah, what I'm saying is just I really liked how the Aston Martin saw an opportunity and just went for it, made it nice and early, nice and clean, and it was very direct. And there was no ambiguity in what the Aston Martin was doing, and Taylor Williams obviously saw that and allowed that move to happen. And oh, there was almost contact there, possibly, and almost contact again there. Once again between the Porsche and the Aston Martin. And yeah, it shows how desperately Taylor Williams is trying to catch back up to the 101 there, trying everything he can just to not lose touch with the 101 car.
Yeah, but you also have to be thinking big picture here. If you're Taylor Williams, you don't want to go and make that mistake and fall into the grasp of the 113, which is only 15 seconds down the road. At least as of the last timing line, we'll see where it comes this time around. If you make the wrong mistake, you find your way well down to a position where you could possibly get past 14.5 seconds now the gap. So Taylor Williams got to still put his head down and try to be faster than Rekov back there in the 13. As there's some smoke being coughed up just in front of cars. Trying to keep an eye on gaps here. Thing spicy picking up on the racetrack. We're still kind of looking at Gap being the closest, one that we just want to tap in for P2 and the G4.
Yes, one wonders how you can see out of a visor like that. I mean, I used to have something similar for karting. A sort of pink, vibrant thing that I've seen many people use. But yeah, you wonder how, when it's completely solid, how you can look out that. And also the head stays still as well, I think, which is a bit weird. It seems here Gianni Lenz is unable to re-challenge then Van der Horn in the number 7 car. There's a drop down to P3, but it's still a very impressive effort from the Maserati, a car which is quite oftenly regarded as the hardest car to drive consistently in ACC. You can drive it quite happily over one lap or over a 15-minute race, but to drive it consistently over and over again, lap after lap after an hour and a half, is extremely difficult. You have no aids whatsoever at all in that, no TC and no ABS. It's a hard, very hard car to drive, but they've done a very good job, and they always, you know, want to drive the Maserati. I don't know why they do that to themselves, but it's obviously their car of choice. But they're doing a very fine job in it. They're holding P3 as we see Nicholas here getting out the way of the 107 car, trying to make its way through the field and just hold on steady. So it seems like most of the battles are kind of coming to a close right now. It's taken 5.5 hours, but it seems like everyone's really spread out now, apart from second and third there in GT4, but possibly fourth and fifth are coming together. Whether or not that 403 is quicker than P4 and GT4, we're yet to see, as we see the 113 navigate some traffic, and you see a couple of gaggle of cars here and there, and you see the Ferrari go left to right, try and get past the GT4 car. It's not over yet. Even though you're around people who may not be for position, you still got to be alert and aware of your surroundings and keeping an eye on things, because you still have to navigate around it, and then navigating around you too.
Alex Ho joins the chat.
Wagwan, indeed. A customary Wagwan from Mr. Alex. Hope you're doing well, my dude. So I'm pretty sure. Was it you?
Oh, off goes the 7. And the GT4 getting a little bit bodied there by the 992. It kind of looked like, not sure if it was contact, but maybe a little bit of a forcible entry into the hairpin. It's going to move the 7 down, but not quite into the grasp of the 713 with Gianni Lenz under helm. Stay on the back.
On the back of the...
We the people. The NARR car.
Oh, yes.
Yes. The people. They are the people. Oh, Alex, acquisitional. You're going to Oxford Brooks, mate, aren't you? Oh, I forget where he's going, but
Ooh,
I think he's going to a uni.
Inter-GRG rivalry going on here, huh?
Yes, he does. He's going to Oxford Brooks, which has a budget of about £300,000 to £400,000 for a former student, whereas DMU had a budget of £9,000 this year. So, not really what you'd call a fair fight. Nonetheless, when my brother took it out a couple of months ago, he was the fastest one there, ahead of literally everyone else. So, get out of here.
DM noob.
Yeah.
Pay to win. Yeah, that sounds about
It really
right,
is pay to win, and it's quite funny when they don't win. But we won't talk about that. It's quite funny when people with actual talent beat the people with the money. It's funny.
You hear that, Alex? Oh, you know talent.
Oh, no, it wasn't really aimed at Alex. It's more like Brooks and Birmingham and London as a whole. They turn up with all this fancy carbon fiber. We're here with a fucking stainless steel tube. We still beat them. It's just funny. Alas, I won't divulge into that. It's a shame you couldn't race with us, though, Alex. Yeah, hopefully you can in future events get your wheel up to uni, my dude. Get yourself here, and yeah, we'll see you on track in the future, I hope.
Gap for P8's keeping right about 3 seconds here between the 221 and the 113. Like I mentioned, that gap's really closed up though, faster than I expected it to, at least. I mean, I was expecting that gap to close, but Taylor Williams is now 19 seconds behind Coates in the 101. So, wonder if he had a couple of off-track moments, possibly trying to continue to push behind Coates, and has now fallen into the grasp of Karakov in the 113 car.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising how much they've dropped off. Then you can see it. Then the number, well, the P9 car is, has it in its sights and it's visually latched onto it. Maybe they're running their double stint now, and Taylor Williams is just slower using that older set of tires compared to others who may have used it at the start. Not too sure, but yeah, 2.8 seconds the gap, and that has come down quite dramatically, as you just say there. And I won't be surprised if we see this Porsche at least catch up to the back of the Audi, if not pass it, coming into this race. 21 minutes to go, it's plenty of time for that to happen.
Absolutely, plenty of time for this move to happen. I mean, with the gap being just 3 seconds, and with Terekov continuing to be faster, surely he'll close down the gap within the next couple of laps. And we can see maybe a little bit of a fight here towards the end. I mean, Taylor Williams has not shown himself to be able to defend all that well. He made a valiant effort earlier on in the race, being able to hold behind an Aston Martin for, what was it, about 5 or 6 laps. But let's see just how well that he can hold it here for the final 10 laps ish of this race. Once Terekov closes in.
One of the NAR drivers, Jackson Sanglang, did a stint or two at the start of the race, and then it just went off to Long Beach to go watch the racing. How about that? What a lad. I love that.
Do some racing, go watch some racing.
Yeah, just do some racing, watch some racing. That's great. And also,
a more entertaining venue to be at, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'd love to go to a proper street circuit, see what it's all about, because it seems like such a unique sort of setting. Especially if you live. Get yourself to Gateway.
I got the tickets and then COVID.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have got it.
You could have gave me the tickets.
Yeah,
I would have gone. You get a refund at least?
I don't know. My parents will look this up.
Goodbye,
me, my dad, and
Alex.
Goodbye, Alex.
Bye, Alex.
That's
Plus, I don't think.
How dare we write off Williams? Well, I think I think Taylor White writes himself off. Okay.
Oh, it's a little harsh now. To be fair, he's obviously he's made a couple of mistakes, but he's driven really well today actually. And like you said, he's improving every time. Unfortunately, that team does get a bit of a bad rep sometimes from a couple of on track moments, but they've changed, their number. They've added a 1 to the 22, and maybe it's a new identity.
I think that's purely because of the fact that the 22 was taken by the time that they signed up.
Yeah, the DSRT guys took that one.
Yeah,
screw it, just added 1.
That sim racing team beat him to that one.
Surprised they didn't add another 2. It seemed more sense.
The triple 2.
Yeah, 22 was gone.
No, but that's why you take the 122. 22.
Yeah,
22
the other options.
You don't just add another number. You add
right up to the bumper there. That black and red Aston Martin filling up the rearview mirror of this Porsche.
Getting close.
322 come from? I don't know. I kind of stopped paying attention a little bit in the race, and I noticed that 322 was in the lead, but I thought, oh, it's only because of pit strategy. But apparently, they're really in the lead, so...
No, yeah, the 44 had that incident earlier on, Dom was
Yes.
saying, so that has put them down the order. And then the 107 has been kind of lacking pace over the last few stints. Pretty much ever since the sun came up, they've seemed to have been lacking pace and just really fallen off. Currently 40 seconds behind P2 at the moment in Winnie. So really not a competition at the front of the field right now. I think first, second, and third is all but settled. We're just watching this onboard cam right now from Terekhov as he's trying to close the gap in on Taylor Williams. And of course he's got this faster Aston Martin filling up the rear view mirror. Obviously it's got to be frustrating him just a little bit to have this guy behind him, because he wants to be able to just put his head down and try to push in hard laps to go try to catch up to Williams, but having to defend, or not necessarily defend, but you know, have a car that really gets up there and kind of spooks you and then backs out last second, surely does slow you down. As we're working around the Maserati here in the final sector, talk about something to slow you down. The GT4 car in a already hard to hit one groove corner, throw something in your way, it's pretty much a roadblock, and it just makes it that much harder.
Yeah, it's tricky. You got one eye forward, one eye back, and it's very difficult.
Do a
we
pull.
can put
How do you do a pull?
I believe I can do that. I'll do it.
I don't actually know how to do a poll on Twitch. I mod so many channels and I own 2, but I don't know how to do a poll on Twitch.
Dang it. Ooh, I got it.
No, it's actually like an actual like Twitch thing. Like, it's not a part of Nightbot or anything like that. It's actually an official part of Twitch.
I'm figuring it out.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm in the mod views. I don't know how I do it. Oh, expand. Is it in here? No, it's not. I will figure this out. I'm gonna Google it.
Darkpool's API returned near. Please try to me. Disappointed.
Dog catfish. Having some fun here with the final 15 minutes of the race coming up. What do we think? Do we think Taylor Williams is going to be able to hold on to this position? How much you willing to wager? That's the better question. How many bits are on the line here? How many gift subs?
I've got all to gain, nothing to lose apparently.
Once again, the GT4 getting caught out in the wrong spot here for the 113, trying to dispose of him quickly.
Close up to the Audi. Getting all that time in sector 3 on them. All the way down the straight. Big dive to turn 1 was in the back of that 66 Mercedes. I'm not sure who they're battling up there.
Gap is closing down at just over 1 second there at that timing split. So Terekhov is getting down there. Actually, now it's down to just 0.8 of a second as they come through the sector 1 timing split. So the NCR car surely is getting there, but it's just a matter of when.
Oh, it's the 113 car they're holding up. Wait, no, it's the one that... Ignore me. It's the 22 Porsche, that's who's... So now they gotta work around them.
And there's a pull.
I figured it out.
I figured it out.
No,
I don't see a pull. Oh.
Screw you.
Yeah, see, an actual Twitch built feature for poll.
Yeah, Twitch has it built in.
Where's my other option?
There is no other. It's a yes
I
or no
want to know
question.
though. Well, too bad.
The yes or no question, mate. That's it.
Too bad.
That's all it is. I think he can. He's doing a good job right now. You know, it was half a second. It's now 1.5, and it seems like Terekov is maybe pushing a little too hard here. You know, and obviously the gaps are ebbing and flowing in traffic, and they've just gone quite a few. Big gap. You can see the next GT4 car, the 98, is all the way at the other end of the circuit. So they're pretty clear on that front, but I don't know. I feel like the Audi has it in its. Has it in it? Someone voted no. Oh damn.
No faith in Taylor Williams.
Yeah, no one's got faith.
Taylor Williams.
Someone doesn't have faith. I don't know who that someone is. Oh,
Hopefully
and we
we'll
got a
see him
man
go and
winning
get this done. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun last few laps here to watch this fight ongoing. We're gonna cut down for just a second. Watch as the 993 is trying to catch up to the 13 car, just behind that battle. In fact, it's they're happening on the same place of the racetrack.
pit wall.
Oh,
we have
do
faith.
actually have
We
a.
stand on Taylor Williams.
Let's just Guy, thank you very much for the ping there, Robert. Robert, how are you doing?
Yes, hello. I'm doing well, thank you so much. Really an awesome race for us.
That's what we'd like to hear. That's what we'd like to hear. This is your first one? Question mark on that?
It's not our
With
first
us?
endurance race, but it's definitely our first race with the GRG esports
That's
community.
it. Wonderful. Are you a seasoned veteran, I'd say, when it comes to endurances? It's something you do quite often?
We had a few races along the year, definitely. Some good ones, some bad ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's how it goes most of the time. You can't win them all, but yeah, like you say, you're happy with how you're doing. You are doing pretty damn well, so you can't really complain. As something we do like to throw in as a challenge is normally the tire sets. Is that something you've had to deal with in the past, or is this sort of routine running for you now?
Well, we had to start from P17 because last weekend we were not able to participate in the qualifying because of our team was at the Sim Expo at the Nürburgring.
Oh, that's
So-
a good excuse.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, contact. Sorry to interrupt you. Contact on the racetrack between the 993 and the 107, as the 107 was trying to lap the 993. The 993 was racing for 13th position overall. It was in a fight with the 13 car. Now it has damages along with the 107 down the racetrack for those two now.
We're all kicking off with 10 minutes to go. Yeah. Obviously, the 3-2-1 becoming 3-2-2. Unideal. But
Yeah.
still,
we had
still the.
We had some entry list trouble for some reason. Our third driver wasn't able to connect. But yeah, trying to make the best of it with our two drivers. Niklas, who also drove the first two stints, who had an amazing first stint by getting the car up to P3 from P17. Also double stinted his first two stints with the same tire because of the 4 tire limitation. And then we were able to put our foot down, and the other two teams on P1 and P2 at that time had to double stint their tire the second time. So we were able to make some progress there. But really awesome with all the how this is being managed. So thank you very much. Really cool race.
Yeah. Pleasure to put it on. It was also very interesting to. Everyone had to do at least one double stint at some point. It was
Exactly.
really interesting to see where they did that. And obviously, if you took
Yeah.
it first, I think those who did take it in their first and second stint, there are the ones that have come out on top here. It seems to have been a lot more beneficial to get it over and done with at the very start.
It's of course always risky to do it at the beginning because you never know if it might rain or not, and then double stinting the tire would prove unnecessary if the wet tires become applicable. So, but luckily, we had some luck there.
Yeah, in terms of conditions, it's been pretty easy going for you guys. Track conditions are still pretty low at 25 degrees, and there's just clouds, so it's been pretty easy for you guys. You haven't had to deal with monsoons or hot conditions, so I guess that's makes it a lot easier to double stint the tires when the conditions are also quite favourable.
Definitely, especially with these temperatures. The tires were within the optimum temperature range, so less graining, less blistering makes it easier, definitely.
Yeah, much easier. That's obviously shown it with your pace that you're currently right now. Happily, P1, 30 seconds ahead of the 44. I'm sure you won't throw it away with 8 minutes to go.
Let's hope not.
Yeah,
I mean, if you guys want to serve a competition drive-through penalty, I'm sure that 44 team wouldn't complain about that one.
But I think we would complain.
Yeah, you complain. Indeed, but yeah, you guys have done a very good job to batter your way all the way up the field, and yeah, I'm sure we'll speak to you in a couple of moments after the race anyway. Yeah, enjoy the remainder of it.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. See you then.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Coming from hasta luego, and coming from the Sim Racing Expo, just having a bit of fun there out the Nürburgring, and then straight into this. It's a small world, and we've had a few other of our Discord members out there as well. So yeah, nice to see the German provinces proving quite fruitful when it comes to ACC players.
Is the fight for the top 10 here, as Theodore Insberry here trying to just get by 12 Ferrari just up the road in front of him here, and closing down the gap over the last few laps. Been riding on board, and now is within striking distance, just a couple tenths off as the 101 is entering the pit lane there. Coetzer. Oof. With just 6 minutes to go, perhaps a misjudgment on fuel. That's going to be a promotion probably for Taylor Williams and Terekhov, both up one position in the 7th and 8th. So now in theory, Taylor Williams can lose the position and still hold 8th.
And still hold P8. Hey.
So no matter which one you voted for, you were correct.
Funny how things work out.
Actually, no. Technically, the only one that was correct was the person that voted no, because the question was, can you hold P8?
Yeah, it was you.
And so if he takes P7, then he doesn't hold P8. He advanced.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, Ethan, I can't believe you voted against him.
Nope. Coetzer is back out on the racetrack. It is still in front of Taylor Williams.
Though. It's 3 seconds.
What a quick stop by Coetzer. It's the 666 around. But now the gap is 3 seconds between 7th, 8th, and 9th. So
that's going to be super close at the end. We'll see how
I'm playing all sides here.
Can't vote on this, Ethan. The 99 car, super impressive drive from Theodor Enstra. Has been in this position for the majority of the race. Qualified P11, was in P10 for a bit, was in P12 for a bit.
The DSRT car swapping position here late, not to interrupt you entirely, but a swap for position within the DSRT team from P15 down to 14 for the 22 car. Going to
a gap here.
Have an inter fight or inter-team fight between those two. And yeah, now the 101 has gotten behind Taylor Williams, and this fight, we have 3 cars here in position, but Taylor Williams is now up to 7th place. So
he's got to lose a place if he wants people to be happy in the poll. Is he gonna do that? I'm not too sure, but yeah, this is gonna be a really dramatic finish, and 3 cars, and arguably the one that won the quickest out of all 3 of them here. It's gonna be interesting to see how they crunch to it. The 113 car's not been able to overtake Taylor Williams at all.
Oh, it's the 403 it's contact.
The 101 has just hit a Chevrolet.
Can't do that.
No, you can't do that. That's bad things happen when you do that. So that may just put an end to the battle as it is. If they've severely caused some contact there, which was maybe avoidable. Looked like the Chevrolet was sort of holding in the middle of the track there when that happened. So I'm not quite sure what was going on there, but have to investigate that one though. Theodor Enstra in the Hornet B styled car thing. It's got some stripes. Maybe it's just a weirdly coloured zebra. I'm not too sure. But it is on the back of the Ferrari, and it's trying to get himself there to P10. It'll be a very good result for the NAR Esports team. There's 2 NAR Esports. One has a dash, one doesn't. Thank you.
Well, don't you know that
this
is what zebras look like in North America?
Oh, really? They're tanned or something, are they?
Yeah, no, yeah, they're painted yellow. No, there is a Hornet on the front end of the car.
I was about to say,
it is a Hornet.
When I said a B earlier, I meant a Hornet.
Yeah, I can remember if it was a B or Hornet even myself, to be honest.
Hey, maybe it's a Wasp.
It's almost maybe I gotta check the livery.
Same thing, isn't it, really?
No,
All the
Hornets are
same.
worse.
Hornets are typically more poisonous and more aggressive than Wasp are.
So if he doesn't get P8 and he gets P7, do I win like all the bits or something? How does this work?
Nothing was.
Yep,
you win. In this game.
You win $10 out of Shaw's pocket.
Yes. Pay back my ACC bill.
That was so funny.
With 2.5 minutes remaining here, we're coming into the close. We're just keeping on board with the with these fights here. So I mean, do we have team orders get called? Do we see Taylor Williams get told to give up the position?
Do it.
Over $10.
Do it.
Don't do it.
Boycott GRG. Yeah, this is all a setup.
Boycott GRG.
You either give Ethan $10 or you donate $100.
I like that idea.
Charity. Yeah, 2 minutes to go. We're coming to the end of this. Will be the penultimate lap then for the 322 car. I'm not quite sure where they are on track, but
they are.
They come to turn 2.
Yeah, they're turn 2 now.
So they will get one more after this. Gives Theodore Ensbury one more lap after this if he needs it. Looking to the inside, looking to the outside now. Switching it down into turn 2. Ferrari goes defensive. Can he get the cutback on the left-hand side? Nowhere for him to go this time. But he's right up in the diffuser then of the Ferrari, forcing it to go a little bit more defensive in a tighter line. Shows that the Ferrari knows that he's there. Better exit here possibly might be advantageous. No, the McLaren can't use the run, but he's got the slipstream in here. Can look to the inside. He's showing the nose, but not close enough. That camera angle is a little bit deceiving. I thought they were closer than they were.
Oh, obviously, this swap for position is big in terms of championship points for the 12. They want to try to hold on to this because they've been showing up, pretty much every month in that car. So if they're gunning for trying to have a championship position by the end of the year, holding on to this position will be big for that team. Just logistically speaking, it makes more sense for them to try to hold on. But as a little bit of contact between the 12 and the 99, just a bit of a door. Elbows out racing as we're gonna come along here to the 322 starting their final lap. Obviously, we want to watch that, but we want to see this fight unfold on the racetrack here between these two cars for 10th overall. Yeah,
it's nice to see that they're everything's coming together at the end. Here we go. So the 322 for the final time. There it is. There's the call out. The leader is on the final lap, and everyone will know that now. And it's coming down to the crunch time, and you got to get past the 101. Is just 2 tenths. The 101's ahead of the 113 car. Now they've just taken P8 away from that Porsche there, but here comes Theodore Ensbury. Got the inside for 1, the outside for 2, but he's made that move already. Will the Ferrari send it? Of course it will. It's the final lap. Of course you're going to send it. I would too, but it's a good send. A good squeeze though from the 99 car, not giving that Ferrari an inch, and it looks like the McLaren has made that move, forcing the Ferrari out. It has to concede, and there goes Theodore Ensbury up into P10. Fantastic move there. Using the slipstream, and then
the 12 loose on exit.
Theodore's wide, but the Ferrari was wider, losing the tail there on exit, and that's got to seal the deal for sure then between those two. Theodore Ensbury taking P10 at the death. Here is Nicholas then, the 322 car, coming into the final complex of corners. It's close between Taylor Williams and Coates behind. We'll check that after the leader crosses the line. Case Ethan, we're nearly at the end then of 6 hours, and here comes the 322 to finish and win this one for sure. Oh, defending. There's a Mercedes in the way. There's a GT4, but here we go. They're going to do one more lap. We'll catch up into them in just a moment, coming through the final complex of corners. Don't go past the Aston Martin. It's the last lap. There's no point. Okay, fair enough. He's doing it. Never mind.
And the 113 electing to slow down to not have to run one more lap, but almost ran into issues there. Along comes Nicholas Gross in the 322, bringing home the checkered flag. Big time wins here from the Audi team. Big congratulations to them, of course. We're going to go back up and watch this fight happen for 7th place. Of course, there might be a penalty coming for the 101. That's something to be rendered in post-race. Oh, a little bit of door checking body.
There.
Oh, more contact between these two.
They both go. Oh, the 101 gets by there.
101 does get by then. It's, yeah, elbows out big time, and yeah, none of them were gonna yield there. I feel like that's just racing instance there. Both of them were sort of at each other there. And that was that. The 44 comes across the line in P2. Stefan Kui will finish P3 because the 45 has already finished in P4. Same goes for the 738, will finish in P5 because the 992 and P62 has also finished. That's actually the same for a lot of people. A lot of people in and out of position. We're floating through the floor. Life is fun. Look at that beautiful fireworks in the daytime. All the residents are going to be rudely awakened at 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning. But such is life. It was a beautiful race, 6 hours then around Kyalami. Just need to check then on Gavin Moore coming across the line to win in GT4. It's been a long time coming for that 24 car. I'm sure they'll be happy to finally put a proper win to bed, and that certainly shows that the pace that Tad Moore has gained over the last few months has really put in a good improvement. There we go. There goes the 24. Cross the line to win in GT4. A drive-through penalty for the 993 car before they cross the line. Need to check on what happened to them, possibly. And that's it. There we go. We're done. Look at that. So plus 30 seconds then for the 993. Doesn't cost them a position in the end. But there we go, guys. 6 hours of Kyalami done as quick as it ever started.
Taylor Williams officially crossed the line in P8. So I think, Ethan, you owe everyone $10.
I owe no one $10.
You
I
owe
owe
us
myself.
money.
You were the only one that bet against them.
But is this okay? We go unofficial or official results? Because those are still up in the air either way. So think about it. Think about it.
Well, the night lighting looks a bit interesting on the racetrack here.
Yeah, it's nice, pretty nice,
well,
pretty.
Yeah, but like
city.
It looks like as if it's waving. Like, am I the only one that like it looks like fire?
Oh, I don't know that much. Oh, I can see it now. You stop moving. Yeah, that's weird.
People,
it's like it's pulsating.
playing with the light switches,
Consistently. Look at the gap. It's like a stream of water.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Like maybe it's like tied to like the clouds or something.
Yeah, interesting. But to the winners, do hop yourselves in the waiting room stuff. We all want to talk to you.
You know what's annoying?
What?
Is that the race ended so fast I wasn't able to save the replay.
I saved the replay.
Okay, good.
Oh, well, hopefully it works.
Let me.
Show me again.
Hours of Kyalami has ended. Great race by everyone. Congratulations to the winners. Obviously, if the winners in each class would like to join the waiting room, we would like to have a speak with them. In comes Gavin Moore, the winner in the GT4 category.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome. It's been a little bit of a while, you could say, for you guys, but finally done the trick at the 6 hours, and quite a in the end, quite a considerable win for you guys in GT4.
Yeah, we were. I was really surprised to I guess have been as competitive as we were at this event. At this track and this car, we did a little bit of testing beforehand just to figure out which car would be fastest. But seems like we made the right call. Pit strategy was spot on the whole race. Everything was going pretty much to plan, and we have to give the biggest shout out to my dad, beer car dad, Tad, about being the most improved driver this whole series and really making this possible. Because after he did his first stint in like hours 2 to 4, once he pitted and we still came out either in the lead or really close to P1 in second place, I knew we had a really good shot at winning this race.
And as he leaves the room again, he seems to have a habit of this. We say this in pro-am races is that the AM's job, apart from funding the team in real life racing, is to solidify what the pro does, and it now seems to be beginning that is what your dad Tad is doing. We've seen it in the past where you've put it into the lead considerably, and then by the time that Tad's finished his stint, you've come out P3, P4, maybe a little bit worse if he's got into incidents and things like that. But now, yes, he had that little moment with the 44, and I think he got tapped around at turn 2 as well. But apart from that, like you say, he's improved quite a lot, considerably a lot. and yeah, doing a very good job.
Yeah, it's hard to be frustrated with family, especially when you know that they're trying the best they can, and the results just suffer or lack otherwise. But yeah, this race he definitely he was definitely well prepared, as well prepared as he I think could have been and has been for any of these races. He's done like probably an hour, if not an hour and a half or 2 hours of practice almost every day this week in prep for this race. So it was really refreshing to have him be putting us in such a good position this time. He's finally fulfilling the true role. Before he was just supplying the money for the team, but now he's being a proper anchor, and it's a lot of fun to have this kind of success now.
Yeah, I love that. If you wish to stay in commentator's booth, I'm not too sure, but yeah, to reaffirm that, you as a team, both of you have come a very long way, and obviously you basically are like a roller coaster. You'll shoot up the order, fall down the order, and it basically ebbs and flows the entire time. But yeah, you had the main challenger really from the Camaro, and you fended them off very well, and yeah, a very well deserved win come the end of this one. And time to have a beer, I guess, for you guys.
We've still got a few Busch Light apples laying around, so we'll have to celebrate in our team's beer.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, really. Congrats, guys! And obviously, the next one is a 24-hour. Tad was speaking that you may know an extra person to bring to that, but hopefully we can have you guys at the next one, and that's that'll be a proper step up for you as a family and as a venture for sure.
True. We do know a third driver. We're kind of debating early games if we'll actually need a fourth driver and where we can source one of them. But we'll be taking a close look at a 24-hour race. It'd be a great experience for I think everyone, as long as we can keep it on track and keep the car in one piece and just try to have fun. But yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Of course, and yeah, even if you don't have to be competitive, it's 24 hours are quite quite unlike anything else. So I think you'll have a very enjoyable time at it for sure.
True, especially the guys that haven't done many 24-hour races or as nearly as many that I have. It'll be a brand new experience and hopefully fun.
Hopefully fun indeed. But until then, ride to the high, drink some beer, and we'll see you for the next one.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, appreciate it. Tad, if you have anything to say or not, I really don't know.
Yeah, technology is not my friend on mobile. Joining you guys,
of course, that's it.
But no, all I wanted to say was, Gavin's out there maintaining his gap and has the presence of mind to say, "You want to climb in and finish this thing off and see your first checkered flag." So that's a proud dad moment to turn it over to the anchor and like not in a good term, but like literally the weight that drags the things down. But yeah, he obviously did a phenomenal job to give us enough room to be able to do something like that. So full credit to him. Yeah, once he got quick in carts, he's been quick in everything, and this is no different. So pretty cool stuff. It's cool to see. I was glad to see so many GT4 entries. It was phenomenal. And then there was a bunch of cars obviously in the race, period. Really, really cool. But it was neat to see a really, really big GT4 field. And I hope that continues because those cars are a lot of fun. And you can have some good battles in and through there. So fingers crossed that keeps up. So anyway, yeah, full credit to you guys. You always have our thanks and appreciation for the difficult job that you guys do for putting this on and sitting and talk about it and making it interesting for 6 hours. And you're attracting by and large a really good group of people to participate from all over the world. What a treat to be part of this. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was pleasure to have you around. You're a great contribution to the community we have here, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you in the races again soon.
Sounds good. Cheers. See y'all.
Yeah, have a good night, guys. As we move from our GT4 winners,
drag in the 3 winners.
Aye, indeed. Oof.
Hello.
Yeah, we only spoke to pretty recently, Robert, and also Nicholas now. Welcome to the commentary booth and, well, the winners booth, basically. You won it in GT3, you won it overall. How'd you guys feel?
Amazing race. So we started from P17 and we had a lot of luck and were able to navigate the traffic all the way up to P3. And then as the others had to double stint their tires, we had a fresh set of rubber and were able to put the foot down and go for P1. Kyalami personally is one of my favorite tracks, so really happy to win the race here today.
Yeah, was a crazy race. Did the first double stint. Was pretty insane. Got through the field pretty nice. Unfortunately, had a little tingle tangle with an S Martin. Had a little touch, spun him around, and got a drive through for it, which was pretty unfortunately. But we managed to get it up, and I'm so proud of Robert and and myself. And it's pretty insane. It's my first win in ACC, and I'm just happy. Really good result.
Yeah, of course. And you obviously signed up with 3 drivers, and obviously went down to 2, and that's obviously a bit of a shake-up. When it's so close to an event, and you guys have dealt with that very, very well and overcome that extra little difficulty you've had to go through. And yeah, you were challenged all the way by the 44 and the 107, but you prevailed in the end, and it was a very hard fought win and very well deserved. So well done, guys.
Thank you.
You very much.
Of course, our next event is a 24 hours, and hopefully we'll see you for that one, maybe in a month's time.
Noted.
Yeah. I guess we'll look into it.
Yes, to at least consider it for sure. That's it'll be a big event. But yeah, until then, enjoy your evening, ride the high out, and we'll hope to see you guys in the future.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Have a nice one.
Thank you very much.
Indeed. Thank you guys very much for coming. Indeed, our GT3 and overall winners there in the 442 car, as it affectionately became 322 car that it became in the end. But in the end, we'll bring in the second place drivers then, I think. Case, is that the second place, the 44 car? Wonderful. I shall drag them in. Here we go.
Welcome in.
Hello.
Place overall. How does it feel?
It's feeling good. Thanks. Great race.
Yeah, it's the first podium for our team. Feels great.
Lots of firsts happening here today.
Yeah. And our English is horrible.
It's wonderful.
Yes.
We try our best.
Well, we appreciate y'all coming and joining.
No doubt. Also, you put it on pole in first place a week ago. Now, I assume filled you guys with a lot of confidence coming to this race, and unfortunately unable to convert that into a win. But you were challenging all the way, one with the eventual winners, and also that 107 car, the Lamborghini as well. You were hard fought all the way through with you 3 guys.
Yeah,
our goal was P3 or podium in general. So we are happy with our pace. It was solid all around. Had a pretty much faultless race. So yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, that's certainly the main thing. As long as you guys had fun, that's really all we can ask for. And obviously, you guys put in a very good show the entire time. I was again spooked out by the 24 GT4 halfway through the race or so. But apart from that, it seemed relatively clean for you guys, kind of uneventful in a way.
You mean the red BMW?
The red BMW, yes.
Yeah, I think he avoided someone. And he didn't see me, and Yeah, nothing bad happened. But I was, how did I say, shocked.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. And we had some problems in turn 1 with some overlapped cars. The Aston touched me in the back and I spun around, but okay, it happens. P1 was not really in range for us today.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But
Yep.
in the end, you guys did put a very good performance, and you were part of that top three. And it was really the top three and everyone else. You guys were part of that pack that was just a level above everyone else, and you guys can be very happy with that. It was your first podium in these races, and hopefully you can carry that momentum forward, hopefully into future races.
Hopefully it won't be the last.
Yeah. We will try.
Yes, indeed. You guys are welcome back anytime you like, and yeah, it's a pleasure having you guys with us. But until then, well done on your result for P2. It was a very well fought race, and yeah, we'll see you guys in the future.
Yep. Thank you.
I think that might just about wrap it up.
Yeah, with that, it is a wrap. We would like to just say our sincere thanks to everyone who showed up today. Obviously, my thanks out to you, Dom, for being able to cover the couple hours of commentary, and obviously to Ethan for being able to cover the race and stewarding today. I mean, it's definitely not an easy feat on any of our parts, and obviously, well, congrats go out to you guys as well. Obviously, congrats to our winners. Congrats to those who did complete the entire race. I mean, that's a hard enough feat in of itself to complete a full 6 hours on a track, especially if you're someone who doesn't know it very well. Obviously, we had lots of new teams here today, so I'd like to appreciate all of them coming and showing up, and hopefully they enjoyed the event, and we'll return for future events as well. And yeah, obviously, regarding future events, next month we have a charity event in collaboration with OTL and DSRT on the Trick or Treat 24 Hours for Charity. We will be running that in its own separate Discord, and it will be multi-streams on the DSRT, the GRG, and the OTL Twitch channel, as well as we're looking at possibly getting a couple other places to be able to stream it to as well. The link is found on the screen right now, discord.me/trickortreat, also !charity in the chat. Put that in, join the Discord, come on in, and race it up. It'll be next month, October 30th. And yeah, we definitely look forward to everyone being there. And again, just thank you to everyone for showing up for this event and making it a good one. Till next time.
Yeah, can add even more.
I miss anything?